course. Everybody else, make sure you check out the STR workshops with Kenny. Visit the vendor village if you haven't already. Stop by a booth that you haven't visited yet, and we'll see you guys back in about half an hour.
Take this pink ribbon off my eyes. I'm exposed, and it's no big surprise. Don't you think I know exactly where I stand? This world is forcing me to hold your hand. 'Cause I'm just a girl, a little lonely. Well, don't let me out of your sight. Oh, I'm just a girl, a pretty effigy. So don't let me have any rights. The moment that I step outside, so many reasons for me to run and hide. I can't do the little things I love so dear, 'cause it's all those little things that I fear. 'Cause I'm just a girl, I'd rather not be, 'cause they won't let me drive late at night. Oh, I'm just a girl, yes, I'm some kind of freak, but they all sit there with their eyes. Oh, I'm just a girl, take a good look at me, just a typical prototype. I'm just a girl in the world. That's all that you'll let me be. I'm just a girl living in captivity. Your rule of law makes me worrisome. Oh, I'm just a girl. What's my destiny? What I succumb to is making me numb. Oh, I'm just a girl. My apologies will become me so burdensome. Oh, I'm just a girl. Lucky me, sweet on there's no comparison. Feeling like a drop in the ocean that don't nobody notice. Maybe it's all just in your head. Feeling like you're trapped in your own skin, and now your body's frozen. Broken down, you've got nothing left. When you're high on emotion and you're losing your focus and you feel too exhausted to pray. Don't get lost in the moment or give up when you're closest. All you need is somebody to say it's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. When not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. When you're down and you feel ashamed, it's okay not to be okay. When you're high on emotion and you're losing your focus and you feel too exhausted to pray, don't get lost in the moment or give up when you're closest. All you need is somebody to say, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. When you're down and you feel ashamed, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's my heartbeat song and I'm gonna play it. Been so long I forgot how to turn it up, 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 up all night long. Up, up all night long.
queen bee. Want no smoke with me. Then turn this motherfucker up 800 degrees. My whole team eat chefs cause she's a treat. Ooh, she's so bougie, bougie. I'll never.
I've been waiting for this one. Turn it up.
Slow songs, they for skinny hoes. Can't move all of this here to one of those. gon' show. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let's go back to simplicity. I feel like I've been missing it. Was not who I'm supposed to be. I found this darkness with me. We all got there eventually. I never knew where I belong, but I was right and you were wrong. Been telling myself, don't be so hard on yourself, no. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I'll beat it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. I'm standing on top of the world, right where I wanna be. So how can this dark cloud keep raining over me? But hearts break and hell's a place that everyone knows. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let's go into simplicity. I feel like I've been missing it. Was not who I'm supposed to be. I felt this darkness over me. We all get there eventually. I never knew where I belong, but I was right and you were wrong. Been telling myself, don't be so hard on yourself, no. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I'll beat it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. I like to wave goodbye. I'm not to see my life through someone else's eyes. It's not an easy road, but no, I'm not alone. So I won't be so hard on myself no more. Don't be so hard on yourself, no. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I'll beat it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I'll feel it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Check my technique.
Live fast, die young, bad girls do it well. Live fast, die young, bad girls do it well. Live fast, die young, bad girls do it well. Live fast, die young, bad girls do it well.
it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye? Though it took some time to survive you, I'm better on the other side. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Don't stop now. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now, walk away, you know how, don't start caring about me now. Think about it, there must be a higher love down in the heart or hidden in the stars above. Without it, life is a wasted time.
Welcome back, welcome back. We're going to grab a seat. We're going to be learning all things SEO from our next speaker. Kind of trickle it in. We'll give it a minute or two, a second or two. How'd you guys like the meet and greet with Mina? Good? Got some good questions answered? Yeah, she's great. I'm definitely going to check out Good Bones tonight, 100th episode. All right, so the last few folks are trickling in. Please take a seat. We're going to get started here learning all things SEO from our next speaker. I'll wait for these folks to sit down. Guys, we've got so much great stuff for you today. Day 2 is jam-packed with a lot of great information, as was yesterday. So our next speaker, Zach Boozy-Cruz, he's going to be teaching us all about SEO. He is the CEO of Spontaneous and also the host of Behind the Stays podcast. And I was just talking with him backstage, and he said that he spends hundreds of hours analyzing and assessing Airbnb deals to send to his subscribers. So he's got a lot of great info he's going to be teaching us today. So let's bring Zach out. Let's give him a round of applause. Let's give it up for Zach Boozy-Cruz.
Hello, hello. Well, it is such an incredible privilege to be here with you all today. Thank you for that incredibly kind welcome. I have a confession to make. If you're staring at me and looking and wondering, should I know this person? Should I know this guy? The answer is absolutely not. I am very, very new to this space. This is actually the only the second STR event I've ever been to. So if you totally hate what I'm going to share with you today, please leave me a 1-star review and tell Sarah and Annette so they never invite me back to TFVCon. I hope that's not the case, but if it is, I fully expect you guys to leave me a terrible review. So since I am so new to the space, I just wanted to share a little bit about who I am. I've spent the last decade working in growth marketing, and I've been doing that primarily at an agency that serves nonprofit organizations and higher education institutions. So I'd work with some of the more well-known colleges and universities and help them find and attract the right fit talent for their programs. I really got to cut my teeth in marketing at this agency. In 2019, I had the privilege of marrying the love of my life in Assisi, Italy, and just a few months later, we got a call from our respective employers saying that we would be home for the next 2 weeks. Little did we know at the time that 2 weeks would turn into multiple years. And we were newlyweds living in a small 700 square foot apartment in downtown Washington, D.C. My wife's an attorney. She was on a bunch of important calls. I was leading growth at this agency. We were yelling at each other from different rooms. Really one room, our bedroom or the living room, saying, be quiet. My wife's like, you talk too loud. I'm like, you talk weird when you're on the phone. And it was a rocky start to the marriage. So we argue about whose idea it was to this day, but between you all and me, it was definitely my idea. But we thought, what if we broke our lease and tested this whole digital nomad lifestyle? So my wife pulled some of her lawyer magic. We were able to get out of our lease, and while we didn't know it at the time, we wound up spending the next year and a half living full-time on Airbnb. So we stayed in close to 100 different Airbnbs during this time. It was an incredible experience. We would have kept going, except we found out that this little guy, Matthias, was on his way. So our travels did have to come to an end, but not before we had an idea. And that idea would ultimately become Spontaneous. And the idea of Spontaneous was really simple. We realized if we could be flexible with where we went, when we went somewhere, and how long we stayed, we could actually score some pretty incredible last-minute deals. I'm a big travel nerd, as many of you in this space probably are as well. And I was a huge fan of Scott's Cheap Flights, which some of you might know and be subscribed to. They bring last-minute kind of airfare deals, primarily in the international space to subscribers. And I was shocked to find that I couldn't find something like that, but for Airbnbs. So I put my growth marketer hat on, and we whipped up a little landing page, and people liked it. So today, Spontaneous curates the best last-minute Airbnb deals from all around the world. We've got region-specific newsletters, country-specific newsletters. You could have deals within a 2-mile radius of where you live, sent to you daily, weekly, monthly, whatever your preference might be. We just launched in these new locations as well. So today, I consider myself an expert Airbnb deal finder. I also host a podcast called Behind the Stays. It's nowhere near as cool as the Thanks for Visiting podcast, but once you've binged all of their episodes, if you just have time to kill, give my show a listen. And then we built a couple of SaaS tools for short-term rental hosts who are interested in increasing their direct bookings. But enough about me. So a lot of the time you go to these events, right? And the content is a little bit like fast food, right? It tastes good in the moment. Everyone loves a Big Mac at first, right? But then a couple hours later, you're sitting on the tarmac, you're about to fly home, your stomach starts churning a bit, and you wonder, gosh, was that worth it? Did I get anything meaningful out of this event? Now, I think we can all agree that the content that Sarah and Annette have curated for this event has been exceptional so far, but most conferences, the content can be lacking. So my hope for us today is that the content that I share with you is a little bit more like a steak dinner. It's delicious in the moment, but more importantly, it's satiating and fueling so that when you go back to your respective homes, whether it's tonight or tomorrow morning, that you have the fuel that you need to take your business to the next level, whatever that next level is. Now, I'm here today to talk about SEO, or search engine optimization strategy. And the reality is it's an incredibly robust thing to talk about, and it's impossible to cover in just 30 minutes. So I'm going to be very targeted in what aspects of SEO I talk about today. And I was thinking about all right, how do I make this as helpful to all of you as possible? So I wanted to craft the entire presentation really around keyword research, because keyword research is one of the aspects of SEO that you do have control over. There are a lot of aspects of SEO that are a little bit harder. They're more technical, and many of us in this room don't have the opportunity to, or don't have the know-how to do that. But everyone in this room can learn how to conduct really great keyword research. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Now, SEO strategy is a little bit like a marriage, okay? Everyone's got an opinion on how you should do it, how you shouldn't do it. The reality of the situation is that the path to success with respect to SEO is many and varied, and it's totally relative, too, depending on what the goal of your business is. That said, there are some foundational elements that give you a better chance of winning, right? However winning looks or feels in your context. And I want to talk about those foundational elements today. I believe that keyword research is the heart of a great SEO strategy, right? If you don't know what terms you want to rank for or what terms you're qualified to rank for, nothing else about SEO matters, right? Which is why I want to talk about great keyword research today. So a little bit about our roadmap. I want to first and foremost talk about what makes a keyword worth targeting, right? How do you target a keyword? 2, I want to talk about how to build a ranking moat that's first focused on long-tail keyword searches. I'll explain what that is. There's a little bit of jargon there. Next, I want to talk about how to reverse engineer the person that's currently ranking in a top position that you would like to be ranking for. And then finally, I want to share a quick case study on how I got my business, Spontaneous, to rank #1 for last-minute Airbnb deals in 90 days. But let's go ahead and dive right in. So what makes a keyword worth targeting to begin with? Well, what is a keyword? In case there's anyone in this room that doesn't know what a keyword is not just one word. It's a string of words that a user puts into a search bar, right, looking for a specific answer to a specific question. So if Sarah and Annette wanted, thanks for visiting the conference website, they would love if the conference website ranked #1 for best events for STR property managers, right? That is an example of a keyword. Now, when it comes to SEO, you can read a lot of blogs, a lot of content out there on it, and a lot of folks will say, you can do it for free. And the reality is, you can start it for free, but if you really want to do this well, you have to invest in a tool. Now, these are 3 of the industry's leading tools. I'm partial to SEMrush. SEMrush is my favorite SEO tool, but any of these tools are really great. And why you need a tool when it comes to SEO strategy is that you need insight, right, around what people are actually searching for it, how many people are searching for a term in a particular month, and then maybe most importantly, what is your chance? What is your business's chance at actually winning a top ranking position on that term, right? So without a paid tool, it's really hard to get this level of insight. Now, for those of you who like, the quick little takeaways, or you like generalities, right? This is for you. So in general, when you conduct keyword research, you want to look for a term or terms that have a minimum of 100 searches per month, that have a keyword difficulty score of 60 or less, and in an ideal situation, you want to be ranking for a term or a similar term on that 3rd or 4th page of Google already. Now, this is hard to do. It doesn't preclude you from ranking for a term even if you don't rank at all. It's just a lot easier to go from that 3rd or 4th page of Google to that 1st page than it is to go from no pages to that 1st page. Now again, this is a general rule. We're going to break it in a second. You'll see. But when you start keyword research, you shouldn't start at keyword research at all until you've asked yourself these 3 questions. I call them the big 3. Number 1 is, are you trying to rank for a new keyword? Right? Maybe you rank for vacation rentals in Columbus already, but now you want to rank for luxury vacation rentals in Columbus. So are you trying to rank for a new keyword? Are you trying to rank higher for an existing keyword? Maybe you're on that in position 11, which means you're on that 2nd page of Google. And when's the last time anyone in this room went to the 2nd page of Google, right? So you want to get onto that 1st page, right? So are you trying to rank higher for an existing keyword? Or maybe you're really just trying to outrank a particular website. So maybe your competition in your market, maybe they rank a little higher than you for a particular term. You just want to beat Sally's Cool Cabins. If you beat Sally's Cool Cabins, you'll be happy. The strategies and tactics that you use will vary a little bit depending on what your chief goal is. So what makes a keyword worth targeting to begin with? First and foremost, it has to align with your brand, right? And not every collection, not every portfolio is like truly luxury. I spend a lot of time on Airbnb, right? Luxury is everyone's favorite adjective to use to describe their listing. Right? And I can tell you, there are a lot of listings. Luxury is, like beauty. It's a little bit like in the eye of the beholder, but still there are a lot of listings that promote themselves as luxury that I don't know that that's a true, honest representation of the product that they're offering, which is totally okay, by the way, right? Number two, you have to make sure people are searching for it. There's no point in trying to target a particular term if there's no demand for that term, or if there's no demand for that search in your respective market, right? So people have to be looking for the term already. Number three, ideally, you're ranking for similar terms. So let's go back to the luxury example, right? Maybe you do rank for cozy cottages in Hocking Hills, but you're building your first luxury cottage, right? And so you want to rank for like the person looking for a luxury cottage as well. That's a great example. Because you've already done the work of ranking well for cottages in Hocking Hills, it'll be way easier for you to rank for luxury cottage hills because you're already ranking in a meaningful way. And then finally, you want to make sure that your domain has appropriate authority. Now, we could talk about domain authority all day, and we're not going to, but think about domain authority as just like your street cred, your cred with Google, right? Like, does Google think that your website is qualified to be talking about the things that it's talking about? Right, so let's say you have a collection of homes in Ohio, but you're launching your very first, kind of urban STR in Miami, right? You might have a lot of street cred with Google with vacation rentals in Ohio, but you're brand new to Miami. So if you just whip up, a new listing page in Miami, it's going to take a little bit of time for Google to know whether or not they should trust you as sort of like the core page to send folks to who might be looking for urban stays in Miami. So you just want to make sure that you have enough credibility in your respective market. Now, why care about any of this? Why care about SEO? Why care about keyword research at all? You really shouldn't unless you want to build a hospitality brand, right? The book direct movement has like exploded recently. If any of you spend time on social media, you'll hear people talking about direct bookings all the time. Somebody was talking yesterday about how you go to like a real estate, networking event, and the first thing people ask are, how many doors do you have? Well, now it's like, what percentage of direct bookings do you have, right? Like this is like a thing that we all have decided that we care about. And I have a lot of strong opinions on this. From my perspective, like, unless you really want to build a hospitality brand and you want to really grow your portfolio, you're probably better off saving your time and not worrying about direct bookings. Now, before I get canceled, I think most of you who are in this room do care about building a hospitality brand, or you probably wouldn't be at an event like this, right? And hospitality brand doesn't mean like 1,000 listings, right? It could mean 10, it could mean 2, right? But the reason to care about SEO is it's the most sustainable way to build a pipeline of guest data that you own. Many of you invest a lot of time on Instagram, and that's great, right? I've been fortunate enough to meet some folks that have incredible followings on Instagram, right? And one of the things that they'll tell me offline is that a surprisingly low percentage of folks actually book via their Instagram, right? Instagram's great. It makes us feel good. We can put out incredible, wonderful content. There are success stories for sure, but those are the minority, not the majority, right? When it comes to SEO, that's your best chance at building a successful pipeline if you want to build up a direct booking strategy. So let's talk a little bit about targeting long-tail keywords. So where do you start when it comes to keyword research? Well, we would love, or many of us in this room would love to rank number one anytime somebody Googled Airbnb or vacation rentals, right? But these, what we call head keywords or short-tail keywords, you will never rank for this, right? No one in this room will rank for this because the top hospitality brands in the world, the Verbos, the TripAdvisors, the Airbnbs, they're ranking for these sorts of terms, right? So if you can't rank for vacation rentals generally, what could you rank for? And this is where we get into long-tail keyword targeting. When you're doing long-tail keyword targeting, it's really important to consider what I call the crucial four. First and foremost, right, you want to unbundle your portfolio's UVPs, your unique value propositions. What is it about your offering that is truly unique? Number two, you want to use ChatGPT to brainstorm keywords, right? We could talk all about generative AI today. We're not going to, but using a tool like ChatGPT to help you get insight into the terms and topics that you could rank for will save you so much time. We used to, at the agency I worked at, we used to like all get into a room, we had like whiteboard walls, right? And we'd like just spitball keywords that we could potentially rank for. We'd spend hours and hours and hours. Like clients were paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for us to sit in a room and like ideate a particular keyword that they might rank for. Now we can do it in seconds with ChatGPT, right? You want to validate your search relevance. You want to make sure there are people looking for the term that you want to target. And then 4, you want to validate keywords on social media, right? You want to make sure that there's some sort of buzz about the topic or term you want to rank for happening on Instagram or TikTok. So let's kind of walk through what this would look like. First and foremost, you want to unbundle your portfolio's unique value propositions. If you have a larger portfolio, right, you might want to segment your stays into specific collections. By the way, if you guys want a really great example of somebody who's in the TFV community who's crushing this, go look at Chelsea, I'm forgetting her last name, but from Digsco. She has done a really good job on her website of being really specific. Oh, there she is. Hey, Chelsea. She's organized her stays into these collections, right? So like, if you just want a visual example, go check out her website. So first and foremost, you want to break these down into collections. This should go without saying, but your target collections, the ones you start with, should only be in areas that you want to grow in. Right? If you're done with urban stays for whatever reason, right, then don't focus your time and energy and attention on trying to rank higher for urban stays, right? Focus maybe more on that luxury cabin market. So unbundle your portfolio's UVPs. Here are some questions that you should ask yourself as you're trying to do this. Right? Number 1, what are 3 amenities guests love most about our stays? What's that thing that someone responds right after check-in? That message that you get that's, oh my gosh, X is so beautiful, or Y is so incredible, right? What are those amenities that guests love most? 2, who is your guest avatar really? Not who do you want it to be, not who you wish it was, but who's actually staying at your place. Maybe you have a great place for couples. Maybe your place is terrible for couples, but great for family reunions, right? Really lean in and own your core target market. Number 3, what are the inarguable advantages that you have over competitors in your market? You know, maybe you've got a slide from like the top bunk bed that like kids in the area just like love, right? Use that to your advantage. And then is it more important, is it more about the location or the home itself? Like why are people coming to your place? Are they coming to it because it's downtown and it's really close to the convention center, right? Or are they coming to it because, you know, the woman in the relationship started following this A-frame on Instagram, they have to stay there. Like why are they coming? And also like what are you not? It's really good to do the work of understanding what we're not. We're not everything. And anyone that says that they're everything is lying, right? Take some time, make a list of the things that you're not. All right, so let's walk through an example. Let's say you've got your collection. It's one-of-a-kind luxury experiences in Hocking Hills. I'm picking on Hocking Hills because we're right by it. By the way, I had no idea what Hocking Hills was until I got into this Airbnb space, and it's amazing just how many incredible, unique stays are in this, you know, place in Ohio that I'd never heard of. But you know, let's pretend this is your collection. What you're going to do is you're going to go to ChatGPT and you're going to insert a prompt. Now, generative AI tools, raise your hand if you've experimented with ChatGPT. Oh, good, more than I thought. Amazing, wonderful. Okay, so these tools are only as good as the prompts that you give them. Okay, so here's an example of a freaking long prompt, but you'll see what this gets us, right? So bear with me here. I operate a vacation rental, a collection of short-term rentals that are often referred to as Airbnbs in Hocking Hills, Ohio. It focuses on the luxury market. We pay special attention to amenities that our families care a lot about, such as sheets from Brooklinen, chairs from Pottery Barn, and Nespresso coffee makers that we bought on Minoan. Each of our properties also has a pool with more than enough umbrellas for each guest, yada yada, pickleball courts, volleyball courts. Please suggest 20 different specific keywords with search volume of more than 50 per month that I should consider targeting if I want to rank higher for those terms. This is a long prompt, right? But this is the kind of detail that you got to go into if you want good results. So what does ChatGPT get us? Again, all of the keywords automatically, it'll spit out keywords that meet my search criteria, right, and meet the monthly search volume that I set. Let's pretend we go with these 4, because these 4 best represent my portfolio. So top-rated Hocking Hills cottages, Hocking Hills vacation houses with pickleball courts, right? Next thing that you're going to do is you're going to plug it in to your SEO tool, right? I use SEMrush, as I said earlier. You want to get a sense for, do I have a fighting chance? Does my domain, does my website have a fighting chance at winning on these terms? So we do that, and what do we find? we find that, hey, top-rated Hocking Hills Cottages has 50 searches per month and a keyword difficulty score of 28. Now, if you remember, right, the golden rule is you ideally want to target terms that have 100 or more searches per month, that the keyword difficulty score is 60 or less, and that you have some ranking cred already. That said, right, if you 50 searches per month isn't bad. Look at that keyword difficulty score. Right, that's 28. 28 means you have a really good chance at ranking pretty quickly for that particular term, should you target it, because the competition is low, okay? So again, this is a general rule for guidance only. So what happens if a keyword has low or no monthly search volume? All right, so maybe you use your tool and you type in like cute vacation rentals for couples who want to bring their dog, and it says no one's looking for this right now, right? Well, that's when you want to go to social, because here's the reality, guys. These tools, they don't update as frequently as you think that they should, and so if you want timely conversation, to go to social. Type that social and see how many days have happened around that particular term or some version of that term. This will give you a really, really good understanding of, hey, maybe the SEO tools just need some time to catch up, right? And if you go and you rank for this term now, like, you have a fighting chance of ranking in a very, very competitive position. So always fact check, if you will, a particular keyword on social. Don't just rely on the SEO tool. Some SEOs would kill me for saying that, but I don't know. For all my experiments, I believe that this is to be true. All right. So that's how you should get started with some keyword research. Now, how do you discern, right, why a page might be ranking in the position that you want to rank for, right? So here's how you reverse engineer that current ranker. If you want to rank for a particular term, you've got to understand who your competition is, and then you have to out-optimize them. Okay? One of the most beautiful things about how Google has decided to rank content is Google ranks content based on the page, right? Not the website as a whole, which is why you have the opportunity to outrank someone like an Airbnb, because Google cares so much about specific content. What is Google trying to do? Google's trying to provide the best possible value to its searchers as quickly as possible, right? That is their chief objective. So if you've got better content than a similar Airbnb listing, Google will send users to your website because it is helping their users. It's helping get their users answers to their questions quicker and in a more comprehensive fashion. So again, Google ranks content by the page, not by the actual website. So this is where we get to the slide 5. So your approach, if you want to usurp the person that's ranking number 1 for the keyword that you want to rank for, you first got to find them, right? Who is that current ranker? Then you got to Sherlock Holmes the heck out of that ranking page and do your best to understand why might they be ranking really well, right? What competitive advantage do they have, if any? You want to assess their competitive availability. Then you need to develop your own ranking strategy. So how are you going to outrank them, right? It's impossible. There's no silver bullet here. Google doesn't say, hey, if you want to usurp this person, here's exactly what you do, right? So you got to put your best foot forward, but at the end of the day, it's still a guess. Then you want to publish, wait, tweak, test your content, and repeat. The best way to increase your ranking around a particular term or topic is consistency. Those of you who are crushing it on Instagram, you know that it's all about consistency, right? The same is true for SEO. You don't know when that post is going to go viral. You don't know which post is going to go viral, right? Amy from All Blanco had a viral post pretty recently that I don't know that you ever expected would go viral, and it did, right? And so you don't know when it's going to happen, but if you do the work, if you put in the time, if you remain consistent, it will happen. Okay, find the current ranker. So let's say we're trying to rank for Hocking Hills cabins for large groups, right? Right now, the person ranking number 1 for this particular keyword search is hockinghills.com, okay? Hockinghills.com ranks number 1 for this. So this is the ranking page. If you want your website to rank number 1, your website page to rank number 1 for this term, here's what you got to do, right? This site looks a little outdated. Maybe it loads slowly. How many times does the target keyword show up on the page? How long is the page? Are there any videos on the page, right? One of the most important ranking factors that Google looks at is how much time is the user spending on the page? Right? Because in theory, if you're spending a lot of time on a page, you're getting a lot of value from it. So dropping and embedding a video on a page is one of the best ways to increase time spent on page, because if folks are watching a video, they're probably watching they're probably spending at least 10 seconds, 20 seconds, if not a couple of minutes on your page. So step one, you want to understand, or step two, why might they be ranking? Like, obsess over this page, right? Then assess competitive availability. So if you take that search term and you throw it into our fancy SEO tools, what will you find? Well, what you'll find is that the keyword difficulty for that term is only 28%, right? That means they're vulnerable, right? That means that you actually have an opportunity to outrank them pretty quickly. And there's good monthly search volume, 390 searches per month around that particular term. Right? So this is checking all the boxes for what we would look for if we wanted to outrank our competition. And then finally, you've got to develop a ranking strategy. So you got to ask yourself questions like, do we rank for the term at all? Do we have any existing content that we could quickly repurpose using those keywords? We could splice in some new keywords, right? Does that exist? How many times, could we make the keyword work and fit into the context of the content without it just sounding like we're keyword stuffing, right? If you're going to battle with a top ranking page and they're a Goliath and you're a David, you've got to understand why they rank, right? And only after you understand, and again, you will never actually know, by the way, right? Any SEO that tells you they can tell you exactly why a page ranks is full of it. You don't actually know. But, right, you have these parameters, these guidelines, these reference points that we can use to try to make sense of it. So I want to close with this case study, right, of how I got my website, Spontaneous, to rank #1 for last-minute Airbnb deals in 90 days. By the way, I know this is a lot of content, and I'm going really fast. I will give all of you guys all this content. I didn't have enough time, so I'm speeding through this. But if you just follow this step by step by step, it'll be helpful. But I'll give you guys all the slides later. So this is my website, right? And what our chief objective is, I wanted this page, this homepage, to rank #1 for last-minute Airbnb deals. Okay. In the keyword that I am targeting is the arch nemesis, right? Or is the goat. Airbnb is part of the keyword that I'm targeting. It's hard, right? It's hard to outrank Airbnb. So I wanted my homepage to rank well because I knew that if I could get more people to this page, I could convert new subscribers at a higher rate. So why I care about this is I want more people subscribed to my newsletters, right? So the goal was, could I get to #1 in 90 days? And I wanted this page to rank. So on day 90, when we just started out, I did some keyword research. I used my fancy SEO tools, logged in, and found out that, okay, there's 480 people per month searching for Airbnb last-minute deals. Last-minute Airbnb deals, there's another 390. And surprisingly, the keyword difficulty score for these terms are pretty low, right? So it gave me the courage that I needed to really kind of go all in on this. Now, again, we were already ranking for this keyword, but we were on that 4th page of Google. But I ask you guys again, when's the last time any one of you went to the 4th page of Google, right? Probably never, at least not in a couple decades. The reality of the situation is you're basically dead if that's where you're ranking, but that's where we were. So here's what we did. Here was our ranking strategy. First and foremost, we did what I just walked us through in the previous section. We dissected the ranking page. Right? I knew that I thought if I could target regional keywords first, so like Airbnb deals in California or Airbnb deals in Columbus, I thought if I can own the regional keyword, then Google will probably give me enough regional keywords, Google will give me the credit for the core keyword. That was my hypothesis. I knew that in order to rank well, because Google ranks content at the page level, I needed to create well-structured, unique pages that were really focused on that particular region. And I also knew that I needed to update the content 3 to 4 times a week to make sure that it was timely. Google cares a lot about timely content. Quick little pro tip, just if you do have a website already, even spending a little bit of time every week updating a page on that website in some capacity will increase your cred with Google, okay? And then 5, this was the little growth hacker in me. I thought, okay, what if I can find a way to offer new subscribers an incentive to go find us on the 4th page of Google, right? So this was the little growth hack, and I'll show you what happened here. So this was the ranking page. I pulled it up and I dissected the heck out of it, right? I counted the number of times the keyword appeared on the page. I counted how many words were on the page. I monitored how long it took the page to load, right? All of these, again, are ranking factors that Google uses to determine which content to prioritize. I started with regional keywords, as I mentioned before. Now, if you'll note, right, the keyword search volume here, it breaks my rule of 100 per month. But again, these were really specific regional keywords. And I was really targeting the larger keyword, and I thought the way to get there was to start regionally. So I was okay that the search volume here was less than 100. Then I created well-structured pages. So Airbnb deals in the Midwest USA, Airbnb deals in the West USA, right? And I made sure to include that core keyword, versions of the keywords, and I made sure that this page loaded really, 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 really fast, okay? I also updated these pages almost daily, as I mentioned before, just to signal to Google that, hey, this content is active, it's timely, it's relevant. On day 45, halfway through, we had moved from position 40 to position 18. So we were on that second page of Google, right? And this is where my growth hack came in. I said, okay, I know a thing about social, I know a thing about marketing. How do I get people to go find us on the second page of Google? So all over social, we emailed our current subscriber base, we talked to others on social and said, look, every 10th person that subscribes, we'll give a $10 gift card if they go and Google last minute Airbnb deals and they click to that second page of Google and click on spontaneous, right? I had no idea if this would do anything, right? I still don't know if it did anything, but, right, on day 88, we ranked number 1 for last minute Airbnb deals. So one of the things I'll just say here is like, we actually never ranked regionally. So like if you Google like Airbnb deals in California, like spontaneous never actually ranked for that. So again, I don't know. I don't know why we rank now, other than we rank, right? But we took a very methodical approach, right? And the approach that I've outlined is something that you guys can use in your respective contexts. So just some closing thoughts, because I know I'm at time here. First and foremost, do the work of distilling your unique value. Every single one of you has something unique to offer. Even if you don't have a tree house or a crazy luxurious cabin, there's a reason people come to your place to stay, right? Own that. Own that UVP. Be really, really proud of it. Leverage ChatGPT to help you brainstorm. Like these AI tools are incredibly helpful when it comes to helping us brainstorm at scale, right? That's the way I like to think about these tools. They're brainstormers at scale. Number 3, validate your current ranking relevance. Right? Use these tools to make sure that you have a good understanding of what ranks and why it ranks. And then lastly, be ridiculously consistent. You guys are hustlers, you guys are business builders, you guys are entrepreneurs in this space, you know hard work. The same thing applies to any new marketing strategy or tactic that you're going to implement. You can't give up after 30 days because you're not ranking number 1 for best Airbnb ever, right? And so do the work, put in the time. You guys are really great at committing to things. You have to commit to SEO in the same way. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Zach. This curtain's going to take one of us out one of these days. How awesome is that? How informative. I feel like you can never learn enough about SEO, especially when it comes to running your own business. So thank you, Zach, for that. Now, our next speaker is going to come to the stage. Now, he has over 20 years experience in both residential, commercial, real estate, ranging from single-family homes to multifamily, commercial warehousing, and self-storage. Anybody in self-storage out here? Okay, couple. Well, he's also one of the very talented coaches within the HBMM membership as well. And he's going to be talking to us today all about how to find the best deals. He's also the co-founder of Wander Chat. Let's welcome to the stage Mike Hicks.
What's up, guys? This is exciting to be here. So honored to be here, and I thank Sarah and Annette for the opportunity. I've got a little bit of business to take care of before I get started. I'm going to talk about doors and building your portfolio, building it with intention, strategic investing. But before we get into doors and showing you some of my properties and some of the houses I started out with, I'm going to tell you about the house that I'm in right now. And that's the dog house. Some of you know my wife's birthday was Sunday, and I wasn't there. So could I get everybody to tell her happy birthday with that? I'm going to get my camera out. And her name is Tia. And my friend group thinks that she doesn't exist, but she is real. Tia with quotations. We'll do it on 3. Yeah. Happy birthday, Tia, and I'll record it. 1, 2, 3.
Happy
Thank you so much. So again, talking about doors, we've talked about doors. A lot of people have mentioned doors and how many doors do you have, and you know the relevance of that. Is it relevant that you have 50 doors, 100 doors, 2,000 doors? What is the relevance there? And for me, a long time ago, starting out at 19 years old, the more doors, the better. I thought, you know, if I have 50 doors, that's great. If I have 100 doors, even better. But when I got to that number, 50, 45, I realized that my lifestyle wasn't meeting the strategy, the doors that I had. And so I tried to change things up a little bit. So a little bit about me. I'm a family guy. I do residential building, new construction, spec homes, long-term rentals. We have some commercial warehousing, self-storage. I like to build unique tiny homes. That's where I'm having fun. And then we do the short-term rentals. Get in the room. This is the biggest thing to me, is getting in these rooms, going to these seminars. I used to go to one a month and try to learn as much as I could, but also meet as many people as I could. So getting in the room to me is the biggest piece of my real estate career. The connections that I've made over the years, the introductions that I've had, it's all been from getting in the room. If you need it, or it's part of the short-term rental business, or real estate in general, you're likely to find it in this room or the room of other seminars that you're going to, because that's why those people are there. Talking at the bar and the opening ceremonies, I've talked to folks that were, Bridget, she built a short-term rental that's an escape room. How cool is that? That's the first one I've seen. The Cliffs at Hocking Hills, they're here. Again, got a great group right here in the middle. Wedding venues, bachelorette parties. You know, if it's been done in short-term rentals, it's probably in this room right now. Unique vacation rentals, glamping sites with Shastas. I've heard of golf carts turned into Model T looking, units to drive for their guests. So get in here and network and meet with these people. Nina mentioned earlier about buying what she thought she could afford, and Bill mentioned yesterday about you are what you attract. So a little bit more about my background. Growing up, my dad worked, my mom stayed at home, but they were a dynamic team. My dad would carry the shingles up on the roof at night when they were building their house, and my mom nailed them on during the day. They hand dug their swimming pool. When we traveled, we brought back the shampoo. We took every bit of it, and then asked for extra. And then, we go to McDonald's, and we're pulling the ketchup packets out of the bag and squirting them in the ketchup bottle. We ate pinto beans when the money ran out. So when I started buying at 19, the house on the right was my first home. That was at 19. It was a HUD home, $32,000. We didn't have YouTube. We didn't have Bigger Pockets. We didn't have TFV telling me what to do. So I was buying what I thought I could afford, and then we put it to work. So I lived in that house for 2 years when we first got married, bought the house next door with seller financing at 19, and then bought about 7 more houses on that street and 15 in the neighborhood, just by having conversations. And those were driving for dollars. It was in the newspaper. It wasn't like you could go online and pull up the MLS. You were pulling up the Sunday paper and driving the neighborhoods and figuring out what neighborhoods you wanted to invest in and what your numbers had to look like. You pull in your own comps. This was the first house I built. I was late 19, early 20 years old, so that would have been 2000, 2001. I came back from college after a semester and a half. I realized it wasn't for me. They were making me take archery and PE and things that were not relevant to my career as a game warden that I wanted to be, the park ranger. So I came back, I went to a developer friend that I'd worked for as a kid and said, I want to build a house. He fronted me the lot, which means he deeded it to me without me paying him for it. He created a note and held that note without recording it. So I was able to take that, go to the bank, and use that as collateral to build the home. Creative financing, using your relationships, your talents to catapult you to the next level. Write these three things down. Just think of three things that you would do if you were financially free, real quick. Three things you would do if you're financially free. So these are the properties that we're building now. We're still building the stick-built specs, but those are kind of what I'm enjoying doing now. But three things that you would do if you're financially free. I'll pace back and forth this whole time. I'm going to wear this floor out. How many people put travel? Okay, a lot of hands. How many people put family? A lot of hands. What about volunteering or giving back? Those are the top three answers when this question is usually asked. So when you're building your portfolio, think about what you're doing with intentionality to reach those three things for you, whatever those three things are, but those are the top three. What would my mentor say when asked, what did you do right, what did you do wrong, and what would you have done differently? And we sit around at these seminars and we talk after the fact in the bar at night and just have these conversations. When asked what they did right, they started before they were ready. So they weren't completely ready to start, but they jumped off and did it anyway, failed forward, made the mistakes, learned, and did it again. When they were asked what they did wrong, they sold too many properties. We got flippers in here. I saw some people earlier that said they were flipping houses. We've done over 200 fix and flips, new construction, and buying holds in the last 23 years. That is one of my regrets, and the same thing for them. They sold too many houses. I wish I'd held more for rentals. The biggest one, overwhelmingly, when asked what would you have done differently, is I would have quit sooner. At 75, 85, 65, they're looking back and saying, man, I would give up this wealth for another 40 years. So, again, think about it. This is a house we bought, 5,000 square feet, gated neighborhood, heated pool, whole 9 yards. It was full of junk. The lady was, it was paid for, but it was still a burden to her. She had gotten a divorce. She had moved into town. This is about 20 minutes outside of town. So she's paying, $800 a month in utilities, taxes, insurance, those sorts of things. And then she's paying those same things on her new apartment downtown along with her rent payment. So you can see how that's a problem for her. It's bleeding a little bit, costing her a little bit of money every month. This is a lead off of a banner in the basketball gym. It's one of those things you do, you're helping the basketball team out. You never expect to see anything from it, but, it's where I went to high school, so I thought I'd do it. I got one call from the sign, and it was students trying to sell me to school. So it didn't pay off in that aspect, but the lady that sold me the ad went to work and started talking about it, and she gave me this lead. So I went and sat down with the seller, and we're thinking about the terms. She's willing to finance. We had that conversation. So we offered $325, $15,000 down, and $1,500 a month until paid. We were intending on making it short-term rental, but we bought it in February of 2020. March of 2020, our minds changed, and we made it a long-term rental. So we bought this and set up those terms to where we could afford to make the payments as a long-term rental. It would do even better as a short-term rental. But we always set up our properties and our purchases with the deal after the deal in mind. We try to use what we have to get what we need to get what we want. Always thinking about the deal after the deal. So I never intended to hold this property long-term. We try to, and if you look back at that payment, $1,500 a month until paid, anybody know what that is right offhand? What type of term that is? $1,500 a month until paid. It's no interest. No interest. So it's a zero interest loan. It figures out about 18 years. We held that property 3 years. We sold it early this year and used it to exchange into this property. Now, I built on it, but we bought 3 lots and then a Gulf front condo in Gulf Shores. So it's just a stepping stone. Always looking to upgrade our properties, even the tree houses that we build. In 5 or 6 years, when the trend is different and something different's going on and my life's different, it'll be an exit into whatever that is at the time. So don't get attached to your homes. When the economy's good, upgrade your worst homes, trade in 2 or 3 and buy one. One good door versus 3 bad doors, I'll take it any day. This is another deal. This is one we bought. It was a HUD home. It didn't look like that when I had it. You could see the house. But we bought that HUD home. We put carpet in it, or stretched the carpet and hung mirrors, and then put it up for rent. We held it for 5 years. This is one I built in 2007. 2008, it didn't sell, so we held on to it for a rental. We took those 2 along with this commercial building that I built. My wife wanted to open a tanning salon, so I built her a building. That was 04, 05, when people were tanning more. And but we rented it to ourselves and to a school. Those 3 properties totaled $4,700 a month in income. We got those properties under contract. We had a replacement property lined up with a 1031 exchange, and that's this building. 40,000 square feet, 8,000 square feet of office. Just a really cool building. Wood beams, built in 1890. A lot of character on the inside. Outside's not there yet, but the current landlord had it rented at $4,500 a month and wanted $525 for it. And I knew the numbers wouldn't work, but I knew that building was well under rented too. So we negotiated. We agreed on a price. We sold those other properties for $460, $470, and bought this one for $525. Now our terms on this one were $250 down. So we took the equity from the other 3 properties and moved them to this building. Our payment here is $2,000 a month until paid. We renegotiated the rent to $12,200 a month. So I got rid of 4 doors, picked up 4 more, but our rent's tripled almost. So always be looking to up your income and deal with the same number of doors or fewer. So that's where I am. If I can sell 3 of those little mill houses and get 1 3-2 brick rancher, that's what I want to do. This is another deal. This is the same neighborhood with the mill houses. There was 15 of those. Like I said, I bought those one at a time over 7 or 8 years. That's another one, same thing. It didn't look that good when I had it. I promise you that. It was a HUD house. We got it and rented it for a few years and then flipped it to buy this. So we upgraded those 15 houses that were bringing in about 7 a month to a self-storage facility that's bringing in 22 a month. Again, seller financing, 5% interest. He wasn't willing to go 0. You don't win them all, but 5% interest, I'm happy there with a commercial loan. So think about properties that you have that might not be performing as well as you'd like them to, and think about where you'd like to be. So maybe you have 3 properties in Lynchburg and you want a property in the Outer Banks, and you sell those 3 properties and use those to buy your beach house on Outer Banks that produce the same income, but you're managing 1 property instead of 3. That's where we're looking. So the warehouse, the storage facility, it's all a stepping stone. It's the deal after the deal. It's using what we have to get what we need to get what we want. So these are a stepping stone to a campground on the water for me, a vineyard with a venue for my wife. That might be 3 or 4 years. It might be 5 years. But those are the stepping stones, and that's what we're doing. We continually move up till we get what we want. This building, I paid $40,000 for that building, and it was junk. I mean, it was rough. So Mina talked about setting the comps in your neighborhood earlier. That's what we were doing. We were buying commercial buildings in the neighborhood and buying them for $40,000 and $50,000, and then the bank has a foreclosure they bring in, and they've got the price at $250,000. And I'm calling the bank saying, hey, I want this building, but it's only worth $50,000. And they said, well, can you show me the comps to support that? I said, absolutely I can, because I've just done 3 others. And, they didn't like it, but they sold me their property for $50,000. But I turned around and sold this one for exactly what I paid for it, $40,000. Now, why would I do that? Anybody got any ideas? What? Just to get rid of it? No, so, it's in my hometown. I'm proud of my community. It struggles. It's an up-and-coming community like a lot of communities. But I found a restaurateur that was willing to invest $350,000 to $400,000 into the building, and I owned the lot next door. All right, so a rising tide raises all ships, right? So we're elevating everything in the community, and my property next door just happens to be a byproduct of that. And we're building we're building a pizza restaurant with 9 shipping containers. So that's where I'm having fun. I'm, being intentional with what I do. I don't want to build spec homes anymore. It's the same paint, the same carpet, the same cabinets. White Arcadia cabinets from Lowe's. Who else use those? Yeah, the same toilets. I mean, it's the same story for me, Mina, and David. I mean, I'm hearing the same thing repetitively for Bill. Bill's killing it. And that's where I'm going. Be who you want to be the investor you want to be. I'm not telling you not to do 500 homes and not to own 500 homes, because I will never tell anybody not to reach their full potential. But be intentional about it and build around your family, build around your lifestyle, and make it yours. Everybody's different. Not everybody's going to agree with me. Not everybody's going to learn from me. We're all going to learn from people differently. Find the people that you learn from and latch onto them and run with them, okay? That might be me, that might be somebody else. Learn from those people and build your business. But don't just do it because somebody else is doing it and you think, oh, they got 50 doors, I want 50 doors. Well, I'll put my 7 up with most people's 30s, income-wise and management-wise. A long time ago, everybody talks about ROI. The older I get, the more I want to work on ROE, and that's return on effort. I don't want to work like I used to. I say that, but Friday before I came up here, I was covered in concrete, pushing wheelbarrows, shoveling concrete into a footer. But again, that's the way I was raised. My mom taught me to do that, and I still enjoy getting out there. When the opportunity arises, take it. This is a picture of a hot seat. I was in Tampa for a seminar. Did I miss a joke? Somebody got something on me? Okay, yeah. Take the opportunity. I was in Tampa, and they said, we're going to do a hot seat panel. We'll have 5 very experienced investors up here after dinner, or at the end of the day before dinner, and you can ask any question you want. That was at 9 o'clock that morning. Submit your questions. We're going to take 5 or 6. I work through, we go through to lunch, and they come back and say, nobody submitted questions. If you want, this is your opportunity to ask these investors a question. So I write down a question on a piece of paper and I turn it in. I thought, what the heck, I'll take the chance. Well, 5 o'clock rolls around and they call me up to the front of the room and they hand me my paper and I read the paper to the panelists and I say, what is the best way to approach a private lender? Well, I've been using private lenders for 10 years at that point, and seller financing. So, I knew what to say. I knew how to talk. But how better of an opportunity to get in front of a room full of 300 people and another 100 on Zoom and say, hey, I'm looking for private lenders. I had 8 people come up to me after the event. We funded the next 3 builds with those individuals. So take the opportunity. If you notice, I've been sitting at the back corner the whole time. I don't like being up here. I'm nervous as all get out. I'm shaking inside. But take the opportunity, get on the hot seat, and take advantage of it. I'll leave with this one, and then I'll open up for questions. I was on a cruise. It was a seminar. It was a real estate investing cruise. And we're in the little room, and then we get out. There's probably 150 of us. We get out. We're out into the lobby area. And we're talking, everybody's networking, and everybody's going to the bathroom. And I look over, and there's a door with a big F on it, a big red F. And there's a woman standing in front of it, and she's just, hardcore pee-pee dance, going at it. And I'm talking. I wait a couple more minutes, and I walk over to her, and I said, ma'am, is everything okay? She said, yeah, but I really need to go to the bathroom. It's been locked, and nobody's come out. I said, well, ma'am, that's the fire extinguisher. So the bathroom's over there. There's so many people in the room that have already been to that bathroom and already done it and didn't make that mistake, or made the mistake and can tell you how to do it right. So take advantage of those people, build those relationships, find somebody that's already done it. You don't have to remake that mistake. I'll be glad to tell you what saved me 10 grand in 3 years of my life. And most people are, and they're willing to share. So reach out to those people. Again, they're in this room. Take advantage of that. Be the purple cow in a world full of black and white and brown cows. Be different. There's my contact information if you want to find me. My phone number's up there, email. And I've got about 7 minutes for questions.
Yeah, let's give it up for Mike real quick.
Thanks.
That was awesome. With a very similar
You want to cut my
upbringing.
question short?
Yeah, no. We have
Okay,
time for a
let's
couple
do
of
it.
questions.
Tommy's
Anyone?
got a question.
I'm going to make my way. Still got to hold the mic, though.
Mike, you talked about seller financing, and I feel like I happen to know what that means, but maybe a lot of other people don't. Can you actually talk about, because you talk, I think your second deal or even your first deal, you seller financed. Like, can you give a run through of what does that look like, maybe what the conversation with that person looks like, and what that even means? Because there's words we say to people we buy from, there's words we say in a room like this.
I'm usually pretty direct with the seller, and I'll say carry the note, seller finance. Most people understand. For me, it came. My dad was a mailman, and he wheeled and dealed, and while he's driving out on his mail route, he's picking up cars, boats, whatever, something that's broken on the side of the road that somebody's thrown out in the trash. He's bringing it home, welding it, repairing it, whatever, and then setting it down at the road for sale. And so I grew up walking down to the road with my dad and watching him haggle and watching him wheel and deal. And so I financed a four-wheeler when I was 12 years old, and I asked the guy that, it was the same developer that fronted me the lot. But I said, hey, will you carry it for me? And he did $50 a month until I paid him off, at 12 years old. So it's natural to me to have those conversations. I'm not afraid to ask. But that's the thing. Everybody says, well, how do you get 0% interest? And I saw somebody the other day on a Facebook post, 3%, that's not possible. You can't get somebody to do 3%. And I just showed you two, and I've got 6 or 7 others that are at 0. I'm not afraid to ask. I can start at 0. I can always come up. They might say, well, I need 3. Are you okay with 3 right now? Yeah. So it's asking. The same way as the lady in the bathroom. Ask. 9 times out of 10, they're not going to kill you.
Any other questions?
Right here. They're not doing it anymore. There is another one, and I'll find that for you on break. Yeah. The real estate cruise that I went on, it used to be Captains of the Deals, but they discontinued that and started another one. Anybody else?
We got time for maybe 1 or 2.
Over here.
I'm coming.
Yell it.
Don't run with your baby.
Where's the pizza place that you're building with the storage containers?
It's Northwest Georgia, just south of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Awesome.
So we're a suburb. I can walk to Chattanooga in 3 or 4 minutes. So we're that close. But yeah, Northwest Georgia.
Cool. Thank you.
Coming.
So with the shipping containers, is the area already, you know how that you have to get like permits from the city, is that already zoned for?
So the way I try to buy property is there's no zoning there. So the way I try to buy property is I figure out where I want to be. So we might have, I call it an ABC corner or triangle, ABC triangle, and we'll just use Atlanta, Birmingham, Chattanooga for an example. I want to be in that triangle because I'm pulling from all 3 cities. And then I want to get as close as I can to one of those cities, but away enough to do away with the regulation, if that makes sense. So we can't always do away with it, but we can get as little as possible. But the thing is, there's so much to that. Even if the county doesn't have regulation, a lot of times the seller will place deed restrictions that will still limit the square footage and the types of homes you can have. So you just got to watch that too. People will try to sell unrestricted land. It may be unrestricted by the county, but not restricted by, but restricted by the seller. And it may be unrestricted by the seller and restricted by the county. So take that at face value.
Got another question.
Where do you get shipping containers?
There's a broker. If you email me, I'll send you the name. But the last few I bought off Facebook Marketplace, so it's not. I just look and see where I can get them for the most affordable rate at the time. And usually they have to deliver them from a couple hours away because, like, I usually get them out of Atlanta, but they're coming in the port in Savannah. Go ahead.
So we're actually at time,
Oh.
but
So I
Mike will
got
be
4
here.
minutes. That's right.
We got to wrap for lunch. I was just instructed, but you can find Mike all throughout the conference with the rest
Go
of your
ahead.
questions. But let's give him another round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are going to break for lunch. My VIPs, I will be in there doing a Q&A on all things location rentals. So if there was something that I didn't cover yesterday, or you got your wheels start spinning around productions, meetings, event spaces, if you've got something that you just want to find out, please come find me in the VIP lounge, and everybody else will see you back after lunch.
Hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Yeah, well, give me all you got, don't hold it back. Yeah, well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. Yeah, no offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
pretty. Your face is a work of art. Your smile could probably light up New York after dark. Okay, your cover boy pretty, stamped with a beauty mark. But it's such a pity, a boy so pretty with
The sun goes down, the stars come out, and all that counts is here and now. My universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came. You cast a spell on me. You hit me like the sky fell on me, and I decided you look well on me, So let's go somewhere no one else can see you and me. Turn the lights out now, I'll take you by the hand you another drink. Drink it if you can. Can you spend a little time? Time is slipping away from us, so stay with me. I can make you glad you came. The sun goes down, the stars come out, and all that counts is here and now. My universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. You cast a spell on me. You hit me like the sky fell on me, and I decided you look well on me, So let's go somewhere no one else can see you and me. Turn the lights out now, I'll take you by the hand you another drink. Drink it if you can. Can you spend a little time? Time is slipping away from us, so stay with me. I can make you glad you came. The sun goes down, the stars come out, and all that counts is here and now. My universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. So glad you came. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. The sun goes down, the stars come out, and all that counts is here and now. My universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came.
She sees him walking in a straight line. That's not really her style. They all got the same heartbeat, but hers is falling behind.
Nothing in this world could ever bring them down. Yeah, they're invincible, and she's just in the background. And she says, I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids. He says I'm talking with a big smile, but they haven't got a clue. Yeah, they're living the good life, can't see what he is going through. They're driving fast cars, but they don't know where they're going. In the fast lane, living life without knowing. And he says, I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to get it. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids. And they said, I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to get it. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids.
One, two, three, my baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really wanna, but can't stand to see me walk out the door? Don't try to fight the feeling, 'cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking two together, 'cause we don't know
I don't know just how it happened. I let down my guard. Swore I'd never fall in love again, but I fell hard. Guess I should have seen it coming. Caught me by surprise. Wasn't looking where I was going. I fell into your eyes. You came into my crazy world like a cool and cleansing rain. Before I knew what hit me, baby, you were flowing through my veins. I'm addicted to you, hooked on your love, like a powerful drug. I can't get enough of. Lost in your eyes, drowning in blue, out of control. What can I do? I'm addicted to you. Midnight blows in through the window, dances round the room. Got me hypnotized, I'm getting high on the perfume. I couldn't live without you now. I know I'd go insane. I wouldn't last one night alone, baby. I couldn't stand the pain. I'm addicted to you. Hooked on your love like a powerful drug. I can't get enough of. Lost in your eyes, drowning in blue, out of control. What can I We go hide away in daylight. We go undercover, wait out the sun. Got a secret side in plain sight. Where the streets are empty, that's where we run. Everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them. I know you hear me now. We are a different kind. We can do anything. We could be heroes. It's our party, we can do what we want. It's our party, we can say what we want. It's our party, we can love who we want. We can kiss who we want. We can swing who we want.
Red cups and sweaty bodies everywhere. Hands in the air like we don't care. Cause we came to have so much fun now. Have somebody here might get some now. If you're not ready to go home, can I get a hell no? Cause we gonna go all night till we see the sunlight. Alright. So la-da-dee-da-dee, we like to party, dancing with Molly, doing whatever we want. This is our house, this is our rules, and we can't stop, and we won't stop. Can't you see it's we who own the night? Can't you see it's we who found that light? We can't stop, and we won't stop. We run things, things don't run. We don't take nothing from nobody. Yeah, yeah.
It's our party, we can do what we want. It's our party, we can say what we want. It's our party, we can love who we want. We can kiss who we want. We can swing who we want.
To my homegirls here with the big butt, shaking it like we at a strip club. Remember, only God could judge ya. Forget the haters, cause somebody loves ya. And everyone in line in the bathroom, trying to get a line in the bathroom. We all so turned up here, getting turned up, yeah, yeah, yeah. So la-da-dee-da-dee, we like to party, dancing with Molly, doing whatever we want. This is our house, this is our rules, and we can't stop, and we won't stop. Can't you see it's we who own the night? Can't you see it's we who found that light? And we can't stop, and we won't stop. We run things, things don't run. We don't take nothing from nobody. Yeah, yeah.
It's our party, we can do what we want. It's our party, we can say what we want. It's our party, we can love who we want. We can kiss who we want. We can swing who we want.
It's our party, we can do what we want to. It's our house, we can love who we want to. It's our song, we can sing if we want to. It's my mouth, I can say what I want to. And we can't stop, and we won't stop. Can't you see it's we who own the night? Can't you see it's we who found that light? And we can't stop, and we won't stop. We run things, they don't run. We don't take nothing from nobody. Yeah, yeah.
Wait till you're announced. We've not yet lost all our graces. The hounds will stay in chains. Look upon your greatness and she'll send the call out, 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 send. Call the ladies out, they're in their finery. 100 jewels on fronts, 100 jewels between teeth. Now bring my boys in, their skin and craters like the moon. The moon we love like a brother, while he glows through the room. Dancing around the lies we tell, dancing around big eyes is all. Even the comatose, they don't dance and tell. We live in cities you'll never see on screen. Not very pretty, but we sure know how to run free. Living in rooms of a palace within my dreams. And you know
down to bed and put on my best suit. Got in my car and raced like a jet all the way to you. Knocked on your door with heart in my hand to ask you a question, 'cause I know that you're an old-fashioned man. Yeah. Can I have your daughter for the rest of my life? Say yes, 'cause I need to know. You say I'll never get your blessing till the day I die. Tough love, my friend, but the answer is no. Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Why you gotta be so rude? I'm gonna marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Yeah, no matter what you say. Marry that girl. And we'll be a family. Why you gotta be so rude? I hate to do this, you leave no choice. Can't live without her. Love me or hate me, we will be boys. Standing at that altar. Or we will run away to another galaxy, you know she's in love with me. She will go everywhere I go. Can I have your daughter for the rest of my life? Say yes, 'cause I need to know. You say I'll never get your blessing till the day I die. Tough love, my friend, 'cause the answer's still no. Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Why you gotta be so rude? I'm gonna marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Marry you anyway. Marry that girl. No matter what you say. Marry that girl. And we'll be a family. Why you gotta be so Can I have your daughter for the rest of my life? Say yes, 'cause I need to know. You say I'll never get your blessing till the day I die. Tough luck, my friend, but no still means no. Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Why you gotta be so rude? I'm gonna marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Marry you anyway. Marry that girl. No matter what you say. Marry that girl. And we'll be a family. Why you gotta be so rude? Yeah. Why
live for the applause, applause, applause. I live for the applause, pause, live for the applause, pause, live for the way that you cheer and scream for me. The applause, applause, applause. Give me the feeling of love. Put your hands and make them dance, dance. Give me the feeling of love. Put your hands and make them dance, dance.
I was left to my own devices. Many days fell away with nothing to show, and the walls kept tumbling down in the city that we love. Grey clouds all over the hills, bringing darkness from above. But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? And if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like you've been here before? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? We were caught up and lost in all of our vices. In your pose as the dust settled around us, and the walls kept tumbling down in the city that we love. Grey clouds roll over the hills, bringing darkness from above. But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? And if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like you've been here before? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? Where do we begin? The rubble or our sins? Oh, where do we begin? The rubble or our sins? And the walls kept tumbling down in the city that we love. Grey clouds roll over the hills, bringing darkness from above. But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? And if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like you've been here before? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? If you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? Come and move that in my direction. So thankful for that, it's such a blessing, yeah. Turn every situation into heaven, yeah. Oh, you are my sunrise on the darkest day. Got me feeling some kind of way. Make me wanna savor every moment slowly, slowly. You fit me, tailor-made, love how you put it on. Got the only key, know how to turn it on. The way you nibble on my ear, the only words I wanna hear. Baby, take it slow so we can lie.
Tú eres el imán y yo soy el metal. Me voy acercando y voy armando el plan. Solo con pensarlo se acelera el pulso. Oh yeah, ya me está gustando más de lo normal. Todos mis sentidos van pidiendo más. Esto hay que tomarlo sin ningún apuro. Despacito, quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero desnudarte a besos despacito. Firma las paredes de tu laberinto y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito. Quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus zonas de peligro, hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido. Si te pido un beso, vendámelo. Yo sé que estás pensándolo. Llevo tiempo intentándolo. Mami, estoy candidándolo. Sabe que tu corazón conmigo te hace bam bam. Sabe que esa beba está buscando de mi bam bam. Me pruebas de mi boca para ver cómo te sabe. Quiero ver cuánto amor a ti te cabe. Yo no tengo prisa, yo me quiero dar el viaje. Empezamos lento, después salvaje. Pasito a pasito, suave suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Cuando tú me besas con esa destreza, veo que eres malicia con delicadeza. Pasito a pasito, suave suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Y es que esa belleza es un rompecabezas, pero para montarlo aquí tengo la pieza. Oye, despacito, quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero desnudarte a besos despacito. Firma las paredes de tu laberinto y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito. Quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus zonas de peligro, hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido. Despacito, this is how we do it down in Puerto Rico. I just wanna hear you screaming, ay bendito. I can go forever cuando esté contigo. Pasito a pasito, suave suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Enseñas a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Pasito a pasito, suave suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido. Despacito.
I say, oh, why does it feel so good to be back? Getting what I want, boy. Why does that make you so mad? You see, oh, why does it feel so good to be back? 'Cause if there's trouble that you're looking for, oh, baby,
Check, check. Check, check.
let's light it up until our hearts catch fire. Then show the world a burning light that never shines so bright. We'll find a way to keep the cold night from breaking in over the walls into the wild side. The hunger satisfied. We're burning up. We might as well be lovers on the soul.
Mama called about the paper, turns out they wrote about me. Now my broken heart's the only thing that's broke about me. So many people should have seen what we got going on. I only wanna put my heart and my life in songs, writing about the pain I felt with my daddy gone, about the emptiness I felt when I sat alone, about the happiness I feel when I sing it loud. You should have heard the noise we make with the happy crowd. Did my granddaddy know he taught me what a poem was? How you can use a sentence or just a simple pause. What will I say when my kids ask me who my daddy was? I thought about it for a while and I'm at a loss, knowing that I'm gonna live my whole life without him. I found out a lot of things I never knew about him. All I know is that I'll never really be alone, 'cause we got a lot of love and a happy home. Magazines are writing stuff, but I don't ever read them. Some of the folks I used to know would see and start believing that I would pass them by on streets and never reach to greet them. I still remember folks, even though I barely meet them. Don't you know I miss the times when we used to hang? Before 20 deep depended on a single man. Before a single heart was broken by a single blow. Before all our careers depended on a single show. I grew up with a lot of love in a happy home. Now I got a lot of cash and I'm on a road. I realize privacy's becoming difficult. It's alright now, but what about when I'm old? I know my good friends, now they'll last. The same ones that stood by me when my daddy passed. All I know is that we'll never really be alone, 'cause we got a lot of love and a happy home. I write a lot of songs, will anybody ever read them? You hear them on the radio, but will you really read them? Why do we have our idols and why do we wanna be them? After we see them on TV, we really wanna meet them. Don't you think they miss the times when they used to hang? Before a fan base depended on a single man. Before a single heart was broken by a single show. Who's gonna stand, who's gonna fall? I really wanna know. I grew up with a lot of love in my happy home. My daddy used to play me vinyl, but now daddy's gone. I used to practice with my mommy on the piano. I still get nervous every time I know she's at a show. Now my family comes first before everyone. I had a perfect dad, I wanna be the perfect son. Though I really feel sometimes I'm on my own. I know I got a lot
you ever say I just walked away. I will always want you. I can't live a lie running for my life. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love. All I wanted was to break your walls. All you ever did was wreck me. Yeah, you wrecked me. I put you high up in the sky, and now you're not coming down. It slowly turned, you let me burn, and now we're ashes on the ground. Don't you ever say I just walked away. I will always want you. I can't live a lie running for my life. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love. All I wanted was to break your walls. All you ever did was wreck me. I came in like a wrecking ball. Yeah, I just closed my eyes and swore. Let me crashing in a blazing fall. All you ever did was wreck me. Yeah, you wrecked me. I never meant to start a war. I just wanted you to let me in. And instead of using force, I guess I should have let you in. I never meant to start a war. I just wanted you to let me in. I guess I should have let you in. Don't you ever say I just walked away. I will always want you.
Come at your heart if you want it.
when I need motivation.
Give it to me, I'm worth it. Baby, I'm worth it. I'm worth it. Give it to me, I'm worth it. Give it to me, I'm worth it. Baby, I'm worth it. I'm worth it. Give it to me, I'm worth it.
Okay, I tell her bring it back like she loves some. Bring it back like she loves some. In the club with the lights on, but you acting shy for. Come and show me that you're with it, with it, with it, with it, with it. Stop playing, now you know that I'm with it, with it, with it, with it, with it, with it. What you acting shy for?
Just give me you, just give me you, just give me you. That's all I wanna do. And if what they say is true, if it's true, I'ma give it to you. I may take a lot of stuff, guaranteed I can back it up. I think I'ma call you bluff. Hurry up, I'm waiting out front. You see me in the spotlight, ooh, I love your style. Show me what you got, cause I don't wanna waste my time. See me in the spotlight, ooh, I love your style. Show me what you got now, come and make it worth my while. Give it to me, I'm worth it. Baby, I'm worth it. I'm worth it. Give me, I'm worth it. Give it to me, I'm worth it. Baby, I'm worth it.
Okay, welcome back. How was lunch? Oh, where is everybody? Half of us are still eating, it looks like. All right, well, by show of hands, we've got a great afternoon planned for you guys, by the way, but by show of hands, how many people in here have a short-term rental horror story? All of us, yeah? And probably we think it's probably one of the worst horror stories, right? That's how mine is in my head. Has anyone ever dealt with squatters before? Yeah? Back there? One of my very first, back in 2014, one of my very first inquiries that turned into a booking was with a squatter scenario. And it was pretty ugly. But our next speaker today, she has such a horrific horror story. She posted it on her IG, and it was so bad that Annette and Sarah asked her to come and speak on it today. So if you think that your horror story was bad, I guess you get to compare the two and see what's worse. But she's also going to be talking to us today about midterm rentals. Is anybody in here in midterm rentals or have that as part of their... Okay, yeah, so a lot of you. Anyone interested in learning more about midterm rentals? Definitely me, for sure, right? So we're going to hear a really great horror story. We love the tea. And then also learn all about midterm rentals. So please help me welcome Sarah King to the stage.
We're going to do a mic check. Oh, there we go. All right. So good morning, everybody, or afternoon. Hope you all enjoyed lunch today. My name is Sarah King, and I'm here to talk to you guys today about midterm rentals. And like she said, when you have a horrific horror story, it can sometimes lead to this stage if you share it all on Instagram. So highly recommend having a social media platform. And I'm going to go over steps you can take to really protect yourself when you do direct bookings. And I'm going to provide all the resources and essentially everything I should have done but failed to do, obviously, that led to this horrible stay. I should also note that I'm not sure where she is right now in the crowd, but my really dear friend Sarah Weaver is here. She wrote the book on midterm rentals, so I feel like I'm kind of cheating on her right now. So if you want a copy of her book or just to get to know her more, her and I are really, love this space, love to talk to people about midterm rentals. So wanted to point that out before I get going. All right, so my objectives for today were to help you guys appreciate why people want midterm rentals. And so those of you who don't know, a midterm stay is really 30 days or more. Some people say it's 30 days to a year, but I would like to keep them for as long as possible. I don't want to cap how much money you get from these premium rental prices to just a year. I'll keep you as long as you'd like. So 30 days or more is how I'd like to define a midterm stay. And the types of applicants to expect based on your property. I'm also going to go over different platforms you can use to collect your rent. And finally, we're going to talk through how to protect your business. Because I think that's the big thing with these horror stories. I don't want to walk out of here and have you guys have no action items on what to do. So we're definitely going to give you some takeaway points today. All right, so this is not a money order I actually received. This is a lovely Western Union money order. And I screen grabbed this from the internet, so I'm not like frauding anyone today. So this is an item I received from my horror story tenant. And like hell has frozen over and things have gone horrifically wrong in my life if I'm taking paper or money or chasing after money for any of the rental properties I have. Like something in my life has gone horrifically wrong to lead to this point because this is not something I do. And I've been investing in real estate for about 5 years. So as I walk through the story, first I'm going to tell you a little bit of my background before I essentially shred any bit of credibility I might have remaining in the rest of the talk today. This coffee table and I are going to fight. All right. So let me give you a little bit of background. So I've been investing for real estate for 5 years. I grew a portfolio of 5 long-term rentals with my ex-husband. And when my daughter was about 3 months old, my husband developed a drug addiction. And I essentially became a single mom and was managing our 5 long-term rentals by myself while also returning to work because you've now had your 3 months of leave in the United States and you get to go back to work. Super fun. And so I learned very quickly that I, first of all, didn't need a man to grow my real estate platform. No offense to the guys out there. Yeah, because I actually got into real estate, so I can't totally hate my ex-husband, even though it's a fun thing to do, because he was the one that said, let's do rental properties. And he's the reason I'm here today, and then I really found what I'm passionate about. And so from there, to get out of this really toxic marriage situation, I essentially liquidated my entire portfolio. Every time we went to court, he would want something different or mediation, and so I was like, we're going to sell everything and I'm starting over. I want to be able to look at my portfolio and be like, everything I built was mine. Sarah Weaver remembers me crying about it. Having to sell everything that I, built. And so that was a really hard time. And so since then, for the last 3 years, I've rebuilt my portfolio back up. And so I have 15 doors today, which I know door count doesn't matter, but I'm still really proud. And 7 of them are midterm rentals, which is why we're chatting today. So anyway, so that's a bit of my background. And I've done a lot of that through private money, so this has been a really good session to listen to today. And so when this horror story happened, I was really surprised because I like to think I'm really good at covering my bases and protecting myself. So I'm going to paint a picture for you. So we are sitting in the back of the parking lot. So it's me and my fiance, so that's exciting. We're now married. So he still married me despite the horror story that I'm about to tell you. And so we're sitting in a Walmart parking lot. I live in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I invest in the Midwest. All of my properties are in Fort Wayne. And we are sitting there in a hot car, hot summer day, waiting on our guests, tenants, however you want to phrase them, for a midterm stay. And this beat-up old Lexus SUV slowly rolls up to us. A man steps out and starts handing me $3,200 in Western Union money orders through my window to pay for his midterm rental that he's late on. And my husband is the only reason I'm collecting these money orders, which I'll get to as we go forward. But this is not something I typically do, but it got us through that month when we really needed it at the time. So let's go to the beginning. So it really began so well. So I've done this, I've formed LLCs by now. I know how to do basic level asset protections. And so we very carefully form an LLC for this particular property. So the crux of the matter is this is my husband's home. This was his former primary residence. So we go forward and buy a house together, and then I'm like, I do real estate for a living. Let's midterm rental out your house. It's the perfect location for that. Sounds like such a good idea, right? And so form an LLC, put the house in the LLC, get your EIN number, which is what you need for taxation purposes, and then we form business bank accounts because it's so important to keep all of your business transactions separate from your personal. So that lovely separation, I like to joke like church and state, like you have to keep those separate. And then I'm like, I've now furnished 7 rental properties, so I'm gonna go ahead and furnish and photograph it. I have all these systems in place. And so this is an actual picture of the house, beautiful property, and it went really well. And so I wanted to put this up here on a slide to say, if all of you aren't doing these steps for legal purposes, these will be very important later on when I get to the whole eviction piece of this tale. So make sure you're covering those bases. And then amazingly, our very first booking ever for his property happened in under 24 hours of listing the house on Airbnb, and it was a 6-month booking, which is fantastic. We're in a really hot market. I knew the geography, I knew how to price it, and we got a booking pretty much right away. It was a slam dunk. But here's my favorite part about this booking that I wanted to share with you guys. It was an Amazon employee. And who here has ever hosted an Amazon employee to their house? Like, have you ever had anyone from Amazon rent from you? Okay. Raise your hand if you've had a good experience. Sorry, you get to participate. Okay. So I wanted to point this out just in case if people weren't used to these ideas, but a lot of Amazon employees will rent to start up the factories and distribution centers. And so I love these tenants. They're super easy keepers. They have premium stipends. They pay really well, and they're really straightforward. So I built this little hierarchy today to kind of explain to people who are less familiar with an MTR or midterm rental strategy to kind of give you an idea about the types of bookings you'll get. This is totally subjective. I made this up based on what I like the most versus what I don't like the most. You guys will have very different experiences, but I'll just talk you through it. Because I think this is really the meat of the matter and where I can teach you guys a few things that you can't just Google online and find. So travel nurses are at the bottom because they used to be my favorite people, and now they're probably my least favorite inquiry, and that's totally changed over the years. So during COVID times, travel nurses got these outrageous stipends for housing from hospitals trying to attract nurses. Every hospital needed to have capacity for nursing staff, and travel nurses were, the way they can get staffing. And so they had these amazing stipends. And then COVID wound down, and hospitals totally changed their bonus structure for nurses, and the whole travel nursing and travel healthcare professional field really flipped. And houses cut stipends 50 to 60% in my area, and that's not uncommon across the United States. We see that kind of everywhere with travel nurses and healthcare professionals having these massive pay cuts, and that's where a bulk of their money from their, their compensation package was coming from. And so these individuals typically have pets, and they now typically they're very price conscientious. They want to pay the least for a property. So my next step is going to be my second favorite, which is going to be people finishing a new build and relocation. And these folks ranked above travel nurses because of the odds of them extending their stay. Who has finished a new build or moved to a new town and had that go on time? So the odds of them extending and needing longer to do that new build are high. And so that's why that makes up number 2 on here. My next one is really Amazon, but also just blue-collar workers in general. I love these individuals. I think this goes back to I love providing long-term rentals to families, and that's kind of my niche. We've had brick masons, I've had Amazon workers, we've had groups of contractors come in, and it's pretty varied what type of space attracts them the most. Some of them bring their family, but some want to stay with a group of their fellow construction workers. So, but they're fantastic. Their employer pays a solid stipend. They're usually super easy keepers. They're dudes, they're just there to work usually, some women too, but they just don't have a lot of things to complain about. And then finally at the top of the pyramid, I feel like is the area people understand the least when it comes to midterm rentals, but where you can make the most money is insurance claims. So these are people that have the loss of the use of their property. And so For these individuals, they have been displaced from either a house fire or maybe a flood in their home, and they have to essentially rebuild that property. And the reason the insurance claims pay so well is because part of your insurance plan typically covers a loss of use of your housing. So there's a section of your homeowner's insurance policy, you can go and look at it, that typically says if you have a total house fire, you have a total loss of your property, we're going to put you in housing while you rebuild your home, or until your home is habitable again. And so insurance companies will pay 10 up to 25% of the replacement cost of your house. So for example, on average in our area, insurance companies will do a 9-month housing contract. And so for example, if you have your cost to rebuild your home is $400,000, your insurance company will pay $4,000 to $6,000 per month for that person to live in your property based on that repair value of their home. So that's a big deal in the short-term rental space, especially if houses are expensive where you're at. It's always based on a percentage of the repair value of the home. So, and then my next complaint I get from people is, okay, that's amazing, I'd love to get that money, but how often are people really having their house burned down? That's usually what people say. So how often, I live in the Midwest, I'm in Fort Wayne, like we don't have hurricanes or anything too crazy. So we're kind of relying on fires, floods, that type of thing, for what it's worth, there we go. Just being honest. And so I looked up a stat today to kind of give some perspective. So on average in the United States, every 89 seconds in the US, there's a house fire. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Insurance claims are also attracted to a different type of property, which I wanted to point out too. So insurance claims are usually bigger homes. They want 3 bedrooms or more. The reason for that is institutions like this lovely Hilton we're in will go to insurance companies and try to contract with them and essentially smooth them to send over any insurance claims that they're going to do to have them stay in their hotels. So extended stay hotels have really worked on this niche of the market. But so if it's a couple, a single person, they're likely going to end up in a hotel or some kind of extended stay hotel situation. But if you have a family of 4 or 5, or they have a dog or 3 dogs, they're going to need somewhere else to stay that isn't a hotel. And so we typically get larger family bookings for our insurance claims. And so they definitely are attracted to a different size property. All right, so back to our horror story. So we're going to pick that back up again. So they had great communication. They were super kind. They messaged through Airbnb. They said, hey, we're going to bring our son into town. We want to see the property. Would that be okay if we take a tour? I'm thinking, sweet. I come from the world of long-term rentals. I never get the opportunity to meet my guests before they stay in a property. In the world of MTRs or short-term rentals, come on in. Let's take a tour. This will be great. And so I'm absolutely pumped. And then I had this amazing light bulb moment that I was so enthused about that I got very distracted on how to properly screen people and was like, I'm going to make this a direct booking. I get to talk to them before they process payment through Airbnb, and I can convert this very easily to a direct booking. Every podcast and everyone on social media is talking about how you need to not rely on Airbnb for your bookings. So I'm like, this is my moment. It was going to be perfect, but it was not so perfect. So I talked to them. They love the property. They talk about how clean they are, how they're going to plant a garden in the garden out back, and they're super excited to stay in the house. And I go home and I'm like, okay, great. I know what types of property management software I use for my long-term rentals. I can use my usual platform, Avail.co. It's a part of Realtor now. They were acquired. And I'm going to use Avail to do their state-specific leases. So within Avail, I can not only use Indiana state-specific leases, I can do additional clauses in there, and I can essentially get them all set up. So I go home, type up my little lease, add furnishing addendums, attach an itemized copy of my furniture list, which is really important if you have a claim, and get all of that set up, and I shoot them the lease over. I'm like, this is the best day ever, done. So they sign the lease, and in 2 days, we're good to go. They pay the deposits through Avail. Everything is, the rent collection starts going. And for 2 months, my new husband thinks I'm an absolute genius. We get all sorts of money from this property. His mortgage is under $1,000, and he's getting $3,200 a month for a fully furnished 3-bed, 1.5-bath house, which is market rate for our area for that particular property. He tells all of our friends and family how amazing this is. All right, and then things start to go poorly. So month 3 rolls around, and they miss the first of the month payment. And I text them and say, I can see through my platform you don't have automatic rent payments set up. Is something going on? Are you guys okay? And they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. When we were in Chicago setting up the last Amazon factory, we were in a different pay cycle. We're going to get it. We just need one more pay period. I'm like, sure, no problem. So we talk a while. I believe them. And we wait until that next pay Friday. So now I'm on day 12 of the month. The nice thing is, and the reason you want to have a lease is because you have outlined prior to them moving into your home exactly what your legal protections are. So I know my rent is due on the 1st. If it is not paid by the 5th, it is considered late per my lease. This is really variable. You can set it essentially however you want. So I missed my 5th, hey, you're late. That's now a late fee situation, and just said, oh, sure, I'd love to wait until the 12th. Guess what? They don't pay. And then they try to pay by credit card, which is declined through Avail. And then they tell me Avail isn't working. And I'm like, funny story, I use Avail all the time for long-term rentals. So I will call my favorite customer service lady, and she will help me. And she's like, there's absolutely no problem on our end. So eventually they do get on, they use a different credit card, and we get payment for this month. So the next month rolls around, and the tricky thing here is by now they've paid about halfway through the month. So I'm already freaking out about the next month, and my new husband is really freaking out because he is not a real estate person. Literally on our first date, he was like, that's cool, you do real estate. I don't want to do that. I grew up with my dad. My dad had 100 rental units. He sold all of them, and I remember mowing and hearing gunshots. I'm out. And so this whole situation was extremely anxiety-provoking for him. So you can imagine my delight that it continues. So now we're totally unraveled. And we get to that 4th month, and once again, they're not paying. And they apologize, and they say, this time it was fraud on our account. But I'm like, this time I'm not playing games. So rent is not paid on the 1st. It was late on the 5th. The 6th, I call them and say, I'm bringing a 10-day quit notice to your house. So for those of you who don't know, a 10-day quit notice essentially is something in Indiana. Every single state is different. So this is my state laws. I talked to an attorney. I got through figuring out how to go through this process. And gave them a 10-day quit notice. It essentially says you have 10 days now to pay or 10 days to get out. And if you do not do that within 10 days, day 11, I'm evicting you. So, I love a good Ron Burgundy. All right. So then, all of our family and friends that my husband's been bragging about to start asking questions. And we started thinking, and my mom goes, do you even know they're Amazon employees? No, I don't. I believed them, and they seem a little shadier now. And then, I also broke the cardinal rule of real estate investing, which is, hey, can they pay me? What is that stipend going to look like? So, huge mistake on my part. And so I had all these regrets. And so we're going into that 3rd month, and this time they just totally ghost me. They stop communicating completely altogether. At this point, I called their lawyer, and I'm like, you're about to get paid. Get excited. I give them the quit notice on the 6th of the month. They have 10 days to leave. And then on the final day, we file the eviction for this family. And we now have to wait for a court date. And Indiana is an extremely landlord-friendly state. So you live in any state that is not considered landlord-friendly, multiply this scenario by 87 because it's going to be worse. So just as a caveat, we have no rules in Indiana, and this is still not fun. We ended up going 2 months without any rent, so that's, almost over $7,000 in rent that we're not getting. My husband, who interestingly has become unemployed during this time to add to the anxiety chaos of the situation, is just freaking out. And so we went through the whole process and we learned a lot of things. In the end of the day, we did get the eviction. They ended up staying in the house for 14 extra days before finally leaving. But we won the eviction and they're now out of the property. So, before I tell you how the inside of the house looked when we got it back, it had hardwood floors, just to preface that. I'm going to go over how you should do your due diligence and shouldn't end up like this. So, the cardinal rule of real estate investing is we're not running a non-for-profit. We like to get paid. I'm not sponsoring families anymore, and nor am I letting my husband's anxiety leading me to accept Western Union money orders in form of payment. So you also need to do a credit check, and I always tell people, because they're like, what credit score minimum do you accept for your long-term rentals or your midterm rentals? I don't like a minimum credit score very much. I like to look at their whole credit report. It is amazing what a credit report will tell you, because I want to know, do you have anything in collections? What is your on-time payment history? What are the odds you're going to pay me on time? And I want to look at that credit report and see, are we all maxed out on our credit? Have you exhausted all of your credit lines? So if worse comes to worse, how will I get paid here? Because really that's ultimately what it's going to do. Because you're making the situation hard on yourself, but you're also giving so much anxiety and so much trouble to a family that just simply needed to find a different house that better fit their needs. And I don't want to strap people because then I look like the bad guy and they're really upset. And I don't like upsetting people. I want it to be a win-win for everybody. You also want to verify that they're not criminals. Maybe if they're actually employed by Amazon would be a really good verification to do. And making sure they're not going to cause trouble in the neighborhood. So these are very standard background checks I do in all my long-term rentals. But the challenge here was they were coming off of Airbnb. They had one prior 5-star review, and they had amazing communication. And in the world of short-term rentals, that's all we're used to having. But the problem is when you move off platform and you're now doing your own lease, you don't have that air cover protection backing you. You're now liable for this person. So do your due diligence, don't make this stupid mistake, and do a good job checking your tenants. Finally, I'm going to give you an option to do some pet screening as well, because there's an awesome new pet screening platform out there. And then also making sure you have a signed lease agreement with every single adult over the age of 18. I use Avail's landlord or state-specific leases. I've used them since the beginning, and I still use them in all my long-term rentals. I've never had them legally reviewed, which is my bad. It's always been on the I'm going to do that someday list. I'm sure some of you have done this. And my attorney finally looked at my lease and he said, well, it's not the worst lease agreement I've seen today. So just a grain of salt with that. But it is possible to do your own lease agreement. And the Avail version is still better than what you can find on the Indiana State Realtors website or Bigger Pockets. Those are actually worse. So that's interesting. All right, I'm not going to explain all these because I don't have time today, but I wanted to put up a list of all of the tools that are out there, and I'll say just a little bit about them. I've used Avail for about 4 years now, and I love them. I've also used Buildium on the bottom left, and also Apartments.com, which used to be Cozy.co. They're fantastic. Avail and Apartments are the cheapest. Buildium is like the middle ground, and Appfolio, you better have a big property portfolio to be able to handle their price tag. The other guys are newer to the scene, and I don't know a ton about them, but they are out there in options today. And you can screen all in one place. So within my Avail platform, I totally had all the capabilities to do every screen I should have done. And I just skipped through, and I met that couple and didn't do my due diligence. Here's the new petscreening.com pet verification website, and then also some websites that just do background checks alone. Also, please no one collect rent through just Venmo or Cash App or PayPal. Those are not approved payment methods. And if you get in a situation where you end up having to evict someone, you need to be able to stop payment and not allow them to pay you. And you need to also not allow partial payments. And any of these platforms will do that for you, but a Venmo will not. Very important. Your lawyer will thank me later. All right, so now let's talk about the condition of the property. So in case you can't tell what this fixture is in the house, the tenants have kindly labeled it a toilet. So when we finally get this property back, the house was actually in amazing condition. I think we maybe surmised about $800 worth of things because they went command hook happy and it peeled the front of all of our drywall off. But that's a really easy fix. Like my basic handyman can do that. So the funniest thing they left us, besides rearranging every piece of furniture, much to my dismay, because I'm the designer person in the relationship, and that just made me sad to see all of my stuff piled in the living room. But nothing was really broken. I think we replaced maybe 2 sets of blinds. The wood floors were in fantastic shape. So we really, really lucked out with this house. But these tenants were like the gift that kept on giving, and we ended up having a small plumbing leak. But they just kept putting decals on this toilet. And it just kept going. And I just remember seeing, and they did it on all of the toilets in this house. So there's 2 toilets in this house. They did it to both of them. And I just look at my property manager and I go, I'm not doing this. Because it went all the way through every layer of the toilet. But overall, it ended up being a good scenario. We did have to deal with squatters. We did have to go through a lot of relationship stress. I will say in a new marriage, that's not how I ideally recommend spending your first 3 months of marriage, is evicting someone. I also did not have 1 but 2 evictions going on at the same time. I've never evicted anyone in 5 years, and I did 2 at the same time within my first 3 months of marriage. The first story is actually better than this one, but this is an MTR. The other one was a long-term rental. It involved a blind date. If we have time later, I'll talk about it. All right. So here are my final takeaways for you guys to hopefully give you guys some lessons to go off of. So first of all is just understanding the 4 main types of MTR guests you may get and how to attract them, and knowing that insurance claims will require usually a different type of property than, say, a travel nurse might, and kind of keeping that in mind when you're thinking about spaces and also ways to find tenants that aren't just relying on Airbnb. Please, please, please screen your guests. Don't be distracted by their shiny 5-star reviews and what other people have said about them. If you're booking them direct, you need to do your own verifications. You need to make sure where they're employed. You need to do all your screening. This is a cardinal rule, of course. Can they pay you? So please verify income. Have a lawyer actually look at your leases. A lot of people have likely had this on your to-do list for years and you've never actually gotten to it. And so please actually make that appointment and make that call with that attorney to get your lease agreement solid for your properties. And then finally, use one of the websites I suggested. There's a whole list of them. I try to be inclusive. I probably missed a couple out there, but give a few a try and don't use things like Venmo where you can't block partial payment. Thank you. All right, and I think that's it. I have 1 minute to spare.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. Now, I asked in the beginning if anybody had any horror stories. How does Sarah's toilet scenario with the squatters compare to you guys's? Yeah, anybody ever have any toilet decals that they had to come home to? No, that's a first for me. Well, that was incredible, and I definitely thank Sarah for breaking that all down, helping us to identify green flags that are actually flags in disguise. I think a lot of us deal with that when it comes to inquiries and seeing things and really knowing how to separate the two. So round of applause for Sarah once again. So our next speakers, we get two, and they are with Rent Responsibly, and they are going to be talking to us today all about short-term rental advocacy. So please help me welcome Dana and Abby to the stage.
I feel like that was the Wild Wild West music, and the days of the Wild West have come and gone if you've been part of short-term rentals for any time. So good to be here. I'd like to start out with a question to poll the audience. Out of a show of hands, who is currently dealing with some type of short-term rental discussion in your local community? Good, you guys are the lucky ones, but hopefully you're in the loop. Now keep your hands up. How many of you that have your hands up have provided public comment at a city or town council meeting? Okay, I think we are in the right room, Abby. Awesome. So my name's Dana Lubner. I'm going to start out with a little story about how I got here today. It was 2018, and I was working with my brother at his property management company in Colorado, and it was the good old days. We were wildly successful. And I had worked in hospitality for most of my life, but short-term rentals were different. I think a lot of you can probably relate. They were fun, they were new, they were sexy, they were exciting. I had fallen in love with the industry at that point. That very next year is when our world went sideways. In Denver, we started arresting hosts for renting out their properties. It was pretty wild. Every host in our community was terrified that they might be the next headline news. And you might be thinking to yourselves, arresting hosts for having guests in their homes? Yes. This happened because back in 2016, we passed regulations that require the property to be your primary residence. Now, I'm curious, who here has a primary residence requirement where they operate? It's a pain in the butt, huh? It sucks. So be warned, if you live near a community that has a primary residence requirement, be prepared that they could try to push that on you in your destination as well. So the city of Denver went back and forth trying to figure out, do we ban short-term rentals altogether, or do we require a primary residence? And I think we were lucky. We got an opportunity to rent our primary residences. But I will say, I wish I was part of that conversation so badly, so I could have provided solutions to say this is what we can do instead to still achieve the same outcomes that they were trying to achieve with a primary residence outcome. I'll say I haven't figured out how to time travel yet, so I'm just doing my best to make the most of the situation we have. Hosts' mugshots were all over the paper. It was really devastating to our hosting community, and we realized that if we didn't do something about it, we would probably become banned altogether. And what we realized that we needed to do was reputation management. We needed to improve our reputation. We needed to show the city that we were good actors, we were the good apples, and that yes, there were probably some hosts that needed to clean up their act. There were probably some party houses that needed to use technology and leverage education so that they could get their property into line. So that's when I took my first step into advocacy, and I haven't stopped, and I never thought I'd be up here on stage talking to you about advocacy, but here I am today. We ended up starting our own short-term rental alliance called the Mile High Hosts. I ended up getting elected to serve on an advisory committee alongside members of city council. And now our alliance is getting ready to host our 5th annual Good Neighbors Summit. It takes place in the fall. And it's an event that brings together the short-term rental hosting community, elected officials, and our neighbors so we can continue to educate and improve our reputation. And I'll say, if it wasn't for starting my own short-term rental alliance, things would probably look a lot different in Denver. We've come a long way to help us have a seat at the table so we can ensure we can operate in the future within our community. Enough about me, though. I'd like to take an opportunity and introduce my colleague up here, Abby Booth. Abby's from Gardnerville, Nevada. She comes to this conversation with a breadth of experience by working with associations and supporting community movements across the country. We've had the honor and privilege of getting to know each other through the work we do at Rent Responsibly. We work with hosts to empower them to understand what they need to do to fight for their rights. And Abby's going to take over now and share a little bit about who Rent Responsibly is and what we do.
Thanks, Dana. We're so excited to be here. We've had so much fun getting to know everybody. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how Rent Responsibly got started. So we actually started back in 2019 when our founders, Dave Kraus and Alexa Nada, met at an industry trade show. They got to talking, and they saw that there was really a need for the hosting community to find a way to come together in a way that was easy, and we mean really, really easy, to share information about regulations and best practices. So that big idea led us to where we are today. We started with a team of 4 members working with 3 alliances. We are now a team of 9 working with over 60 markets across the country and various levels of support with our community building platform. And the heart of what we do at Rent Responsibly is really to empower hosts, owners, and STR stakeholders to navigate their local laws and professionalize, and above all, rent responsibly. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do every day at Rent Responsibly. So we provide alliance support services through technology, tools to help grow the local STR alliances, support their membership, and make leading the way 10 times easier. We provide community building through groups, networking, leadership development, technology, in ways that haven't been done before. We also provide education through a library of resources, events, inspiring feature profiles to help hosts of all experience levels and sizes learn how to rent the right way. We also promote collaboration in everything that we do. We work together with the travel industry and travel partners to cultivate symbiotic relationships between the short-term rental sector and local travel ecosystems.
So today, while we have your attention, and first of all, I really appreciate seeing everyone come to an advocacy session. I know advocacy and regulations is not necessarily a topic that is on top of your list, so thank you all for being here. But we're going to take you on a journey that empowers you to thrive in the short-term rental industry through the transformative power of community building and advocacy. So whether you're a newbie, an experienced host, I bet you we have a room full of some overachievers. I'm just going to take a wild guess here. We're going to show you how these pillars are going to shape your success and so you can sustain your profits.
So that first pillar we're going to talk about today is advocacy, and this is a term you're going to hear us say over and over again, and you're probably going to get tired of us talking about it, but it's really important. So we're going to talk about what advocacy looks like, how you can get involved, and why it is vital to protecting the future of your business and your ability to continue operating and sustaining your profit. So let's look at why advocacy is so important. So advocacy is important because it means you get to have an impact on local regulatory decisions. That means earning a seat at the table and working with your community and your local government and having an influence on those laws that impact how you operate your business. Building community support, working with others in your community and creating a network of STR stakeholders and supporters and getting buy-in from others. That means you'll have that means you'll have a team in your corner when you need it the most. And chances are you're going to need it at some point if you already haven't. And helping others in your community understand why STRs are so important to your community. Ensuring legal compliance. This means promoting the good apples and best practices of our industry to help professionalize and give credibility to short-term rentals. And leveling the playing field. When it comes to regulatory discussions, so many times short-term rental stakeholders are left in the dark. So when those conversations do come up, you want to make sure that you're able to be a part of those. Protecting your future, Protecting your future, making sure you're able to continue operating your business, making sure that everyone who depends on it is protected as well. So this isn't just you, but your employees, your staff, the community that you support, the local businesses, and making sure that others have the ability to continue traveling to your community and seeing what makes it so special. So Dana and I want to tell you a little bit about some of the success stories that we have had the privilege to get to see firsthand. So I want to talk to you guys about the El Paso Short-Term Rental Alliance. They have been doing some really innovative work with their local community. So they heard people starting to talk about short-term rentals. Nothing was decided, no regulations, but they just heard people having the conversation. And so their president, Heidi, she was supposed to be here today. I don't think she was able to join us, but she started hearing this. She wanted to be proactive, so she said, what can I do? So she got together with some other hosts in her community and started their alliance. This wasn't because of any regulatory threats, which so often is too late, and we see that time and time again with our work. So they got together, they started having conversations with the city, and in fact, the city comes to their ongoing monthly meetings and talks to short-term rental hosts, makes them part of the story and what's going on in the decisions that are being made. So by working collaboratively with their local government, their local chamber, and the Realtors Association, they have actually launched a pilot program that is encouraging hosts to rent responsibly, share education and resources. And this is not something we see every day with local governments. So this is really an alliance to check out. Go to their website, look them up online. They're really doing some really great things.
And then another success story is the Vermont Short-Term Rental Alliance. So this alliance was founded by Julie Marks in 2021. They've done some incredible things to move the needle in their community. So one of the things they were able to do is by creating an advocacy strategy to really mobilize against proposed regulations, they were able to defeat regulations because of the work that they were doing. They also had town leaders in Stowe, Woodstock, and in Morristown reach out to them and ask them for their data and make recommendations on upcoming short-term rental regulations. Like, that does not happen when they ask you for your data. Really incredible things that they've been able to do. They also had policymakers ask them to come to testify on state bills. This is another opportunity to create a seat at the table. And they've just recently launched paid memberships. So a lot of alliances, what they're doing in order to fund the organizations is they're launching memberships where alliance members will pay a yearly fee. And they now have 150 paid members, and they're growing really fast. Again, this is a group that really has set the bar for hosts across the nation, and we're really impressed to see what they're doing. So I saw some people raise their hands when they said that they have testified publicly, but we want to give you some examples of what advocacy might look like for you. Advocacy comes in all different shapes and sizes. So a couple examples might include joining or leading your own local short-term rental alliance. A lot of legislation passes at the local level, so you may see an alliance that's born out of a specific destination, or like the Vermont Alliance, they have a statewide coalition. Both work, depends on what your goals are. Also, it may be engaging with your policymakers. Legislators, they work for us. I think it can be really intimidating to speak to them or give public comment, but it's important to remember that our taxpayer dollars pay them. They want to get to know you, they want to hear your story, and it's a great opportunity to find out what their concerns are. Some of the best advice I was ever given was, listen more than you speak. Ask more questions. So introduce yourself, but ask them, what are your concerns? What are you hearing in your district that we could possibly address within our alliance? Also testifying at public hearings. I mean, our very own Sarah and Annette, they met at a city council meeting. You never know who you're going to meet and who you can become friends with. This is a really big opportunity to make sure that your voice is part of the conversation. Media interviews, another thing that might make people nervous. Op-eds, letters to the editor. This is a huge part of crafting the narrative of who short-term rentals are in your community. I can't say this enough. I think the biggest opportunity right now for groups across the country is to control the narrative. We have enough things against us saying that we're causing housing affordability crises, we're ruining the characters of neighborhoods, there's no fabric of community where we operate. If we can make friends with journalists and make sure that we are part of every story and that our voice is included in every article, we can control the public perception and control the narrative. Another opportunity is supporting safety and nuisance prevention standards to prevent bad press. This is exactly what Justin Ford was talking about yesterday. But if we think about that fire at Outer Banks, he said that people were choosing not to go to that destination because of things that were happening in that community, because they were not holding themselves to safety standards that were going to make sure that guests have a good time. Every time that there's a shooting at a short-term rental, that makes headline news, and that does all of us a disservice. So we want to make sure that we're constantly bearing any possible bad news with good news. So always, as you're starting to get involved and engaged, and if you have a special story, make sure that you're tracking these incredible stories and the things that short-term renting has allowed you to do so that we can then bring those stories to the media. And I'd say if you're not doing anything that I just said to you, now's the time to start. So the best time to have started an alliance was 3 years ago. The second best time is now. So I just want to point out a couple of things here. Advocacy is not about resisting regulations. It's about being part of the regulatory process and being a responsible host. So what does being a responsible host means? It means being part of the group that's going to be in compliance with the law. I didn't love that we had a primary residence regulation in Denver, but if we chose to not follow those rules, we were going to create bigger problems for us, and we were going to further harm our reputation. So making sure that you're in compliance with the law. Advocacy is also about getting together with other hosts in your community and making sure that you're educating each other on what it means to be in compliance. What we found out is we're working with a group in Arizona. They have something. Is anyone from Arizona? Okay. They have a TPT requirement for filing their taxes. We found out most people did not understand the process, so the alliance there created a webinar with a step-by-step walking through this paperwork that was really arduous that most people just decided to not do anything with. So I think it's a matter of realizing it may be an education opportunity, not a compliance opportunity. So great opportunities to be able to get together with your alliance and make sure that everyone understands what the laws are. So now we're going to go on to our second pillar of doing advocacy, and this is all about building your short-term rental alliance and the mega benefits that come along with them. What I should have started out with is a question is, how many of you in the room are in a short-term rental alliance in your community? Okay, so for sure we are talking to the right room. So this is what we're going to tell you how to do that. So for anyone that hasn't heard what a short-term rental alliance is, we've talked about it a couple times here so far already. You could call this a vacation rental alliance, just don't call it an Airbnb alliance. I think we all know better at this point. It's really easy if you only list on Airbnb to say, I have an Airbnb. But I think with the bad press that Airbnb is getting and how they're kind of there to look out for themselves, I think we're better off keeping an arm's distance from the platform and just having that be the platform where we market our business. So a short-term rental alliance is a collaborative organization where hosts, property owners, stakeholders get together and join forces. Think of it like as a strategic partnership where you can educate each other, build strong networks, and build a sense of community where you belong. A couple examples of what the power of alliances, because there's a lot of power. You can have an alliance. For us in Denver, we started out fighting regulations and our bad reputation. But you may start an alliance proactively just to build a collective and unified voice. We know that if you have a town council meeting where one person is saying, no, don't regulate us, or no, don't ban us, versus 40 neighbors that are there saying, hey, get these out of our neighborhood, who do you think is going to have more pull with council? It's that united voice, it's that collective voice where you can really say, we have a strong group here that wants to have good outcomes. Networking opportunities, I think just like this conference provides, and just like the group that Sarah and Annette have built, you get a sense of getting to know others. I know being a host can feel like a really siloed activity where you don't necessarily get to connect with others. Having a local alliance is a great way to have an opportunity to network with others. And then since I know we have, like I've heard in the elevator a handful of times people talking about, oh, we just got started, or we started, 6 months ago. Being able to educate each other, so you have your experienced hosts coming and educating others on what it means to properly vet your guests, how to leverage technology. You can really provide an education platform through having a local alliance and make sure that you're not making mistakes and educating others so they don't have to have those same pitfalls. And then, of course, the power of having an opportunity to advocate and make sure that you're fighting for sustainable regulations, super important. For anyone that's not currently having short-term rental regulation conversations in your community, maybe you just had regulations that passed. We've seen this happen more often than I want to admit, but 2 years later, a lot of these communities are going back and talking about creating new regulations and making them stricter. So always being aware of having that seat at the table is what your alliance can help you accomplish. And then community building. Who doesn't love having a sense of belonging or an opportunity to collaborate with others? The power of alliances really helps you have an identity and make sure that you're part of those conversations and building a positive reputation.
So let's talk about how you can take action. How can you get involved to protect the business that you've built? So the first thing to do is find your local alliance. And we've tried to make that as easy as possible for you. So if you go to our website, rentresponsibly.org/alliances, we have an interactive map with lists of alliances all over the country, links to their website, how to contact them. So check that out, see if there's one in your area, and if there is one and you aren't a member or maybe haven't really been involved, now's the time to get involved and volunteer. Try to join the board, a leadership position. If that's not for you, there is something you can share with your alliance. Brandy Breakhurst, I think I saw her over there. Mm-hmm. She works with the Arizona Alliance, and a board seat wasn't exactly right for her, but she has found through volunteering her time on social media and marketing has been incredibly beneficial for the group and so needed. It's increased their event registration and just made a huge difference. So if you're passionate about something like whether it's marketing or events or government relations or anything, I'm sure your alliance needs that support, so see how you can get involved. And if you see your alliance is missing on our website, make sure you connect with Dana or I. We'll have our emails at the end of this presentation, so let us know. We want to make sure it's up there. That's how we're connecting hosts together across the country. And if there's not alliance, you've guessed it, it's time to start one. So I know everyone here probably has tons of extra time on their hands. I can tell you're not very busy people at all, so you're probably like, how am I going to start an alliance with what time? Well, we know how challenging and time-consuming getting a group off the ground and up and running can be. So we've tried to make this as easy as possible. So if you go to our website, we have tons of information for those of you who are new to your alliance or new to getting it up off the ground and running. A couple of things I want to point to on our alliance to look for. These are absolutely free resources. Number one, building a self-sustainable short-term rental alliance. This is going to tell you how to get started, what tech you need to build your dream alliance and get things going, how to recruit your members and keep them engaged, how to build your leadership team. That one is so, so important because you can't do it by yourself. You need a support team. You need help. How to raise money for your short-term rental alliance. This is a question we get a lot with the groups that we're working with. Raising funds can be really tough and challenging, so we have lots of experience helping groups with that. Becoming an incorporated nonprofit trade association. Dana's going through this with her group herself, so we have personal information to share and resources there as well. And planning an event like this, big or even small, if it's a small local meetup, it's not easy. So we have an event in a toolkit box for you as well. And so for those of you who may be further along in your alliance journey, we've got plenty of resources for you as well there. So from our on-demand webinars to help build your leadership team, hosting 101 best practices, regulatory news and updates, and so, so much more. And one of the best things about our resource library is that it has actual checklists and toolkits that you can use right away and put those things into action. So from everything from our Good Neighbor Guide that has trash, noise, parking management plans that you can implement and use that avoid those nuisance complaints that so often go to city council and city staff and start those rumblings of the regulatory discussions that we want to avoid. That's all in there for you as well. And we also have a breadth of other resources. So from how to make your property more sustainable, how to be more accessible to guests with disabilities. You can find all of this on our website. So I'm talking a lot about our website, rentresponsibly.org, or you can go to the QR code on your screen. Please connect, sign up for our email updates. They are free. We promise we won't flood your inbox, but we will send you free, helpful resources, news on our upcoming events. I know we've got a lot of really great leadership events and our summit coming up, so make sure you sign up for that. And we'll send you tons of information on how to take your advocacy efforts to the next level. Thank you so much for having us. Please connect with us after this session. Our emails are on the screen as well, so we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana and Abby. Give it up for them one more time. Advocacy. After you. It's like a maze up here. All right, so a few housekeeping items. The next STR workshop with Kenny will actually be held in here, so you don't have to go anywhere. And that'll be at 3 o'clock, yes, so everyone just stay put. But before that, who's ready to win some money? Raise your hand. Yeah? No one? Ah, fine, I'll keep it myself. All right, so I'm going to bring my friends up from Minoan, and they're going to do their $300 Minoan dollar giveaway. So give them a round of applause, ladies. Well, let's see, did everybody sign up for Minoan? Let's see. See probably means raise of hand. Here means noise. Well, it's getting late in the day. Everybody's getting confused. All right, let's do it. Is it time? Oh, there we go. There we go. And everybody get people fired up. Oh, Sage. All right, we're doing it. Okay, Gibson. Yeah, let's do it.
I have 100 fake dollars, but I will deposit 300 real dollars into your account. If you can come see us at the booth later, let's take a picture. And congratulations, and thank you everyone for signing up, for playing, and thank you guys.
Thank you, Minoan. And if you haven't signed up, There's still time because you're going to save that much money, so do it. All right. We'll just stay up here.
Yeah.
All right. You take
Okay.
care of this? We got
Let's
this?
do it.
Okay. All right. So we put together quite possibly the most amazing panel of individuals who are hosts that are experts in unique stays, unique properties. We're going to have a seat on the sofas here, and we're going to ask them some questions. So, hosts, please take the stage. Here, come over next to me. I told them backstage that if the four of them could like come together and do a property, it would be not real and we'd all be out of jobs. So maybe we shouldn't let that happen. Well, it would be booked, so that other people need other places to stay. That's right, you're not wrong. There's always room at the top. So we want to introduce you these hosts. They were hand-selected by Annette and myself. I want to introduce Marilyn, who I've met her on Instagram. Actually, I met both the people I'm going to introduce on Instagram. Marilyn has the most amazing interior taste when it comes to creating unique spaces inside of our properties. I cannot wait for you all to follow her on Instagram after this. And she also is a great short-term rental educator on Instagram. So if you need more perspective on how to really stand out on short-term rentals, Marilyn, we'll give you a handle real quick.
It's just MarilynTaylor.com, Marilyn with 2 N's.
Yes, incredible.
Oh, I don't have my thing on.
And then Christine Kimball over here. Will you raise your hand, Christine? Okay, so it may have been 2017, 2018. I just moved to Columbus, and I was sharing my hosting journey on Instagram. And I was managing it. I had just moved here. I didn't have any clients yet, and I was sharing it on Instagram, like for whoever wanted to watch me on. And most of my audience was back in New York City, so I was just sharing whatever. Christine somehow found me, and she started engaging with me on Instagram, which led to me managing her property in downtown Columbus, which was amazing and so fun, and we both learned so much. And then her and her husband, Kimball, bought some property in Hocking Hills. And then they built a waterfall. And then it went viral, and I learned so much about 100% direct booking because they've never been on Airbnb or VRBO because of their unique property. Yeah, more claps for that. More claps for that. So your handle is the Cliffs.
The Cliffs _ Hocking Hills.
Okay, so if you're under a rock and haven't heard about their property yet, please go find them. They're incredible. But Annette, go ahead. Awesome. All right, and then got this lovely lady next to me, Stacey Race. She is one of our beloved members and an OG member in all the ways. But I want to say, Stacey, I'm going to say you're an accidental unique experience host. Big time. But to know Stacey is to love Stacey, and everyone wants to be around her, including all of the bridal parties in her town that she is very famous in. And so you'll see her properties here. She actually has 2 separate properties, one that she started with, and then Sleepy Lagoon, which that is on my hit list. So you're going to want to pay attention to these properties, but not only is she unique in the stays, but Stacey's just a unique host in how close you will get to her. She will be your host with the most, for sure. And then we've got this man down here, Deontay Johnson, and I have to give a shout out because Deontay is the reason that Ashley is on the stage today. I think I told this at the beginning, but before anybody ever listened to our podcast, I was reaching out to Deontay because he has short-term rentals, and he had some people that he could hook me up with, which was Ashley, and I just want to thank you for that network, for that relationship. But this is one of Deontay's spaces. He has multiple spaces, but this one specifically, Deontay is a retailer here, actually in the Short North where we're staying. He has a very storied sneaker brand. It's called a sneaker store. It's called Soul Classics. And this property is a spin-off of his retail location. So he welcomes guests not only into his store, but they can take that store vibe into his short-term rental. And Deontay, how close are they together, the store and the?
Literally behind it. So it's a block away. You can walk down the alley and get right to the store.
Right. So there we go. So from waterfalls to sneaker inspiration. Wait, waterfalls to sneaker walls, because he has a sneaker wall. We should have to amazing interiors, to welcoming wedding parties and I know you do bachelorette parties maybe, sometimes, yeah. Stacy doesn't say no to the appropriate situation. We just want to let you know that unique experiences, they don't have to be limited to one thing or another. So I really want you to open your mind if you're getting ready to have another property or you want to zhuzh your current property. We're hoping that this panel offers some inspiration for you. So, and can we make a note really quick? Louisiana, mostly California, Ohio. So we do have a diverse crowd location. Well, downtown Columbus, and downtown Columbus, and then there you go, more diverse. Okay, so panel, what we're going to do is we're going to ask a series of questions. You don't all four have to answer, but if you feel like, or we might call you out like, oh, Marilyn, you have to answer this. Just to give the crowd, we want to get through as many of these questions as we can. My first question for you is, when you guys were looking at this property that you, that were like showcasing you or your unique experiences, how did you define what that unique experience was going to be? Or did it find you? Like, how did it happen?
Ooh, I'm going to give you guys a real quick, because I feel like yours might be uncovered. Yours was intentional. And Stacy, Christine, why don't you start with the waterfall? Yeah. Did you know I'm going to do that?
Definitely not. We actually had no idea that there was even a waterfall on the property when we bought it. So we bought it on Christmas Eve is when we closed in 2019. And we all know what happened in 2020. And then it wasn't until probably, I'm trying to think of the first time we saw it, maybe March, I think it was maybe March or April. It's a seasonal waterfall. And we get there, we're renovating this lodge for about 6 months. I think we were renovating it. And there's a beautiful waterfall that it was seasonal, but not only that, it was, trees had fallen over it, it was overgrown, you couldn't really see it. And it was beautiful. And we just at first were like, wow, this is a really cool bonus. And then several months later, as the money is dwindling and we're getting towards the end of the interior stuff, but we started working on the outside stuff. Later in the spring, Kimball went down to the waterfall area with Josh, who's our property manager and all things. He's a nature artist. I went to the car with the kids. They went to the bottom of the ravine and then come back and tell me, we're going to make this waterfall flow year-round, and we're going to turn it into a pool, swimming hole at the bottom. And I'm like, okay. A lot happened in those few minutes.
Right. So what we're hearing is that was not part of the plan at all. That was not part of the experience.
No.
And so you really had to adapt and kind of after that made the switch.
We made the switch and again, did not have very much money left, and it cost us more than we thought it would. But we just knew it would be a game changer and that it was worth taking the risk. And even Kimball had a conversation with Josh, who was going to be helping to actually do it, create this thing that had not been done. So it wasn't just building a pool that was straightforward, hire someone to do it. And had to have a conversation I give you permission to fail. I know it might not work out, but let's go for it.
And at the 3 o'clock, Kenny Bedwell, we're going to talk about amenities and adding amenities, because what I'm hearing also is there was not math, and I don't think there was math on thinking what it could bring in. So interesting.
It ended up being a lot better than we anticipated.
Absolutely.
So it was worth it for sure.
Absolutely. And then Deontay, you were very intentional with your experience. You bought this property already short-term renting knowing. So can you talk us through that real quick?
Absolutely. So the retail landscape is changing, and I related a lot to the short-term rental game. People are looking for an experience. And as we started to ask, what are those experiences that are going to bring people to our shop? We know that, usually you're not coming to Columbus unless you have a conference, a well put together conference, you're a Buckeye fan, or you have friends and family here. So we ran into the situation where we constantly were hosting people. We bring brands in town, we bring people to come and visit, and we wanted them to share our world. And typically, you don't find a lot of sneaker culture, whether you're booking a hotel or Airbnb locally. So we wanted people to be immersed in what we have going on. So it allowed us the opportunity to kind of tell our story and continue our story in a unique way, in a very specific way. So that way, if you look at our unit these pictures don't capture, well, actually, it does. You have a Hebrew Brantley picture on the wall. Typically, he's a very popular artist out of Chicago. You won't see that in too many places. You have a rug that's by Virgil Abloh, so, that, sold out immediately within a couple of seconds of releasing. So those different unique, we have a shoe wall, actually, that has different footwear and product on there. So we just wanted to create something that people could feel like they're still very well entwined in our world and still be in a very comfortable place. So it's right around the corner from the shop, and we were intentional about it. We did see how the short-term rental landscape was changing, but it gives us an opportunity to tell stories in a very unique ways. One of the most fun probably activations that we had, we did a contest where people were flown in, given tickets to the game. When they walked into the unit, they had shoes laid out for them and what have you. So it gives us opportunity to kind of further tell our story and then bring people into our world and give people a reason to come to Columbus.
Love that. All right, this next question is for Marilyn and Stacy. How do you research and or understand your target audience to tailor experiences to their preferences? And I want to start with Marilyn, because Marilyn, you have such unique spaces, a unique perspective and take on interiors, not to mention your hospitality is top notch. So tell us, did you tailor it to after you had a year or two of guests, or did you put your brand and yourself and your soul into it first to see who would come? What was that like?
So this particular property that you guys are looking at, I named it Chateau Venn, and it was, not surprisingly, but it was interesting how the timing worked out of it as far as where my inspiration came from, because it was my 50th birthday right after we closed, and I was going to spend my 50th birthday in France, my favorite place on the planet. And I had just been going through the French country, and I stayed at chateaus, and it was just the feeling of that area that I knew was perfect for this area, which is wine country. It's near Paso Robles in Central California. Even the landscape feels very similar with rolling green hills and grazing cows and horses and all of that sort of thing. Lots of greenery. This is on almost an acre and a half in California. I never thought I'd own California acreage in my life. But so I thought about who's coming to this area and who am I really serving. And I knew that I bought a 3-2 knowing I could add a 4th bedroom. So I knew I was serving families and probably groups of adults and friends coming together to go wine tasting and that sort of thing. It's also pretty close to the coast. So my personal design style, I've been featured as a maximalist in House Beautiful UK, and so I just brought that to the table. All the things that I loved about French style, it's a combination of comfortable and glamorous at the same time. It's old furniture. So I'm a huge vintage fan. I love vintage furniture because it's cheaper, it lasts longer, it's beautiful, it's interesting. Most of the art on my walls is original art that I've found in thrift stores. I just tend to pop into thrift stores, so I always have an inventory of art to choose from. So most of what went into this house I already kind of owned. So I just went for class, comfort, and unique. I wanted people to walk in the room, into the house and gasp and just be like, oh, and just see so many things where they just want to spend time in the house looking at things and wondering, where did this come from? Who did that piece of art, So,
Stacey, how about you? How did weddings fall in your lap?
Yes.
Events fell in your lap.
Yes.
So talk to us about that.
I started back in 2019, bought my first property, had never even stayed in an Airbnb or a Vrbo in my life. I'm not kidding.
So you're a hotel girl?
I know, yes.
It's okay, no judgment.
You can still mix that in, right? When I bought it, we purchased, my husband who's here,
Right, Mike, give him a shout out.
We purchased it, it was already being operated as a short-term rental, and I'll never forget the owner telling me her biggest words of advice were, whatever you do, don't host wedding parties. I was like,
okay, got it. And about a year went by. I spent that entire year, by the way, found these two lovely ladies and cleaned every single turn myself while listening to the podcast. And that's where I learned the business, seriously. So anyway, about a year into it, I had a really good friend whose son was getting married, and she asked, can Tyler and his buddies, his groomsmen, get ready there the day of the wedding and take photos? And I was like, I mean, that's Tyler. I've known him his whole life. You know, it has to be okay. And it was the most delightful experience in the world. I was just struck with it at that point. I'm like, okay, forget about what she said. I'm rolling with this because I enjoyed it, they enjoyed it, and bonus, it was like all of a sudden, it was free social media posts like everywhere, and every 20-something-year-old was like, where's that house? Where'd you get ready? Okay. My phone started ringing off the hook. And because I was new, you know, I had availability at that point, and I'm not kidding, within the first few months, my next year, it was like probably three, I won't say every, about 75% of my weekends every month were bridal parties. They would check in on a Friday. They'd go off to their rehearsal dinner, come back, the bridesmaids mostly, sometimes groomsmen, but they get ready the day of, and then they leave for the ceremony and they check out on Sunday. But then what really changed my life was having that repeat business, a lot of direct bookings, word of mouth, and then another property became available to us. It was my mom's property, and she passed away unexpectedly. And the home it's called Sleepy Lagoon. You can find it at Sleepy Lagoon, LA, LA for Louisiana. And the home is on 18 acres with lagoons rolling all through it, cypress trees, magnolias, bridges, fountains, river access, sandy beach, and it has 3 homes on it. So we decided during COVID, to move out of our 20-year suburban life in a neighborhood out to 18 acres. We moved into the home that's in the middle of the property, and then there's a home on one side and a cottage on the other, and now we specialize that property. Again, yeah, one of the homes out there I've never put on any OTA. It's all direct, 100%. And it's perfect because we can have the bride and bridesmaids get ready in one home, groom and groomsmen get ready in the other. They don't see each other till they want to, take photos, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking I need to update some photos because we've rebuilt that bridge and redone some things. Like it's, yeah, so the top right photo is actually of my first property, the LaCroix, Covington. And then the rest are Sleepy Lagoon. So I fell into it. It was not by design. And I do have had 2 daughters get married within that time.
That helps with the lead gen.
So I have, I didn't have to market much. The phone rings.
Well, I love how you also, someone told you not to do something, which I'm sure Annette and I from time to time, like, don't do this. But if your gut tells you that this is right for you, I think you know yourself better than anyone else knows you, and to follow that.
Well, and also take risks. I know we get really strict sometimes with the reservation, like who we think the guest is. Stretch your mind every now and then on who could be your ideal client.
Okay, my next question, and I'll let anyone who feels inspired answer this one. What challenges have you faced in creating and marketing unique experiences? I feel like, okay, you found a waterfall, or you have a cool sneaker brand. Okay, the money just flows in, and like now you're like sitting pretty. But what challenges are you on because you have a unique experience?
I want each one of you to say one unique challenge, because I think challenges help serve everybody. So why doesn't everybody answer this one real quick?
Pricing. Pricing is definitely a big one. Understanding that, well, actually, we'll keep it quick, right? Yeah, pricing. We'll just stay there. Yes. I'll talk forever, so take it away.
I mean, so many challenges. Like, I would say figuring out how to do it, huge challenge. Cost, for sure. Expensive projects that somebody hasn't done before, so it might be double, triple what you plan. You have nothing to compare it to. Right. I would say that's the big figuring it out.
Right, you're doing uncharted waters. Like there isn't someone else's template that you can plug numbers into.
Yeah.
Are we talking about just general challenges or specific to attracting
Well, I think
people?
let's do it because people are booking your spaces for that uniqueness. And I think Deontay's like, we feel like it's unique. How do you price it accordingly for the uniqueness? I think that's, or not price it, but making sure that that's the guests that you're getting? What are challenges with unique space?
Yeah, honestly, that's tough for me to answer because I haven't had any major challenges in relation to that. I think because it's still a fairly new property and I'm pricing to get bookings and reviews, I think those challenges may come in later because like competing against the pool homes, that I want to be priced up there with them because I do feel like my space there's nothing else like my house. So it's making sure that is marketed in a way that they can see it in the listing.
My biggest challenge, and it's more a personal thing, I think because we do live on one of the properties where we host so many of these events, and it's not just bridal parties. We do bridal showers, baby showers, dinner parties, commercial location things, is being right there and sometimes trying to have your own privacy. And then also I'm an event planner, like have been for decades and decades, and so yes, they're renting out the space mostly by the hour if they're coming in just for the day of or the afternoon for a shower. But I want to help, like I want to be in there and I want to be setting it up and I want to be and do the marketing for it and stuff. And sometimes I have to make myself take a step back and go, okay, you don't have to do all that. Like let them take their space and do their thing.
Okay, I'm sure your properties are all, I'm not sure, I know they are. They're crazy Instagrammable. Or they would blow up they have blown up on TikTok. How do you handle influencers reaching out to you, wanting to work with you and amplify especially if they're already amplified? Sorry, hello, okay. How do you handle influencers reaching out to you?
I can take that first. We do get a lot of requests, probably daily, for someone who's, wanting to either already a content creator or they're wanting to break into that scene. And so I would say I mostly have to say no because we couldn't have all those people. But partnering with the right people has been absolutely huge for us. So it has been extremely important for us to say yes to the right people. When we first started, we intentionally started when we were renovating the lodge to work with some local companies whose, furniture makers or artists. That was a lot more expensive than if I would have just bought something from Crate and Barrel, but I knew that partnership would be really huge for us, and it totally was. And then reaching out to specific people whose niche was also our niche, who's would reach our avatar, to use the term. And so I think it has been huge for us, but you have to be willing to say no to the ones that are not going to be effective, who doesn't have the target audience that you have.
I think that's a great, this is one of the most common questions we get. Does everybody say no more than yes? I think we need to allow the rest of the hosts that it's okay to say no.
It's very okay to say no.
Okay.
Right, yes. For your own mental peace, but also you have to protect the vehicle that it is, the actual asset, which is your Airbnb or your short-term rental or midterm rental. So you have to do right by their property because people will unfortunately take advantage of it.
I will say I reach out to the people that I want.
Ooh, I like that. Okay.
And there has been maybe only one who has reached out to me that I've said yes to. And that was after reaching out. They reached out several times. And that was great. Actually, that ended up being amazing. But as a general rule, I'm looking at those people, those content creators or travel bloggers or whatever who I know will be good for us. And I follow them, I watch them for a while, and then I reach out.
Love that. I'm going to add a quick little spin on this because they're not influencers, but they're brands. And the reason why I got into House Beautiful UK was because I partnered with a wallpaper company who sponsored a room makeover that I was doing, and that got me into multiple publications, which is then free marketing. So it's kind of a spin on the influencer, but using and partnering with brands that might be willing to gift you. I just was gifted a $2,600 light fixture to put into Chateau Vin. in exchange for content for them. So it sort of is a flip on that, but my end goal is marketing and extra exposure for my rental.
It's great. You all have crazy unique spaces. So you have physical things that people can see, rolling hills, waterfalls, amazing interiors, a sneaker brand that translates. Talk to us about, though, does that carry it all? Or does your hospitality have to also support the physical attributions of your property?
Sarah, get 'em. Can I speak on that?
Yeah.
I'm very, very small town, I guess. I'm outside of New Orleans, but in a small kind of suburban community called Covington. And when I started, guys, like I said, I knew nothing about this business, but every single guest that booked with me since March of 2019, I have logged personally in my phone with the city where they're from, with the unit that they stayed in, with the platform that they booked on, or if they were direct, and anything memo-wise. Obviously, there are CRMs for this. I do understand, people. But this is my way of doing things, and I love that I get to know my guests more personally than many hosts ever will, and that when they call me 2 years later, and because I text every guest after they leave as well and give them my personal, make sure you contact me directly next time. And they'll call me out of the blue and I'll be like, hey, Janet, how have you been? You know, how's it going up there in Chicago? She's like, you remember me? Well, you know, guys, little things go such a long way. I call each of my guests, not necessarily the returning ones, because they know the drill, but I'll call them just 24 hours before they're coming. Just checking in, excited to have you. Is there anything I can answer for you before you get there? 99%. It's no, we got everything, cool. And the other 1% is it a Keurig or a drip? So it's just that, to me, is what elevates the experience for my guests.
That is some Southern hospitality right there.
I'm going to jump in on this one, too, because, you know, I think design has become so obvious now to everybody how important this is, but it does not stop there. So I'm similar to you in the sense that my personal connection begins with them with the first communication and goes all the way through. Even though my messages are automated, the way they are written is so warm and welcoming, and I always ask them about themselves, why they're coming. I want to understand what they plan to experience in my home, because if I can leave something extra, do something extra for them when they arrive, then it just makes all the difference. I have a story of, and I'm not going to name who it is, she's a famous designer. She's unbelievable. I love her style. She has short-term rentals. She left the link and I went through and I looked at her reviews and I was horrified because she wasn't maintaining the property. She had super loud air conditioning. She had pests. There were just all these issues with her property that people weren't responding to questions. It has to be from start to finish, all the way through. That quality, that guest experience literally has to be built into every piece of the guest experience.
Yeah, I'll co-sign that as well. Like, I believe that it goes from the top of the ladder all the way to the bottom. It's making sure that, you know, you're not leaving the toilet paper roll, the used toilet paper roll in there and just refolding it all the way down to there. Like, for us, we leave welcome baskets. If somebody said they're coming to town for their child's graduation, we make sure that there's something in there Ohio State related, or you're coming to town to just get away from your kids for the weekend. You might have a wine bottle in there for you. So we try to tailor our experience to understand that, you know, you could have booked anywhere else. You know, it's a privilege that you decided to book with us, and we're going to make sure that you feel appreciated through that. And I think that those small gestures, like, we could talk about all the big bells and whistles, the waterfalls to the shoe walls and everything in between, but everybody has the opportunity to leave a personal connection. Even if it may seem so small to you, it is huge, because that's not what you're getting usually when you travel. And people are looking for those things to make them feel a little bit more welcome and a little bit more at ease about their stay.
All right, we've got less than 2 minutes, but I have a final question for you. Could we do this all day? Don't you guys want to hear hosts just talk? We gotta do some more episodes, host chatter. Okay, new episodes. We need a Friday episode and a Monday episode still. So, okay, can you all, if you like, all answer this question? Don't feel rushed, but, you know, as quickly as you can. Can you share any insights?
but under 30 seconds. My poor husband and business wife, sorry. Okay, can you share any insights on the impact of unique experiences on guest reviews, ratings, repeat bookings? Is your business really amazing just because of your unique experiences?
Yes. I don't go for 5-star reviews. I go for raving 5-star reviews.
Ooh, get 'em, Marilyn.
I'll go second. Yes, it does. It leaves a big impact. We have a person that books for 2 home OSU games for the past 3 years. He's coming back. He loves it. He loves to stay because of those experiences that we created for him. So I think it goes a far way. And then we like to go above and beyond. Even if you're coming to town and you need to connect with a chef, we might be able to connect you with that and just anything to make it a little bit easier for you to enjoy the city. So yes.
Christine, how about you?
Yes, I definitely think, guests over and over use the term magical. And I love hearing that. And I feel like that's how I feel even when I'm just there doing something and I just take a minute to take it all in. And we had someone who, so if you don't know, we have a lodge. That was our first thing. And then we built 3 smaller places. And we've only been open since midway towards the end of 2020. She stayed at the lodge twice, stayed at our bungalows that opened up this year. She stayed at the beginning of the summer, booked again for the end of the summer, and booked all 3 for like a buyout for next summer. So 5 times a repeat guest. And, we hear that. That's a little extreme, which is awesome. But we hear that from people. We came and we can't wait to come back, or we've already been back. And
yeah. And here's the deal. Christine can have 1,000 people staying again. The problem is their calendar is booked. So there would be a lot more than one person doing all these repeats. What about you, Stacey?
Always. Yes, absolutely, of course. And most of that is because word of mouth, especially in the bridal, arena. And I've been lucky enough to, my goodness, I've had some girls come and they're a bridesmaid and they love it so much. So then when they get engaged, we've even had proposals. People will pay to come on your property for hours at a time for a proposal. You have no idea. The proposal, and then they want to come and get ready there the day of their wedding. And guess what? In April, I'm hosting one of their baby showers. So it's like, yeah, it's just it's a really cool thread, and reviews and word of mouth is everything.
Love it. Audience, can we give them a round of applause? They are doing amazing things in short-term rentals in space and sharing their time with us today. We appreciate it so much. Thank you, all of you. And I'm just celebrities as you leave the stage. I'm going to offer this up. People can come and ask you questions, right? Everyone? Okay. Okay, it is 3 o'clock. We're trying to get back on schedule, so go meet with the vendors, please, in Vendor Village. Kenny's going to take the stage now, and then we'll be back. We will be back at 3:30. Yeah, and Kenny's taking the stage just because we know it's a little tight down there, and some of you wanted to, be able to take notes. But please, you do not need to stay in this room. Go take your calls. Please go visit the vendors. It wasn't scheduled here. We're just moving. We're moving venues. Yes. All right. See you in 3:30. But I did hear some clapping because we heard you loud and clear that you needed more of Kenny and taking notes.
I've got like 3 mics on. One of them's got to work. All right. If you leave, I'll be deeply offended. All right, cool. Welcome. Man, I'm going to trip over this and die. Let's just move this out of the way. Okay, so this is, I've been doing workshops down in the basement. They put me down in the basement, and was privileged to have some of you down there. Some of the complaints were, hey, we needed space to take notes. And I had a lot of people ask me about amenities. And so I asked Sarah and Annette. They were really gracious enough to provide me this opportunity to come on stage, allow you guys to take some notes. I'm going to give you 3 nuggets, golden nuggets, okay, that you can walk away with and implement right away to know what type of amenities drive and impact your revenue and your market. 3 nuggets. In my Facebook group, the STR Data Host, yesterday I posted something. I was like, ask me any question you have. People were asking, hey, should I add a pool heater to my pool at my property? Should I increase and add an extra bedroom? Should I get a hot tub?
You know, all these, like, should I get an EV charger? All these simple questions. And the information I'm going to share with you today in those 3 nuggets will answer that for yourselves, and you'll be able to figure that on your own. You guys ready to get started? All right, let's go. Okay, nugget number 1. The biggest mistake you'll make with adding or having an amenity, because a lot of you already have amenities. The biggest mistake you'll make is not marketing your amenities. I've got 2 properties here. One is lakefront, the other one is not lakefront. Okay? Both have a hot tub. Which one do you think makes $20,000 more than the other one? The one on the left, right? Okay, the one on the left is smaller, it's not lakefront, and it shouldn't be making more than $20,000 than the other one. The other one's just in a better location, and it's actually bigger. It's got an extra bedroom compared to the other one. So what is it? It's marketing. So before you even think about adding an amenity, you need to decide, am I marketing correctly my current amenities to my target audience? The ladies that were up here earlier talked about your guest avatar. It's always about marketing towards them. My last workshop, we talked about that a little bit in detail. We said set the ego aside and focus on who your target audience is. They're visual, right? Guests are all visual, so they want to see this. They want to see what they can do with the hot tub and what they're experiencing. Here's another example. This is in Hollywood, Florida. The property on the right is 2 blocks from the beach. The property on the left is 1 mile from the beach. Which one makes more money? The one on the left, $65,000 difference. That's huge. Same bed and bath count. They both have pretty much the same major amenities, but what's the difference? How they're marketing that amenity. So before you go and just simply add another amenity to your property, how are you going to market it? You need to be strategic about adding or leveraging current amenities that you have. Does that make sense? Okay, let's keep going. So that was nugget number 1. Market your amenities. Nugget number 2, you're going to want to write this down in order. This is ChatGPT. All right, ooh, buzzword, AI, ChatGPT, machine learning. Okay, what do? You need to target your guest avatar. Well, Kenny, how do I know what my guest avatar is if I don't ask them directly? The way to do it is to go into your reviews or the reviews of your competitors. So there's 2 types of examples here. So the first example is, how do I know what amenities I should have or I should market for my own property, and I have an established property? What you're going to do is go into your reviews. If you have, say, over 20 reviews, you're going to copy all the text. So we've all seen this before, our reviews. Copy all the text of your reviews. You're going to put it in ChatGPT, and you're going to ask, examine this property. What's the prompt say? Examine the review text from the guest that stayed in this 2-bedroom property and insert your market name and list the 5 positive things that guests are saying about my place. Boom. What amenities are guests talking about? ChatGPT will tell you. You can also do this for your competitors. So for example, I'll say a young lady approached me down below. She's probably in the room, so young lady. She approached me down below and asked me about adding an EV charger to her property in Gatlinburg. It's in Pittman Center. And I said, well, who are your guests? Like, what is their avatar? What are they like? And so we kind of had a discussion on that. But what I told her to do was go to your competitors who have EV chargers, grab their reviews, and put in ChatGPT and see if the reviews talk about the EV charger. If they don't talk about the EV charger, then the guests don't care about the EV charger, and that's not the avatar. So even if you don't know who your guest avatar is, the reviews will tell you. And if you have no reviews at all, just go get the reviews of your competition in that market. There are hundreds, thousands of reviews in our markets that will tell us who is coming to the market and why they're coming to the market. And if you do it by bedroom count, you'll understand the demand of who's coming to that market, because we know that, okay, couples are coming for 1 bedrooms, maybe 2 bedrooms, and we have families at the 3-bedroom level, then 2 families maybe at 4 or 5. But why are they coming here? The reviews will tell you everything. This is a 3-minute exercise, and you can get the answers you need summarized in ChatGPT. Super easy. I encourage all of you to do it, whether you want to add an amenity or not. It's really important to know, hey, tell me the top 5 things guests like about my place. Get that affirmation, and then I dare you to search, tell me the top 5 things I need to improve on. ChatGPT will also tell you that and summarize it for you. Super powerful. Try it out. So that was nugget number 2. Nugget number 3, let's get a little intense. Okay, this is what you guys, this is why they pay me the big bucks. All right? So how do I know, Kenny? I used your ChatGPT trick, and I'm looking at the reviews, and I just want to know, like, no one's talking about this particular amenity I have, but I think it can increase my ADR. I think it can make me more money. How do I know that? So let's take a typical example or a typical scenario that I get. Let's do Columbus. Okay, this is my first official time in Columbus, meaning my first official time in a hotel in Columbus. That's about all I've experienced here so far. Driven through once, but other than that, that's it. So I know nothing about Columbus besides what the data tells me. So I know there's a lot of you in this room for Columbus who might yell or scream at me in a second. We'll see. Maybe you'll agree. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Okay, so I want to add a game room to my property, and I'm going to use an example here, a 3-bedroom property in between 2 neighborhoods that one looked a little sketchy and the other one looked a little nicer. So I thought that might be fun to do. And I'll show you where that is on the map. How much money is that going to make me, or will it make me any money at all? Okay? I mean, it doesn't have to be a game room. It can be, I'm going to add a pool, or I want to add, should I expand upon my backyard? Should I add quartz countertops? Heard that one yesterday. You know, all these little things that you're thinking in your head. How do I answer this? This is what we're going to do. Okay, so the first thing you're going to do is you need to compare the top properties' attributes in the market. We're going to do an example. Don't worry. I'm going to walk you through everything. Compare the top properties, amenities in the market. So you can go STR Insights and look at the top properties in Columbus and see what type, 3 bedrooms, that's the example here, 3 bedrooms, what type of amenities do they have? There's a little bit of manual work here, okay? There's no data provider out there. I know I just said STR Insights, but I'll just be open here. There's no data provider out there that's going to give you a list of all the amenities, or in particular, the amenity that you're looking for, like game room in this particular case. So we're going to look at all the amenities of all the top competitors or the top properties in that particular market, or even the neighborhood. Okay? Then we're going to identify the differences between the top property and everybody else. Okay? So 75th percentile and less. So you'll see, and I'll show you all the properties in a second, all the numbers, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Get a little more specific. And then the last thing we're going to do is determine if that desired amenity that we wrote down, this is all manual. This is going to take a little bit of time, but it's a big decision. So you should take a little bit of time to do all this. You're going to decide if that amenity is worthy of you investing in, and if it has the top properties and it's making more money. You will see the trend and the pattern. That's what we're looking for in the data. We're looking for trends or patterns to tell us what we should do. Okay, and it's going to stand out. So remember, what was our amenity we were looking for? What should we add to our 3-bedroom property? A game room, right? I almost forgot. I'm just kidding. All right, so step number 1. Okay, I chose, for Columbus people out there, I'm just going to, whatever. So I chose, imagine you have a 3-bedroom property in this area between German Village and Southern Orchard, right? I think Southern Orchard's like an opportunity zone. It looked like it at least. And German Village is a little nicer, so we've got these 2 areas. But imagine you got a property in the middle there, and you're like, hey, I'm not quite in German Village. I'm not in the best location, but you know what? And I've never been to any of those, so I could be just not know what I'm talking about. But I'm looking at the data, and it's telling me the answers. Am I right, Columbus people? Am I on track? Okay, all right, thank you. All right. Yeah, somebody just boo me or something if I ever go off track here. All right. But here's the thing. The reason I know this is because I'm looking at the data, and the data's telling me everything I need to know. Look, I'm in the center here. I'm trying to be, I want to compete, and I want to know if I want to add that game room. And so I'm going to look at all the top properties in this little area and examine what type of amenities do they have and do they have game rooms. Okay, that's pretty simple. So I'm going to click into each one of those and I'm going to look at the listing. We've all done this before. Oh, that's a really nice property. What does it have to offer? Oh, cool. It's got a hot tub. It's got fast Wi-Fi. It's got all these things. So you're going to note these amenities down and it's going to look something like this. So you're going to extract the list, and I included the revenue there so you can see how much money they're making. And then I've got all these main amenities that I have quickly identified. I mean, you could have tens, I mean, not hundreds, but like tens of columns of different amenities that you could do if you really wanted to get nitty gritty. But I'm looking for game rooms. I noticed they had hot tubs, big backyards. They were maybe pet friendly. There was fast Wi-Fi, outdoor furniture, modern furnishings, parking, and family friendly. Okay, cool. So all the zeros represent they don't have it. The ones mean they do have it. So I'm looking for ones, and I highlighted the columns for you so you could see it quickly because it's a lot of zeros and ones, let's be honest. And I highlighted the ones where we start to see a lot of ones. Okay, so we go, okay, cool. A lot of the top properties have backyards. They have fast Wi-Fi. They have outdoor furniture, modern furnishings, parking, and they're family friendly. Cool. What about everybody else? Is that true for everybody else? So I rinse and repeat. I go back to STR Insights. I look at all the other properties in that neighborhood. A lot more zeros and ones later. And here I am, more columns. I see, hold on a second. Everybody kind of already has fast Wi-Fi, whatever the Wi-Fi here is. Everybody's got it. Doesn't matter. It's super easy to get. Looks like everybody's family friendly, or at least they check that box, whether they're actually family friendly or not. And it looks like everybody's got a driveway, so they all have parking. So that's common. Everybody has that. That's not going to impact revenue. But hold on a second. Not everybody has a backyard. Not everybody has outdoor furniture, and not everybody has modern furnishings. And there's a few properties that actually have game rooms, but not many of the top properties have game rooms. So some of the bottom properties do have game rooms, and only a couple of top properties do. So what trends are we picking up here? What do you guys think? I know I'm on stage, but like down there it was like people talking. So what do you guys think? Backyard, maybe some out. I know I don't have pictures here, but like I kind of highlighted the answers, right? So like the outdoor furniture, but the game room, like who cares at this point, right? Like no properties and successful properties in this market even have a game room. There's no data to support you investing probably a few thousand, and if you make a nice game room, in a game room. But what is the data telling us? The data is telling us to invest in the backyard. So most properties, the top properties have backyards. So if I had a backyard, I need to get some outdoor furniture, and if I don't have updated furnishings, I might want to invest in that too. So I'm looking for the trends and patterns, and I'm replicating what the top properties have. Now, a lot of you could go on a limb, and I'm going to show you something in a second. We'll get a good laugh out of it. Or you could say, well, Kenny, I'm going to be the first one to do it. Good luck. Seriously, good luck. I can't help you if you make money or not. Like I mean, if you make money, good for you, and I'm happy for you. But if you don't, like the data is saying, look, no one's doing it, and it's not the reason why people are coming here. So we want to minimize or mitigate risk when investing in amenities. And the data will tell you how. It gives you the confidence whether you're evaluating properties or evaluating amenities. The trends and the patterns will tell you what you need to know to be successful in the market. Don't force something that isn't there and isn't proven. Make sense? Okay. So here I've highlighted it with yellow or red arrows of, hey, look, these are the everybody else up top, and these are the top properties. And these are the amenities we are seeing that stand out. The majority of the top properties have nice backyards with outdoor furnishings, modern furnishings. Maybe they use Minoan, maybe they use something else, but they use somebody, and they have really nice furnishings in their properties, and they're doing well. So maybe I should do that. And I will have a higher ROI and less risk from that investment than just going in and trying to put in a game room. Let's do an exercise. Kind of wrap things up here. So we're going to take two properties, and now I don't know, I guess I'll just jump into it. If the person in this room has this property, this is of no offense, and they probably are getting really good returns because I did dive in deeper into it. So just preface that in mind. All right, but we're gonna play a little game, okay? And I'm not gonna say any names. I'm not gonna say where this property is. It may or may not be in this market, or both of these properties actually. But I want you guys. We're gonna look at two properties in Columbus, and that was the real data I just showed you for that neighborhood or that area in Columbus. And I'm going to show you two properties. They're the same bedroom count. I want you to tell me which one makes more, okay? Based on the data we just saw. Here's property A. Nobody say anything. Don't raise your hand yet. Okay, here's property A. Looks all right. Maybe, I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, it's got the nice kitchen. It's updated. It's definitely got some style to it. Okay. And here's property B. They added the game room. Okay. Which one makes more money? Raise your hand if you think it's A. Raise your hand if you think it's B. With the game room. Okay. Raise your hand if you think it's A. Congratulations, you're right. It's A. Why is that? What's that? Oh, property A? They didn't spend money to put the game room in? Okay. It has the desired amenities? Is that what you're going at? Okay. Anybody else? I should go back to it. Location, yeah, it is in a better location. That's true. Columbus people are speaking up now. Okay. That's fair. But let me ask you this, guys. Let me show you that. We'll go back here real quick. Okay. Is the location between those two neighborhoods, does it justify a $45,000 difference for the same bed and bath count? That's how much more money property A is making than property B. $45,000. I mean, you're talking maybe, I don't know, 10 blocks maybe? I mean, yes, it is in a better location. But $45,000 for the same bedroom, I mean, they're comps, right? Okay, sure, it's a little nicer neighborhood, but $45,000. What is property A, go back to it again, doing differently than property B? Design and decor. Yep. If she just said, I mean, she pretty much gave away the answer. Good job. No, I'm just kidding. So she said they went after I missed like the avatar, the guest avatar for Columbus. And what is it? It's this data is telling us what the answer is. ChatGPT can tell you the answer too if you're too lazy to do this. Okay? Well, it's one of the ways. So the data is going to tell you who you think you should target. I guarantee you, well, I did look into this. This is cool. This house is kind of making decent returns given the revenue is not as high and everything, given the property. But I mean, I was looking and I was like, holy cow. I mean, they even did like weird stuff in the bathroom, and you've got to be a Harry Potter nerd to like go to this place, right? And that's okay, but they even have the backyard. Look, there's a backyard in like photo number 4 down there below on the left. They have the backyard. So it has the potential to even like to kind of compete with the other one, even though it's not the same location. I get that. But $45,000 difference? They went too specific, and it was for what they want rather than what the guests who are coming to Columbus want and expect. I said it in the last workshop, and it keeps resurfacing. And this isn't no offense to you guys, but just us hosts in general. We have to set aside our egos when we're evaluating our guest avatar. Unless you bought the property for yourself and you're the one who's traveling to that market and like if you're the mom and like, yeah, all the other moms are coming with me and we're staying at the property, then you can advertise and market to yourself. You're the perfect one. But in reality, you're not looking to market to yourself. You're looking for someone who's going to pay money for your property, right? So, and another thing too, I'll be honest with you guys. So I have 6 properties. Most of my properties are nicer than my own home. I mean, that's probably true for the rest of us, right? We're like, oh no, we don't need to update this. But I do need to update my one property. And that's so true. And here's the thing though. So my properties, I don't market to people like me because I wouldn't even be looking for that. I market to my guest avatar based on the reviews and based on what the data says. So we need to use the data. So let's go over the 3 nuggets again. And I want every single one of you guys, I hate. I do a lot of conferences. I don't speak at them, but I also attend them as well to learn. And because I also have properties. And there's like some of my competitions like in this room. So now I have to like, I've given them all my secrets. So now I got to go like learn something else. Where are you, Kate? There she is. Front row, taking notes. I see the notes. But anyway, but look, guys, I want you to take action on this right away from the. This is what you can do when you go home. Go home, look at your reviews, analyze your own property if you already have one. If you're looking for your first one to get started, analyze the competition's reviews. This is so simple to do. Second thing, you need to study the top properties in that market and their attributes. What are the characteristics? It's not necessarily marked in Airbnb, oh yeah, it's because they have a huge deck and a big backyard. You're going to have to do that manual research. You're going to have to do the data to do that. And if you need help with that, we're here, obviously. You can go speak to us at the booth. How do I do that, Kenny? What tools do I use? Can help you there. The last thing is you need to rank and prioritize the potential amenities you see based on the data. So if all the top properties have big backyards and everything, and you're trying to jump into a new market, or you have a big backyard, you have the amenity. Now you need to market that to your guests. And if it's a small amenity, like quartz countertops, that's a specific example over here. Quartz countertops. Do the top properties in your market, that's okay. Oh goodness, all right, I'm opening up, ripping off the Band-Aid here. But seriously though, I mean, the answer is, do the top properties in your market have quartz countertops, or nice countertops, or whatever it is you want to add? And if the answer is yes, I'm sorry, man. She's right. She's right either way, but like, she's right. But if the answer is no, she's still right. I mean, maybe she just pivots a little, like bathrooms or something, you know? But look, it just comes down to that. Look for the data and the trends. Okay, I've got a few minutes left, but that's really it, guys. I guess before we wrap up, if you guys need any help, and I've done all these different, talked about markets and finding properties and deals and analyzing your own properties and amenities. Please reach out to us, okay? We're here to help you. You can schedule a free consult, or even better, if you're an introvert like me sometimes, just follow me on Instagram or watch stuff I post on YouTube, and it gives you the answers and the secrets you need to apply. It's all free. Just check it out. That's it. Any questions, I guess? Oh, actually, you know what? I do have a little bit of time. I do have some extra slides if you guys want some secrets. Okay, let's get into it. So, obvious amenities you should add. So everybody wants to know, Kenny, what are the top amenities I should add to my property? So even Sarah and Annette want to know. They asked me once a couple weeks ago. So so obvious amenities like pools, drive revenue, hot tubs, game roofs, family friendly. But here are less obvious amenities that I've seen this year that impact revenue. Number one, putting greens. I've seen a lot of properties, not a lot, but a lot of the top properties. When I say a lot of top properties putting in putting greens in their backyard, enhancing the backyard and the guest experience. Okay, not just in Myrtle Beach, but in a lot of different markets across the country. Okay, next one, golf simulators. Maybe this one is a Myrtle Beach one, or wherever there's golf, like Galena, Illinois is a good market for that. But that's another one too. Instead of just a game room with arcade machines from Wayfair, let's enhance the game room. Let's elevate it and make it better based on the guest experience. So like if you have bachelor parties, things like that, those markets, like even Scottsdale, these golf simulators crush it. Beach markets, golf simulators crush it. Barrel saunas. Indoor saunas suck and are a liability. I mean, saunas in general are a liability, but
barrel saunas that highlight the outdoor, whether it's the views of the water, the views of the mountains, whatever it is, barrel saunas absolutely do well. Who's from Texas? Really got to think about a barrel sauna for your properties. I think you guys are in New Mexico. But barrel saunas I've seen them do really well in Texas. So, and I don't know what the deal is, like understand why, but it's just one of those things where it's like, these things are popular and they give that aesthetic feel, and it does really good based on the data. Fourth one, mod pools. So these are, if you look at the top left picture, these are like these container pools. They make really cool. They're like $50,000 or $60,000. I'm seeing a ton of people put these in. I even know somebody in Gatlinburg who's putting one in on his like 1-bedroom cabin. He put it on the roof of his house, like built it out. It's really crazy. But like they're doing all these really cool things with them, and they're very affordable compared to normal swimming pools. And they're a little bit smaller. So mod pools. I'm also seeing some properties, some people do this too, where they put 2 of them instead of just one pool, because it costs about the same, and they make it kind of like like a little oasis or something. So very, very interesting, and mod pools have gained in popularity, and those properties are crushing it. Final one, and this is something super simple that I just always recommend if you have a pool, and I talked about this in the last workshop. Floats or outdoor games. If you don't have outdoor games or just like floats in the pool when you take your pictures, you need to go do that right now. That's going to enhance the experience and show people why they should come to your place beyond, oh, it's a comfortable bed, okay? Most of the top properties across the entire country, most of the top properties have amazing backyard experiences. It's no secret, or should be no secret, that guests want to stay in places that have an experience. And I know the ladies up here, I was listening to them earlier, and they're talking about like coming to their house and like all these unique things, and that's great, that's part of it. We want to highlight the experience of what the guest is looking for. And a lot of them want to be in the backyard and spend time with family. And to prove that, just use ChatGPT. So, all right, no, seriously, it will prove that of what I'm talking about. I'm not making up any of this. So if you guys have questions, I'm now out of time. Feel free to reach out or even just schedule a call or just come up and talk to me. I promise I won't bite twice, and I'll help you out, but that's it.
Give it up for Kenny one more time. That was amazing. It was nice you guys didn't have to go into the basement this time. That's nice. So we're going to welcome Annette and Sarah back up to the stage. Shocker. And they are going to start the next panel that we're going to be privileged to listen to. Welcome back, guys. Give them a round of applause.
The stage. It was me. Okay. All right. Fix it, Sarah.
Is Pat in here by chance? Pat, would you come up on stage?
Awesome. And then Ashley, will you bring Pat a mic if you don't mind? I'm gonna.
You can help my mic.
Sit with Kylan. You can sit there.
Okay, so we want to take just a few minutes and share with you some hosts' transformations. Okay, so we can talk about it all day long, but we want to highlight Pat and Kylan specifically. Yes, they're in our membership, but they're also rock stars, very smart individuals, because we've heard a lot from the crowd and even when we were, hosting the when people host to come to the conference, do I have anything else that I can learn? I've been doing this for a few years. I know everything there is to know, right? So we wanted to share with you the stories of Kylan and Pat, and what they were able to learn by being submersed around other hosts who wanted to up-level their business, and just share a little bit more about, about that journey. So, Pat, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. So I'm in a small town, about 10,000 people. All my properties are in my town. 3 short terms, 1 midterm, 1 long term. Was doing okay, and really appreciated having the membership to kind of learn from hosts.
Pat, lift your mic up a little.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yep. Everybody hear him now? It was a little. Start again.
Thank
Start
you.
again.
Start again. Okay. Oh man, that bad. Okay. Sorry.
It was actually for me because I couldn't hear you over here.
Okay. Not used to the mic. So I'm from a smaller town, about 10,000 people. All my properties are in my town. 3 short terms, 1 midterm, 1 long term. And we were doing pretty well. I checked out a couple different membership groups. Ended up giving you guys a chance. It was just a better values.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving us a chance, Pat.
Well,
No, I love it. I love it. Yeah. You're on stage with us now, so you're sold. You're done.
well, when I say a chance to, it's not just what you are going to put out into the universe. It's also how I'm going to receive that and take action on it, right? So it's not just all on you. But it was a really good values alignment for me. There were some other options I had checked out, but they were way more, let's maximize the heads and beds. Let's try and go, get a master lease on an apartment building. And it just wasn't the direction that I was aligned with. It's not a bad direction. It just wasn't the one I was aligned with. And so we've been chugging along. And I think for me, like if I was just to pick out something really tangible, being here last year or, at the conference last year, even though it was a different geography, I think Wendy was really grilling me about not using smart pricing because, no, it's okay. It worked out well because there was only like 15 competitors in town. And so my argument was I can watch everybody and see what they're doing, but what I couldn't see were the other events that were around us. And, just integrating smart pricing, this year we're up 10%, and that's after we've gone from about 15 options in town to 30. The average daily rate on competition is down, so it really paid for itself just in that one decision. There's great community support, whether you are just starting and you really need it, or now you've started to kind of baseline and want to know where to go next, the next stage of growth. So, been wonderful for me.
And Pat, you work full-time, correct?
Yes, I work full-time. My wife works full-time.
Right. So I just really wanted to put that out there too. They both work full-time and they're running their short-term rentals. And Pat, what's your expertise outside of short-term rentals?
I work for Boeing in information technology.
Information. So, and you're a numbers guy.
I try to be.
Yeah, you are. You are. And so it was really lovely just having Pat dig into his numbers for a short-term rental and have him open his mind up to the fact that he might be able to open up your the span of rentals that you're looking at, that you may not be able to get it covered all manually, that you might need some help from the other hosts and how they've been able to maximize their ADR and leverage technology at the same time. And know that the technology is not, set it and forget it, it's an art and science. And I want to mention one more thing that Pat has done. We don't have time to get into it today, but I know that he's been bringing this to the group, is him and his wife did cost segregation this year, and it really helped them offset their high-income W-2s, correct? And that was a big win for you and your family.
Yeah, really big part of the play.
Thank you, Pat. We appreciate you. We love having you. Someone's asking what cost segregation is. We do not have enough time to get into it, but this is the stuff. This is why you're in this room. You hear it now. That's why you're in our membership, because it is a game changer if you can do it on your property. So can't get into it, but just put it on your notes. All right, Kylan, if you could share a little about who you are, where you host, and your story pre-HBMM and where you are now.
Hi, my name is Kylan, and I have a hosting company in the Columbia River Gorge, which is the Columbia River borders Oregon and Washington. We are a mountain market, wine, weddings, and recreation. And my background is in long-term rentals. And when, I guess in 2018, my husband and I bought our own second home in that market. We're both from there. And we decided to just rent it out when we're not using it. And that turned into a huge business that I felt like I was driving blind, because I was getting bookings, but I didn't know how to communicate with a guest. I knew how to communicate with a tenant. And it's a very different experience when you're not a landlord, you're a host. And so that transition for me was because of Sarah and Annette and the Thanks for Visiting group. I was in my supply closet organizing the supplies in anger because I was doing everything wrong and not getting the right guest avatar that I wanted. And then on one of their podcasts, they had the HBMM ad, and I stopped immediately what I was doing in the supply closet, and I signed up. So one of the things I adopted was dynamic pricing immediately, because I was attracting guests that, for this large home, it slept 10 at the time, huge groups. And I didn't know how to manage huge groups. And it's a very specific science, apparently. And so if you look at the red graph, that is the large home, and then the yellow line is the sleeps two, and that's on my parents' property. And so I joined HBMM in 2021 and signed up with Price Labs and did some research and talked to my peers, my new peers, and I was able to increase my nightly rate for both properties at almost 180%. And that was pretty much immediately. That's a very small portion of the improvements that I was able to make in my hosting experience for guests, making that huge mindset shift from a landlord to hospitality. And
don't you have like 7 new best friends?
Yes, I do.
She wasn't going to shout you guys out, but I will for her.
We talk every single day via text, video.
And I think one of the things I love about you too, Kylan, is when we first met you, your quality of life also wasn't where you wanted it to be.
Yes.
And we continue, I'm not going to lie, we continue to face challenges. You know, you come to our calls often. And Kylan now she's year 2, 3. She's very experienced, and she hosts a lot of parties. And plus, your husband's in the mortgage business. You know long-term rentals, like you know real estate. You understand how to optimize your properties, but you still show up. You still share with us challenges that you're having, and we all band around you and help you to make that next hurdle that you're in your business. Because we have to have Kylan come to the calls and have you smiling and happy and excited to do what you do, because otherwise, it's not worth it.
It wasn't worth it when I was in the closet that day. Let's just put it that way. And I knew it was financially worth it to offset having this property, because we knew it was going to be a legacy property for our children and grandchildren. But I wanted it to work so badly. And I just don't think it's ever a mistake to not invest in your education. And that's what HBMM for me has been. It is an investment in my education. And also as hosts, I learned that we have a responsibility to, and just piggybacking off of everybody you've heard this week with Rent Responsibly, and we have an opportunity and an obligation to be good stewards of our communities. And before I was with HBMM, I was watching those Facebook groups. You know those Facebook groups that are just really bad, like
they're so mad. You're like, do you like
so mad? They're so mad all the time, and there's no solutions. There's no solutions in those kinds of groups. And HBMM has so many solutions, and these people in this room are just ready to help you pivot. And I don't know, they're my best friends.
Thank you. Thank you both, Kylan and Pat. We really appreciate you sharing your transformation and all the amazing things you'll continue to do. We're honored to know you, and thank you for everything you do for the hosting community.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up we're going to do a sample hot seat. So this is what we do in our group every single month. So if our coaches are in here, Wendy, Amy, Mike, Colleen, I told you had to come up here too. Get your butt up here. Cool, 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 cool. Awesome. Okay, we emailed some attendees and asked them to submit questions. And so this is what happens in our group. We have you submit questions ahead of time. And the reason why we do that is so that if Annette and I don't have, Annette and I are not, we don't know all the things. I'm not experts in every single area of our business.
We want to think we are sometimes.
We like to think we are, and I will lie to you sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. But we're not. And so what we'll do is we'll tap into our network that we've built over the years of experts in their area of expertise. We'll say, hey, we got this question. Can you either come on the call or can you tell us how to answer this? Plus we have other coaches who have various areas of expertise, Mike in building, Amy in co-hosting, and Wendy in not only interior design, but now she's obsessed with, not now, but she's been for a while, but listing optimization. And we'll workshop, solutions to the challenges that you're facing. Some are on the simple side and some are incredibly complex. So if we could have one of the first questions on the board, and while we're waiting for that to happen, Colleen is an employee of Thanks for Visiting, and we somehow ripped her from Hilton and Marriott brands.
She gladly left, Sarah.
I ripped her from the grasp of corporate America. No, I'm joking. And she is an expert in not only general management, because she would manage hotels. So she has a different mindset when it comes to operations, but she's also incredible when it comes to revenue management and revenue strategy, because revenue strategy and revenue management are two different things. And you have to put on those different hats for those two different things in your business. So we want to give you an example of what a hot seat call is like.
And I just want to piggyback off that really quick, Sarah, that Colleen also does revenue management for 30 short-term rentals here in Columbus. So she was doing both the hotel and short-term at the same time. So let's go with Dale's question, because you basically have the quote that's going to, I think everyone's going to want to write down.
It's my quote that Colleen said to me, because I'm not going to lie to you guys. Okay, so here's Dale's question. How do I limit occupancy to reduce nightly rate during slow season with option of larger occupancy and per person rate or duplicate listings? We weren't too sure on Dale's question, but what we think they're asking is, how do I maximize my slow season and maybe optimize my high season? And what are some different strategies I can put in place to do that? And so let me take you back to when I first hired Colleen for the revenue management part of our business. And we were getting to like January, February, March. It was probably like September, October. I'm getting ready. And I'm like, and if we need to drop the price, how many people have thought that's the solution, just to drop the price as low as you can? Because that was me. And I'm like, if you need to drop the price, it's totally fine. Like, let's just make sure that we're meeting our break-even point. And Colleen said to me,
lowering your price doesn't increase demand. So at the end of the day, the demand that's in the market is the demand that's in the market. So you can drop it to $70, $60, $50. If there's no one traveling to your area, then all you did was just cut yourself $40 off the rate for no reason, right? The people who are coming need a space. They're going to book the space.
Which is game-changing. And so I want to bring in what we talked about with David Richter yesterday, because someone asked about seasonality and how you can plan for your low season. We all have low seasons and shoulder seasons, and so how can we plan for them? You need to look at your year ahead before you get there, figure out all your numbers, and be able to allocate it accordingly, so when you get to your slow season, you can implement strategies like the one we have with Ashley and location rentals, right? Or maybe now I can really tighten up my operations for my midterm rentals and go heavy in that for January through March. So I am able to come with a clear mind about my occupancy and my slower season, my shoulder seasons, and not just race the bottom with a lower rate, attracting people who aren't going to treat my property well, because I've also experienced that. Anyone else want to chat about slow seasons, shoulder seasons, and what you guys do? If not, it's okay.
Wendy, you have a pretty volatile market, I would say.
Yes, we are in Scottsdale, so no one wants to be there when it's 115, but they do still come. And so I like to test everything. So I'm testing strategies for next year right now, for next low season. I am using rule sets in Airbnb to try to encourage longer bookings, but I can't do midterm because I'm not a property manager. So that's a caveat. But we also do take advantage of the parent-child listing, where we have mostly 3 and 4 bedroom homes. We have another listing. It's not duplicate. We do start by duplicating it and then take out 1 or 2 bedrooms. So now it's a 2-bedroom home. We lock up those doors. The guests aren't allowed to go in there. And we may even lock up a bathroom. And then the price is lower for those that fewer travelers, and the cleaning fee is lower, but we only allow that rate within 30 days. So we're getting those last-minute bookings to fill in those days.
The booking window. I know that's very important. Like knowing if you don't know your booking window, you want to know your booking window. And if you have so write this stuff down, like the booking window and then parent-child. If you don't know how to do parent-child, I think Sarah and I have YouTube videos, podcasts, and then obviously it's something that we teach all the time inside our membership.
I just want to add, as revenue is, of course, a huge component of running your business, but the other component is operations, right? So during those slow periods, you should also always be thinking, this is a time where I can perfect some of those systems when I'm in the thick of it in my season, and you don't have time to stop and organize that closet or make that inventory spreadsheet or whatever it is. This is the time where you can hone in on your guest messaging, maybe do some additional training verbiage with your associates or your VAs. All of it, there should never be a wasted day in a 24-hour operation. Every minute has to count, and that's when you would do that during your slow season.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, next question, please. You want me to ask it? Go ahead. Okay, Chelsea asks, how can I ramp up my direct booking website and start getting more bookings through there? I just started about a month ago, and what she's doing now is sending out a newsletter, and she has QR codes on all of the houses to scan. I'm going to answer this. Number one, everyone, seriously, Zach Boozy Cruise, that was a master class today. I go to so many, spend a lot of money. I do a lot of things in e-com. He crushed it. What he did this morning, you have to go back. We will get his slides to you. I cannot explain what he did on stage today. You have to do the stuff that he was teaching, and it is bite-sized. Don't be overwhelmed by it. So I just want to start with get those slides and take the notes that you took, take action on those. Mike, to preface your episode that's coming out tomorrow, can you talk about working with influencers and how that helps your direct bookings? Actually, can we get a round of applause? Did Mike crush it today? So, if you liked his presentation, there's 5 episodes that you can hear more of him and his amazing network. Mike, we thank you for what you did today. It was awesome.
Glad to do it. For us, working with influencers has been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of viral videos and viral Instagram, TikTok. And, every time you do that, you look at the comments, link to book, link to book, link to book. And, those influencers are directing that traffic to our website. Working with influencers has been great for us. I would say it's probably not for every property. But it's not just the unique vacation rental influencers. It's also the bougie picnic influencers, the local travel guide influencers, photographers. There's so many different, micro niches of influencers in your town that you wouldn't think of. We've had some Atlanta content bloggers come up to Chattanooga and promote the stays. And those have done better than a lot of the travel influencers. So, get outside the box. Don't have a box, but get outside of it and think about other ways that you can get your properties out there that don't necessarily mean a travel influencer. The other way that we do it is when you pull up to our property, there's a sign right there at the front, usually near the road, if you can, when it's applicable. If you're in a place where you don't want everybody knowing this is a short-term rental, obviously don't stick a sign out there, but we have a sign up that has our website, our Instagram, and our TikTok right there at the road to where, if somebody's driving by and they see the property, we get calls off of it all the time. And we get, direct bookings from that all the time as well.
I think we always think of direct bookings or travelers coming as you have to think outside of your city, but just like Mike said, don't discredit even, just in the back of your mind, it feels very overwhelming to outreach, things like that. If you can commit to one outreach call a week, so in our case, we're in a college town, so if we're reaching out to one admin at Ohio State a week, or dropping off cookies, or bringing them a Starbucks and saying, hey, don't forget about us, then in the back of their mind, when that professor is coming or they have a guest speaker, they know, oh, you know what, who got me that Starbucks the other day? Oh, I'm going to reach out to them. And that's literally one a week. That'd be 52 people if you did it, for a full year. That's 52 contacts that you've made, and it's an easy lift.
I want to comment a little bit on the influencers and the and the bougie picnic people. And to remember that on your website, it's important to have a blog component. Zach talked about updating your site once a week, and that's a great way to do it, to do blog content. And the more you can collaborate with bloggers or influencers who also have a website presence, and they link to your website, and then you link back to them, it shows Google that you have authority in the space and that someone else is vouching for you. And that's also going to help your direct bookings and the SEO bump up in search.
Before we go to the next question, Amy, you want to chime in here?
Well, my answer actually kind of goes with the next.
Oh, you want to wait for it?
Well, it's kind of a hybrid, actually.
Oh.
One more thing to tag on to that is
we'll wait for it.
Get involved locally with your chamber and your tourism committees. They will market your properties. They're looking for properties to market. So if your county or city is charging a hotel motel tax, in Georgia at least, those tax dollars have to be spent on certain things. They just can't go into the general budget. So they have to be spent on advertising for short-term rentals or hotel motels, events, things of that nature. So if you can get involved with those, that's also a way for you to lobby as well. But get involved with those groups, and they'll put your property out there as well, link your website on their website. So that's a great way to get it out there.
Awesome. You good? Okay. Next question, please. Carol asked, how do you handle welcome gifts and personal notes if you host sometimes 15 different guests a week between 10 houses? Every time I consider starting this, it seems overwhelming and a scheduling nightmare. Help.
Amy, let's do it. All right, so we co-host around 30 properties. 25 of them are within our area of Lynchburg, Virginia, and I had to hire a runner. So our runner is our inspection person and our restocking employee, staff, whatever. The other thing, the reason why I'm saying this is a hybrid question with the last one about direct bookings is because we can't possibly give everyone a welcome gift. Yes, we're doing inspections before every stay, but one of the things we decided to do was to give a welcome gift to every direct booker. And so that's an incentive on our website. It's just a small something to say you're a VIP guest with us. You can have your inspector write your notes. You don't actually have to be the one writing the notes. Some of you can pay your cleaners who are remote. If you're remote hosting, cleaners are happy to do that as well.
I would love to chime in here.
Please. When don't you like to chime in?
Totally.
First of all, always welcome chiming, though. I want you to know.
The forgot something baskets in the bathroom were thanks for visiting, not Hilton. So just wanted to clear that up. But even though I set those up, we do not do welcome gifts. And it's an unpopular opinion. I know that everyone wants to be hospitable, but we don't have the place to store these things. It's 115 degrees in our garages. So I don't want wine or snacks or anything sitting out there. And we have linen closets that are the size of this door. So we cannot stock things. So don't feel like you have to do that because everyone else is doing it. But if I were to do it, I would just wrap it into the rest of my supply program. So if we have to stock toilet paper, we're also stocking bags of popcorn or whatever. So that's how I would do it.
Go ahead, Mike. You go first.
We don't leave welcome gifts either, but we do use. We have branded grits and coffee, and tiny house coffee, tiny house grits, and we leave those for each guest. But we get more feedback and more excitement over the little board on the wall that says "Welcome so-and-so family" or "Welcome John and Susie." They get so excited and send pictures of that, and they just think that's the best thing. So yeah, leaving a gift for each guest is probably a little. There's a lot of people that like to do it, but it's just not part of our welcome.
I love it when a host knows. It's also not a part of there's some hosts who have lower ADRs, like we do here in Columbus. We really specialize in the 1 bed, 1 bath, and our budgets are really tight. So what we do, though, is we have cards, and our co-hosts, our property coordinators, handwrite messages. And then I got the question from someone, well,
what if I don't like the handwriting of our property coordinators? And so actually, another property I used to manage, the owner wrote on the postcard the message for like the next 30 days, and some were just a little bit different. If we knew the guest that was coming, we plan, and then the property coordinator would write the name of the guest, or the owner could just do the whole thing and then give it to us for the next 30 days. So there, just think, whatever is a part of your soul, heart and soul, and how you want to communicate to the guest. It can be as simple as writing some names on a chalkboard. It can be as simple as when making sure your communication cadence is really dialed in. As Kenny said too, like if guests aren't leaving in your reviews, like thanks for the bottle of wine, like that bottle of wine really nailed it for me, then maybe mix the bottle of wine. Also make sure you're covered if you have guests that can stay that are under the age of 21.
That's
so
a proper,
like,
yeah, that's a proper insurance.
That's a proper insurance thing. But if it's not moving the needle in terms of your reviews, to really reevaluate, get yourself out of this like, you know, you must have this thing, and look and see what your guests are saying about what really moved the needle for them.
And going back to the forgot something baskets, that's a way to cover every guest feels welcome and you thought about them. You know, we don't have a front desk. You know, I can't call down and get a toothbrush or call down to get the hairspray. So having that is a way to really hold your guest if they forgot something and kind of like, you know, parlay it into the welcome gift too. Because a lot of hosts aren't doing that. So it feels like that welcome gift, but it's there for every single guest and just part of what the team does.
Those forgot something baskets pop up in our reviews, I would say,
we're going to have to put through ChatGPT.
90% of the time. So it may comprise, and we have tons of Instagram and YouTube, but they comprise of lotion and hairspray, spray deodorant, earplugs, tons of stuff. The one thing that we do in the summertime is we have aloe, right? And you can do individual things for all of these things too. But I'll never forget the guest who wrote like, I cannot believe that this host had aloe for us after going to a baseball game. And we replenish our forgot something baskets. People don't use the stuff in there, but they are so impressed that we are anticipating their needs. They go to grab something, and I always tell my team that they go to grab it should be there. So you know where you plug in your smart appliances, where the coffee should go. Really think about how your guests are moving throughout the space. That's what's going to impress them. So going back to Carol's question, you know, really think about your guests and also you and your time and your bottom line, and being thoughtful about how you impact their stay.
Last but not least, handwriting. If handwriting is something you are so devoted to, you can have computers do that now, and you can have the same welcome. You can still personalize it with their name, but you can do that in bulk. It is. I'm sure you've all gotten something that looked handwritten. My dad still thinks people are handwriting in postcards every day to buy his house, and I'm like, Dad, they're not. Those are computers. But you can do that too. It still feels very, very personal.
Okay, next and last question, please. Go ahead, Nettie.
Oh, I have 2 short-term rental properties in Florida. Neither. I feel I'm on stage. Neither have pools. If I invest in a hot tub or plunge pool, how can I determine the increase in daily rental rate?
Call Kenny.
Call Kenny. Actually, is Kenny here? He was gonna send us a slide. Carrie, did he send us a slide? But it's okay. I mean, seriously, what Kenny was just doing earlier, that's how you determine it. You go through, look at the competition, see if it's moving the needle. You look at STR insights. This is the thing. We don't want you to just make a knee-jerk decision on an amenity. It's really what is the long-term investment of that. And there are, like, STR insights is out there. There are people out there, your other hosts in that area. We haven't mentioned this, but I want to give a little shout out because I know hosts are struggling. We have a great partner. It's IntelliHost. If you haven't checked them out, please check them out. I don't want to add more to your plate, but we would be doing you a disservice by not mentioning what Jeff Brown is doing at IntelliHost. So check them out. But let's talk about, Wendy, let's talk about this. You in Arizona, pools. You won't even take a property on now without a pool, correct?
I will not take a property without a pool. And I have been leaning towards, I won't take a property on if it doesn't have a pool heater. Because that's why people are coming in January or February, because they want to be warm and they don't realize that at night it's still going to be 50 degrees and the pool is the temperature is going to go down. I am kind of changing on that though, because I've gone into the data of one of my properties, which is close to a convention center, and I looked back the last year of guests. I did it on all of my properties, like a total nerd. And I found that most of them are coming for random events at this one house. I could not understand why this one house without a pool heater was still performing so well. And it's because they're not using the pool. And if they are, you know, it might be during the summer or when it's appropriate, but they're gone all day. They're going to the concert, or they're going to the, I don't know, spring training games or whatever. They're not swimming. So that was kind of eye-opening. So even within my market, there is this one area where, yeah, I would probably take another one on there that doesn't have a pool heater. But also remember, with pools, you're adding value to your home. It's not just about ADR.
I want to just add one thing about determining the increase to the ADR. That, like, for me, rings alarm bells in the sense that makes me question if there is a strategy to your pricing. Never should you just have an increase to your ADR. So ultimately, that's in flux, right? You should be looking at your rate all the time. You should be trying strategies all the time. I would be confident. I could confidently say probably everyone in this room could bump their rate up 10% like today, and you would book it and you would make money and you'd be thrilled, right? So like, as far as picking a number where you're gonna, oh, this is gonna be my ADR, that's too set and forget for me personally. Like, there's not, and the ADR goal should always be a moving target, and it should be seasonally based, right? It should be event based. So that number, while yes, you need some sort of forecast, some sort of budget, that should never be a number that is static ever.
Sarah, is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay, so we still have some time. That was the last of the questions, but let's talk about, we were just pricing, because we would also be doing everyone in here a disservice. I want to do a raise of hands. Who in here was nervous to raise their prices? Did it? Cannot believe what I see all of our members raising their, see, all of us supposed to say, like, raise your hand if you raise your prices, freaking out, thinking no one's ever going to book, and you got the ding, like, immediately. Everybody. So let's talk about some properties pushing that limit and what that looks like. So always be testing is something that we just encourage everybody to do, but let's talk about pushing.
Right, so I've talked to tons of hosts just at this conference who are like, oh, my occupancy is through the roof, I'm booked all the time. And
give it to them, Colin.
Red flag, red flag, red flag. If you're booked all the time, then there is a huge opportunity for your rate. And I love a high occupancy. It's fun to be sold out. It's amazing. Your weekend's cooked and booked. You're rocking and rolling. That's awesome. But you're leaving money on the table 300%. I guarantee you. So, and we tried this strategy, and it is, especially if you're a co-host, we tried a strategy with a property that there's no ownership in. So you have a bit of a firmer responsibility, right? Because you're reporting to your owner. So you don't want to be irresponsible with their money, with their revenue. But you're also irresponsible if you just let this owner be full for the next 4 months every single weekend. Then I'm not doing my job, because that is a red flag to be that far booked out full every single weekend, right? So I increased the rate first by 20%. Then by 25%, I was able, some weekends where, again, we're in a college town, I've been able to increase our rate by 45%. And these are already great rates. People will pay, they'll book. And you have to try, of course, again, just like lowering your rate, it's not a set and forget. You don't increase your rate and never look back, right? You're monitoring it, you're checking, and then the ding goes off. So
let's, with that, pushing the price, let's talk how that, you want to marry that, though, with understanding your booking window.
Yes.
Can we talk about that marriage?
For sure. So, of course, you need to know your booking window, and we talk about this in the group all the time. The more bedrooms, just add another person you have to coordinate with, right? So if you have a 7-bedroom home, your booking window is obviously not going to be a week out, because you have to coordinate with that many people. So as you're checking your booking window, then you can kind of monitor when you're going to drop. We have people on this stage that don't book flights for things until the day before she's leaving. So there's all.
And then I book the hotel because I haven't been ahead on my Uber on the way to it.
She's a red flag over here. So there's all different stages of that. That's why you have to monitor your numbers. But I just want to be clear that there is some risk involved with increasing your rate.
There's more risk involved in not raising your
100%.
rate. Okay, you can always lower your rate, but it is risky if you are not testing this. Mike, I remember us having breakfast with you and your wife.
That's what I was going to say.
And
So
tell
we're
the
sitting there.
story. Tell the story, because you were mad at us.
Built out the three container homes, and they were booked constant and booked solid, and they were a little bit above the tiny homes next door. So we thought, we're doing good.
The tiny homes next door, if you're here, sorry, but they're nothing compared.
They don't compare.
They are like outhouses next to his homes. Okay.
But we're sitting there talking, and I'm one of those people that there's so many different softwares, and it's like, man, by the time you stack all this software, you're spending $1,800 a month on software, So, but look, $19.99 a month or whatever it is for Price Labs, golly, we put it on Price Labs, and our daily rate went from $165 to $185 to $200 to $350, and it's booking, and they still book. So, how much money did I leave on the table that year because I was whining over $20 a month?
And I want to bring it back, though. That would not have happened, Mike. You, at that point in time, you were in our membership. You and Tia were doing, you were cruising, you were doing it all, but you thought you knew it all. And I've heard that from a lot of hosts out there, like, hey, I've been doing this for a while. I think I've got it under control. Like, why? Why do I need HBMM? Why do I need a community? Why do you need coaches? And I mean, that conversation, it's not the tech that did this for Mike. It was him investing in himself, listening, seeing what was moving the needle for other people in the community, because we had to spend 3 days with him and his wife before they decided to install this technology, and they were still mad at us when it was, blame it on Tia, throw her under the rug while she's not here.
It was Tia.
But what I want to say, it wasn't the tech that ultimately made the shift. It was Mike investing in himself, and then that trickled down after that. So, and that's what we see over and over again. And I know we've littered the outside with amazing vendors, but you cannot adapt all of it at the same time. And some of the platforms, some of the tech is not for you, okay? And that's also a lot of the stuff that we chat about. People are like, they want to get the next tech piece in their stack, and they want to do this, and get the next property, and maybe they want that wallpaper and do this. And this is where we're a sounding board for you. We want to get to the why. And the why is, how does that impact your bottom line? And then how does it impact the results that you are looking for you and your family? So we kind of want to peel that back too. And that's what we get into inside our group, because we understand what your why is. And then we want to know, are those things that you really, really need for your business? And also, we're not going to lie to anybody here. This is not get rich quick. This is not passive income, okay? And that is what you will find when you link arms with us. So I don't want to give you that impression at all. We are not, you are going to have to do the work. When I say do the work, you could just learn one thing. We have thousands of things, but we know there's 3 things that you could do immediately that would change the game for you. And what we love about what we bring to our members is this is stuff that is compound effect, okay? When you make this change, when you implement a damage waiver, when you change your pet program, when you have an inspector, these are things that it's not just for that month, it's day after day, stay after stay, and property after property. So that's the compound effect of learning those things and implementing them. It's not a one and done. I'm going to do one more, if you don't mind, Sarah. Yeah. Amy and Wendy, you were also resistant to joy. Well, Amy, you weren't as much. Wendy was resistant, because Wendy, you knew it all, right? You'd actually been hosting probably.
No, I thought I knew it all. I thought it was good.
Okay.
Yeah, no, didn't I Instagram you? Didn't we have like an Instagram conversation? I was like, because we were just launching HBMM, and I was like, I really want you in there. Like, I feel like this. I don't know. I was like, I just wanted you in there.
I think we were following her, seeing her stress via her stories.
Sorry. But tell us about we want you to join HBMM if you're not a part of our community, but truly investing in your education, period, and continuing to do that is really, I think, what we are championing the most, and getting involved at a professional level with other professionals, because it just changes the game. But what was that like for you when you joined?
Well, oh my gosh, I will make this so quick, but let's just say you don't know what you don't know. And so once you get in this group and you see what is standard in this industry all over, internationally, all over the world, it just gives you such an opportunity to restructure. I did so much restructuring, like I basically had to burn everything down I was doing and rebuild it again, and I was so overwhelmed. But between the year before I joined HBMM and the year after, my business grew by 187%.
Thank you, Amy.
But you did the work. You had to do the work. put the systems in.
And actually, between joining and then that 187% quote, I mean, there were times where I thought you guys hated us. Because I was like, I want you to really like, and we wouldn't tell you exactly what to do. You had to get the own answers for your own businesses. I mean, the day I learned that, Arizona didn't have basements, I was like, well, I don't know how to help you because I have a lot of basements here.
Sarah's like, you just buy storage things, you put them downstairs. And Wendy's like,
Wendy was like,
I don't have it
I
downstairs.
can't do that. But we still workshop it together on how you could solve your supply challenge for the best solution for you and your business.
She asked me if I wanted to join, and I was like, well, your podcast is good, so I guess. Why not? And because I know I don't know, whatever you just said, I know there's things I don't know. And then I joined, and I started to have anxiety attacks because there was so much information I didn't know, and I wanted to implement right away. It was a fire hose. I started to meditate, and I'm better now. But I also have a lot of stuff implemented, and I knew that there was only one thing to do at a time, maybe 2 or 3, but just, direct bookings. We talk about direct bookings all the time. Why aren't you direct booking? Well, because I can't mentally right now, okay? I'm on Airbnb, and I need a freaking lawyer.
I thought you said meditating was working.
Just lie? Is this therapy? Okay, I don't know what I was talking about, but listen, meditation works. Because I was way worse than this before.
Direct booking, though. Sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm direct booking now. Yeah, because at your own time and your own pace, right? Too. There were other things in your business that we were tending to and optimizing. And then you felt, you know what I mean? Like there's not it's not this, you have to do this, and that for every single business. You were really good at listening to yourself and saying, I'm not doing that right now. I'm going to focus on these things, and then there will be a time and a place for me to implement direct booking so that I do it with a strong foundation.
Yeah, like cost seg, I heard about it last year, haven't done anything about it because it's not time. Maybe next year or this year, I don't know. But there's one step at a time, and your business will grow.
Yeah, I talked earlier about getting in the room. HBMM to me is a big room, and it's full of experience. And me being able to get on there and learn from what Amy and Wendy and Kylan and Stacy and Tanya and Chelsea and just everybody. There's so many people in there that have experienced it, and to be able to go in there and learn from those hosts. Kylan doesn't just come and ask for help. Now she gives help. It's a sharing community, and the members aren't afraid to share. And for somebody to pop up with an idea, I'm like, man, that's awesome. I'm gonna implement that in my business, and that's an idea that will increase my ADR and be phenomenal over time. I'm learning now that they asked them to join. They didn't ask me. They didn't ask me. I had to beg.
We were confused when you joined. We started scrolling through your Instagram. We're like, this guy is amazing. I mean, you guys heard him on stage. We're like, what are we going to teach this guy?
We had imposter syndrome when Mike joined.
We did,
We
Mike.
truly did. But we know that we were able to bring Mike and Tia some expertise, and you and Tia continue to pour into us.
Two things. We are out of time, but one thing I want everybody to know: we have not done a good job. We still fail at many things. You can join with your business partner. Okay, if you have a life partner, a business partner, a co-host, you both can be in the Facebook group, and you can both attend the calls. You will only have one login for the content, but that's easy. You can share that. But we do want to offer that. We understand that real estate investing, most of the time you have a partner, and so we welcome partners. And I know we have some partners out here that are members, so want to make that clear. And the secondary thing I want to say is the initial part is 6 months, but you can stay. We have a large percentage of people that stay on a monthly subscription. It's a very minimal investment each month to stay on, and we have a VIP call and additional teachings there. So we haven't done a good job.
And actually, I just talked with Shannon. Are you in the room, Shannon? Shannon Ray? Where are you at? So Shannon was one of our original members, and then she had some things to do. She had to go and do the things that she learned inside the group and pivot a little bit and just do her thing. So she left, and she didn't sign up to be a VIP. And I didn't ask her. She came up to me. She's now going to be self-managing her property, and so she already went through HBMM, so now she can rejoin for that low subscription rate and come back into the group
and start strategizing and building her business back to where, or not back, but just continue on the journey that she's on. So there's
Same with
options
you,
there.
Ross's, right? You're coming back, because they were new and they needed to implement the stuff. They needed to come back. And Shannon had, also we have people that have property managers because they want to know that you're the CEO of your business, okay? Even if you have a co-host, if you have VAs, if you have a property manager, that's the other thing that we want everybody to know. It is a business. You are the CEO. So.
All right, we're the CEO of this show, so let's get to the next panel, please.
Oh, we have another panel?
We have the co-hosting panel.
We are really giving out some good stuff.
I know.
Who planned this? You did.
You did too.
Also, can I give a shout out? Sarah and Colleen, I can like air some of my dirty laundry. I am not the best at planning things. And without Sarah and Colleen, this would not have happened. And obviously our wonderful team, but like today I'm like, what's next? What's next? So thank you for keeping me in line, ladies.
Oh, Nettie, where are you going, girl?
I don't know. Am I supposed to stay up here?
You want to take a 5 minute?
I just said.
You guys,
Stay on stage.
no, we're gonna keep going. Who next? You guys ready to go, right? We're here to learn? All right, I like that.
It didn't say bathroom.
Do you want some water? Ashley or Carrie, could you bring water to the stage by chance, like a cup for Wendy and Amy? Awesome. Yeah, you want to, Amy, you go, Wendy Cookie and that company. Okay, so this is the co-hosting panel. Can I show a raise of hands while we get the ladies some water? Who here is interested in co-hosting? Awesome.
Ooh.
Get out your notepads. Here's a question though for you. Who's interested in hiring a property manager or a co-host for their property? Awesome. Awesome. Who here is already a co-host? Wonderful. So I think it's a whole room. Yeah, I think there's something to learn from all of those. So even if maybe you don't want to self-manage your property and you want to hire a property manager or offload a portion of your business to a co-host who offers various services, you are the CEO of your own business. So you need to understand the various aspects of what they're doing with your property so that you can make sure that you're aligned with the person that you've hired, that they're doing the job that they should be doing for you. And maybe you're not a good fit. And we'll talk about that on this panel today, maybe, from both the perspective of Wendy and Amy who have let go of some owners because it wasn't a good fit to, I don't know if anybody, have you been let go by an owner? You guys? Probably not, because you guys are rock stars. Okay, all right, so with that, share us a little bit about your co-hosting business in general. Just give us a quick synopsis, where you co-host, who you co-host, and what services you offer.
Okay, so I already told you guys we have around 30 properties in our collective. Around 25 are local to us, which is Lynchburg, Virginia, but we offer different packages of co-hosting. So one of those packages includes a remote co-hosting, remote to us. So we have 2 properties in Ohio, property outside of Memphis, a property in South Carolina. So that is the way that we've chosen to structure our business.
And I'm Wendy, and my company is Mostis in Phoenix, Scottsdale, and outside Sedona. And we manage 13 homes. One of them is mine. And we only do full service. And to me, co-hosting is, yes, managing for other owners, but also managing a lot of properties or more properties efficiently. So I think that's where co-hosting can help everyone. It's just learning how to be more efficient and work with your systems. And I don't know why I said that, but it seemed important.
Yeah, I love it, yeah. Okay, so I want to ask you ladies a question, because it's a question we get often to our customer service on Instagram. How do you start your business? How do you find clients? How did you find clients? Why, thank you. I shared while you guys take a sip. Oh, I'm good. While you guys take a sip of water, I shared with you that Christine Kimball and I and Kimball found each other via Instagram. One of my other prominent owners was a referral by someone else who said, "Oh, I don't do this for you, but I know someone who does," because again, I talk about it all the time, and obviously now we've got the podcast and all that kind of stuff. So down to on my website, I have a section of our website that's just for potential owners into our program. So there's various ways that I've attracted ownership. Realtors.
So I am a licensed realtor, but I've got other friends who are realtors and letting them know. If you have clients, especially realtors who specialize in investors, letting them know if you've got a client, and I do have not a buy box, but a property box that I stay with them that I will manage and take into our program. And we are boutique on purpose because it's not how many doors I have. It's a revenue that I want to reach each year. Letting realtors know what I do and incentivizing them to think about me when they've got owners or potential investors who want to offload the management aspect. But how have you ladies brought business into
I'm
here?
just going to tell everybody also, because I'm a retired co-host, and I'm encouraging everyone. I started with a real estate developer, okay? I was, were you arbitraging? I was not arbitraging, okay? It was actually, he wanted to hire me as a team member, and that's when I decided I was never going to work for anybody again. That wasn't myself, but I just want to let you know there's multiple people in your network. I'd never even thought of it, but he has, they were all right here in the Short North specifically, but I want to let you know it was from a coffee talk with a developer, and he had some properties that weren't booking, so I did a profit-sharing relationship with him, okay? And this was Wild Wild West. I didn't have any, but it was probably not the best deal in the world, but it got me here on stage today. But I do want to encourage you, if you know anybody that's a real estate developer, do not count them out. And that's how I started without doing arbitrage.
Our city was proposing some crazy regulations when I was early on in, starting this, oh, maybe I could host for other people journey. And one of the things that happened is I decided, this is my gig. I'm going to get involved with a really small group of hosts, and I spoke before city council, which is crazy. The newspaper actually decided to do an article on our business. And so from that, I was like, well, when that article gets posted, I need to have a website. I need to have some kind of landing page so that they can find me. And so that was just a scramble. But I did actually get some clients reach out because they saw that in the paper.
I got started because, I had my own and somebody else was managing it, and it didn't book for 2 months straight because they wouldn't drop the price to in line with market. And so I took it over, and then a friend could not sell their flip, and he said, could we do an Airbnb with this? And it was in Cincinnati, and I was like, okay, sure, flew in, set it up for a week, and that was my second one. And then I started adding more of my own, and more friends asked me, and then just talking about it, I was talking about it on Instagram, and people just started reaching out. I also had realtor friends who would refer people, so that's typically how I get mine. And I do have a management box on my website that says we only do XYZ kind of properties. We do not take condos. Whatever it is, the whole list is on there. People still reach out, and I have to tell them no, but that's okay.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the days when you were super stressed out because the property just wasn't, the property was taking up 80% of your time, but bringing in 20% of your revenue, the 80-20 rule, and how you figured out what that buy box was, what that management box was for you. At the first, I don't know about you, but I said yes to pretty much anything. And then I had to lean in, so talk about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I thought money is money. I need it from anywhere, and I'm just I don't know anything about this. This is before HPML. I'm just gonna quote them 10% and just, take whatever I could get. That's bad. Yeah, it was bad. Thank God for HPMN. So yeah, I think at one point I was talking with my therapist though about all my stresses. Therapy, yeah, it's good. And, we got to talking about specific owners, and one of them I realized had been micromanaging me so heavily that it was starting to take a physical toll on me, emotional, physical, and, but it's just so hard. I want to help all the people. But yeah, I had to, for my own health, write a letter and even say effective immediately, which would never be my jam. But it was one of the best things I ever did.
I always had a requirement that the house not be ugly. So that was from the beginning. Because ugly doesn't sell. But then I started to, I hired a bookkeeper and knew my numbers and started to narrow it down to the properties that I thought would be our best, most profitable, what fit for our team. And, we learned that these condos were so, there was a lot, everyone says, well, not everyone, but people would reach out, oh, it's a condo, it's easy. There's not much to take care of, but actually there's an HOA that gets in your way. So if the pool's down, we can't do anything about it, right? And I like a lot of control. I'm a very aggressive person, if you haven't noticed. So
she's an 8 on the Enneagram for any of you who know that.
Maybe I'm a 7, but yes.
You're aggressively telling her that she's wrong.
I told you.
I'm a 1. Sarah's a 3. Annette is a 3.
Won't take the test.
Won't take the test. No, she took it.
Okay.
And she forgets what number she is.
She's whatever number that is.
So that computes. Yeah.
But so anyway, over the years we have changed what we will take on. Like I said about the pool heater, we're just getting more and more niched, and it's more fun that way.
I want to ask, so will you bring up Amy's property really quick just so they can, I don't know if you can change the slide. The slide gods are doing these for me. So. Really quick, everybody, this is Amy's caboose on her property. If you don't follow her, follow her. Yes, that is a caboose. She did the thing. It looks amazing.
Allbelong.co.
Yeah,
All belong
so
co.
I just want to, we only had so many seats up here, and Wendy has a duck pond A-frame, which is amazing. They both have unique stays, but we kept them up here for today. But co-host, we want to offer some things to you right now that can help your business immediately. So can we talk about having the relationship with your client? Let's talk about how important the contract is and some of those line items specifically. So what is something in your contract that is a non-negotiable right now? I learned this the hard way, the sale clause. So not only what happens if you want to sell your property and you're in our program, but also that I will have, and we agree on this, the owner and I, but there's in there that I will have first right of refusal with that property too. So if you want to sell it, I would like the opportunity to either sell it for you as a licensed realtor or buy it. And it's happened. So it's been a really lovely win-win for both myself and the owner. But also what happens when an owner wants to sell. So if you have a property manager right now or a co-host, or you want to be one, because that will, if you don't have an agreement on what happens if you want to sell your property, that can be a really rocky situation because you should have bookings and guests. And so you need to figure out what that is going to look like so that you can continue bringing money into your program, into your business. And also, of course, still be that partner with your owner, make sure they're doing what they need to do what's best for them at that point in time, and sell the property. I'm going to go over 2 other quick things. We're not going to go deep in it. It is something in the implementation day, but I want to make everybody aware. Can we just really quickly, Sarah, go over a damage waiver program and what that means for the co-host? Yes. So I learned this from a few seasoned property managers for large vacation rental companies. We don't call it an insurance program because it's not insurance, but it's a damage waiver. And what it is you ask the guest, because it's a requirement that the guest pay, depending on your property's ADR, you ask the guest to pay a non-refundable fee to cover them up for accidental damages. Okay, so this is depending, maybe it's like in our business, it's maybe $15, $30-some, all the way up to $89 for our higher end properties. And then this damage waiver goes into a special pot. And that way, if, a guest's child dumps, red wine onto a leather sofa, or, breaks a wine glass, or the TV, actually this happened one time, I don't know if Kim was in here, but they had the ping pong table in the living room, and a guest took a ping pong, and it hit the TV, and it cracked the screen. We don't even have to ask the guests, have an awkward conversation about replacing that television. We just went out and bought it with that damage waiver program. But here's the cool part. If you do your preventative maintenance right, your communication right, you have the right partnership with your guests, that damage waiver program in your business can grow to be quite large. And at the end of the year, you can do things like incentivize your cleaning team or incentivize your property coordinators, and then put some money in that pot for next year as well. So it's a really great revenue driver for our business. And now there's some co-hosts out there that prefer to give this to a company to do. So there are companies that will do damage waivers on your behalf.
But for me, it's not that difficult of a program to implement, and I'd rather keep that money for myself and my business.
Can I speak on that?
Absolutely.
I feel the opposite of that as far as having an outside company, because I didn't want to have the decision of what was it, the guest fall or whatever, but we also have the pools, which are very expensive, and so I didn't want that chunk of money to come out. So we do it differently. I really thought about doing it that way. So we use an outside company, and we just had a $2,000 sofa purchase for our home.
I'm going to interject really quick. This is for individual homeowners too. I don't want you to think a damage waiver program is just for people that are co-hosting.
Oh, yeah,
Just to clear that up.
Yeah, so if you have one property, you can do it. And so I love it. Actually, I'm onboarding a new property, and the owner is coming from a larger property management company that you may know that starts with a V. And they have a table that's bent, and they just stuck a stick under it or a little knob to make it taller. Never got any compensation for that table. He told me, this is a $3,000 table. And I was like, you don't put that in it. I would never buy a $3,000 table, but okay. But with the damage waiver program, we don't have to bother the guests. We don't, they probably stood on it or whatever, and now it's broken. We can get that replaced with the damage waiver program, as well as the $15,000 sofas he put in. That are ruined because people get out of the pool and sit on the couches.
Oh, there's a hot tip right there. All right, really, we have a lot of time, but I'm going to start with you, Amy. What is your or your number one co-hosting hot tip that you would give to current co-hosts or people looking into it? Do you need a minute? Sarah's probably ready to go. Are you ready? Your number one co-hosting hot tip. If you were I'm going to coffee with you right now, what would you tell me? Have a contract in place with your owner. There are so many people that are so excited to get their co-hosting business off the ground, they don't have a contract in place. Do not do that. Whatever you need to do, whether it's join HBMM or talk to a property manager, which is what I did before there was a program like HBMM for me to join. I paid a professional property manager who had more experience than I did to give me a crash course so I knew I could figure out what to do. Also, can you have two? Maybe have a real estate attorney on speed dial, have a relationship with a real estate attorney. Yeah. And I do want to say that specific contract is available inside HBMM. Obviously, we're going to want you to have your attorney look over it, but it's going to really shave down the time that you're going to have to spend depending on your relationship with your attorney, making it state and city specific. Amy?
So I would say it's important for you to know your brand standards. You need to know what it is that are your non-negotiables with both property and an owner. I've had bad situations with both, so it's really important. It's going to make a difference because it's almost like a marriage that you're entering into. Oftentimes, you're taking care of these homes and your communication with these owners for about as long as many marriages in America. So that would be mine. Go ahead.
My tip would also not just vet the home, but vet the owner. Make sure that they are in alignment with you. And what you would do, I always tell all the owners that are reaching out to me that I'm vetting the property and you to see if we are in alignment, and if we're not, that's totally fine. I have a lot of transparency with my owners. I like to give them the good and the bad. We are partners, and I want to make sure that when I act on their behalf, that they're going to most likely be in agreement with that.
Okay, I got good questions coming. 2 pieces of tech that you cannot live without in your business.
Price Labs and property management software.
Okay, vendors out there, I love all of you equally.
Oh yeah, sorry, Sarah, you don't answer. You can list all 20.
I would list all 20 because honestly I have a relationship with every single one of them, but I would say because of my passion for co-hosting and my passion, just the reason even why we made Thanks for Visiting the way we made Thanks for Visiting, I think has a big impact on this, but it's operations. So I will give a shout out to Breezeway. It was the first piece of tech that I implemented, and I am just obsessed with preventative maintenance. It's saved myself and my owners so much money, and Breezeway helped me not pull my hair out. Is Ingrid in the room? Ingrid's back there. She still gives me hugs by introducing her to Breezeway.
So even if they weren't here today, I would shout them out. Ingrid was kind of like Wendy Navy when I met her, like about to like lose her mind. She has one of the most impressive portfolios in downtown Columbus, her and her husband, Mike. And I'll never forget, we went out to lunch, and she was just talking about like the challenges in her business. As a fellow, like we did the same thing in the same city, and I was just like, Ingrid, I need you to call Breezeway tomorrow. They will save your life. So that's my favorite piece of time. Did you each give one? I said two, but that's okay.
Yeah,
oh, you said PMS.
My second one would be Breezeway as well. We use it as our administrative scheduling, all of our tasks that we do every day. So I actually use my own personal home as the 14th property.
You've hacked Breezeway in a really cool way.
Yeah, we have my co-hosts that whoever's on that day, we have repeating tasks that we do, check cameras, I don't know, whatever they all are. We know that got done that day. Just the admin test, not to mention all the other, check that the smoke detector was vacuumed. Yeah. I'm going to add that.
That's a great segue. Can everyone kind of briefly go through quickly their team? Because they all have teams, and I think giving some visibility to what their teams look like would be great.
So right now we have 2 full-time employees, and we have...
Are they W-2? I do want to check on that.
Yes.
Okay. Just making it clear.
Yes. And then we have, and they are like 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. And then we have 2 co-hosts that are nights and weekends, and they are contracted, and they are actually in HBMM. They're here in the front.
Yeah, stand up, ladies. Actually, you met them there, right? You met Lisa, right? Okay, both.
Yeah. It made such a difference to, I had always hired just locally, and I was like, you know what? In HBMM, these people were all aligned as hosts, and what a difference it made on our team to have, experienced hosts with us.
So 2 full-time, 2 remote co-hosts running the app.
Yes, we're about to bring on our first in-house maintenance person.
Great.
And we have teams of contracted cleaners.
Awesome. And then also, we'll go through your current team, and then I'm going to go through some of your freelance stuff that you have to do to get the business up and running. Wendy, what's your current team look like?
I have 2 employees, full-time employees, and they work 9 to 9, and they switch on and off, so about 3.5 days a week. And they're the co-hosts, and they run the operations in the day, and guest messaging. And then we have contracted people that do cleaning, because we don't hire outside companies. We contract individuals to do cleaning and inspection.
About 12 of them. That's a whole nother 45 minutes.
Super fun.
But it is awesome. Sarah? Yeah, so I have it broken down from guest services to, I call it property coordination, so these are boots on the ground, to revenue management, and then contracted cleaning and maintenance. And a lot of the maintenance still comes from my amazing husband, Nick, and myself. Because I'm really good at problem solving handy issues. But yeah, that's 0 W-2s. Yes, that's correct. 0 W-2s. We weren't going to do this, but I'm going to go rogue. Does anybody have a Ashley, sorry, I can come down. Does anybody have a specific question about co-hosting, though, that it's like burning, they're going to like flip out if they can't get it out? Ashley's coming. And Eddie. I'm coming.
So this just may be my ignorance on terminology, but you keep saying co-hosting, and now Airbnb has the co-host feature. Do you actually mean you're a co-host on the listing, or are you the host? Because in my market, the property managers are the host. They take full control. So I just want some clarification. And if
that is actually an excellent question. Who wants to take that one?
I can. I think, to me, co-hosting means that the owner has the account on Airbnb, and then we are added as the co-host. Then they can go in and flip the switch to make us the primary host. So our face comes up as the main person. So they own the account, and I did this on purpose because I took over from someone else, and I wanted, if that makes sense, like I took my own property back over because it was under my account, and I like that, and I want to provide that for my owners, because if they hate me, I want them to be able to take it away, right? And that's the transparency that I want with my owners. So all of the funds go to their bank account. They are in charge of their taxes. I don't want to have anything to do with their taxes or any of that. I want them to have their financials. But mostly I do it because of transparency. I love that they can see the messaging. They're not allowed to answer. But I love that they can see how we're handling situations. There's nowhere to hide. Keeps us honest.
Is that helpful? Yep, good. Airbnb really created that word co-host, right, and made it popular. So you will find so many people using it in different ways. Like even on our team, like Amy's team, your co-hosts are your boots on the ground, right?
Some of them, yeah.
We use that word very loosely.
We do.
Yeah. It can mean so many things.
It can, and that's in Airbnb. They're bringing it back, but they had it before. You could hire a co-host, and they have their co-hosting platform. So really, and Sarah likes to school me on this all the time. Whatever you decide to name yourself, you really do most likely a property manager, but you need to understand what the rules and regulations are in your city, in your state. Florida, very different. It is very loosey-goosey. I see it becoming. They'll probably start cracking down on it soon because people think, oh no, I'm just a co-host. But they're really property managers. So you really need to understand the delineation there, what the rules are in your state. But it's a gray naming convention that's very loose.
I want to make a small, whatever it's called, I want to make a small plea for when people, say like it's getting gray in my area. I was speaking to two gentlemen last night, and to that I ask, when it comes to be a gray area, you're not sure if you're able to do it or not. I encourage you to really think about becoming a licensed real estate professional. It doesn't have to be a realtor, but a licensed real estate professional in your town. You don't have to. And I know that Wendy and you haven't chosen that route, yet or at all ever. But for me, it's really allowed me to operate in a way that helps me. The education I got getting licensed is invaluable. To keep my license, it's invaluable. I'm also able to offer my owners midterm rentals, so more than 30 days, which helps them diversify their property, and I can help them in their low seasons. How about referrals, right? So if I don't want to sell a property, if I don't want to take on that transaction, I can refer them to trusted partners of mine in Columbus and get a referral fee for that. The list goes on and on. So I think there's this bad rap about getting your license, and I don't quite understand it. It does take time and a little bit of money, but the reward of that has for me been tenfold.
Okay, last question real quick.
This isn't dire, but I just want clarification on the damage waiver. You said it's not insurance. So is that a pot that you're building up over time? And then the idea is if something goes down, you can pull from that?
Yes, exactly. Okay. You want to talk about our live with proper insurance and the whole, because I want to relate it to air cover. Oh, yes, I love this. We just did a Instagram live with proper insurance, and everyone thinks that they're covered. I was like, what is something that's going to hit somebody smack between their eyes to make them understand that air cover is not insurance? And what he said is, it's probably digital now, but I'm going to repeat what he said. With an insurance policy, you can go to your filing cabinet, pull it out, and it has your name and address on it. You are the one covered by that policy. Air cover, your name is not on $1 million policy, okay? So that's something that really, really helped. It's going to help me explain it in the future of show me a policy with your name on it where you're covered for $1 million. And I bring that up because air cover has helped me in the past, right? And my owners. And so we'll go to air cover first if it was booked on Airbnb, and then they're protected, for, again, accidental up to a certain amount, and you can decide that for yourselves. For our program, I believe it's $1,000, up to $1,000. And it has to meet some same requirements, but again, it's a waiver program, so I can help them with that, and that pot grows. And there have been some times where I have to be honest with my owners,
and our pot gets depleted more than I'd like it to, but in the end, I've won in a big way. And my business has won, and my team has won because of that, and my owners win because we don't have to fight with the guest about little things here and there. So, and again, it doesn't have to be in-house. There are programs out there. Actually, I think Superhog, who is here, if you want to talk to Leo, they offer it. He's raising his hand as red. So if you're like Wendy, you're not comfortable having that in an in-house, Leo could help you. We can help you with that. I think, yeah, yes.
Can I add to that?
I don't. How much time do we have?
It's fast.
Okay.
You know you're not going to reach out to a guest and say, you got something on my sheet. I need $10
What
for
they got on
that.
the sheets?
God knows. But in the damage waiver program, you can replace this sheet and not have to ask the guest and say, what happened? You know, like you're not going to replace a washcloth. You're not going to ask air cover for a washcloth, but a damage waiver program can offer that.
Yeah. Yep. So it comes with the reservation immediately, and it's a separate line on it. But you can sell that to your guests. Like if your little one knocks the vase off of this, or if this happens, like don't worry about it. We got you. And it's such a small thing that it's like a no-brainer for them to have a peace of mind at your property. And then, of course, for you, too, so that you don't have to nickel and dime each other.
So we're going to wrap up here, but since everybody's digging on the damage waiver, that is specifically what our implementation day is going to be with new members because it matters and the amount of money that can be made there and peace of mind is important. One thing I want to say, we haven't chatted about this. I don't know why we didn't. Maybe I'm just throwing it in. I'm going rogue. Wendy does listing audits for our members, and they are game-changing listing audits. They're videos that she goes through with a fine-tooth comb, your listings, you can optimize it. We actually send it over to you in a video very purposely. We want you to have the video, therefore you can watch it over and over again to see all of the things that you need to improve in your listing. And so anybody that joins today too, we're gonna throw in, I'm gonna put some work on your plate, a listing audit with Wendy also, so. Awesome.
Ladies, thank you so much for sharing all the things about your co-hosting business. We really appreciate it. And they've both decided that they need a 10X this year. In less than 30 seconds, what does 10X mean to you in your business?
I'm getting out of the day-to-day operations. So I'm using Breezeway to create more systems, more tasks that have itemized how-tos for my team to do things that I always do, like reconnect the door locks or reconnect the pool automation, and I'm getting out of it so I can work on my business.
Amy?
I am looking for larger remote properties that we can co-host. I want some beach houses. I want some mountain cabins.
Oh, she's making the ask, everybody. Good job.
Way to market yourself. We can bring value to you.
Awesome.
Thanks, ladies.
Wendy and Amy, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, you're still up here. Don't go anywhere, Nat. It's okay. Okay. There you go. I'll stay up here now. Can everybody give it up for Carrie and her team? Carrie is with eFactor. So if you want to throw an event, or they also do gifting, eFactor can absolutely help you with that. So I'm going to give eFactor a shout out because they've been able to be with our sponsors and with our attendees more than we could ever be, doing what we're doing up here. But this is Annette. Now we're in our farewell section of
Got it. I want it.
So Annette, here's to 4 years.
Wait, does it scare anybody that I'm the AV when we record our podcast?
It should scare you. We have a checklist for that.
Yes, we have a checklist for that.
So cheers to 4+ years of thanks for visiting.
Oh, okay.
And to putting up with me being incredibly aggressive and control freak. And so glad that we've been able to bring content to all of you, build relationships with people who are way smarter than we are, and change lives.
Absolutely. And here's in our true fashion, we're hosts. We want everybody to stay for a cocktail. We did not put that on you got to surprise and delight your guests. So we would love for all of you to stay and have a cocktail with us, a mocktail with us, on us, of course. And we just really want to thank you for your time. Educating yourself, investing in yourself, it's the best thing that you're ever going to do. We are our best investments. I really, really believe that. And then I think, Kirk, are we going to do a group photo?
before we do that, get ready. No, it's okay. Another surprise and delight. An attendee met a new attendee here, and she gave me this note because today is Kelly Fallert's birthday. Kelly, are you here? Oh yeah, Kelly, these drinks are for you. We have yes, these drinks are for Kelly. So thank you for making a connection. Thank you for shouting Kelly out on her birthday.
Also, are we going to send a survey out?
We are going to send a survey out, and I know that surveys can be really annoying, but it helps us really curate events and content that you want, right? And they're great for our sponsors to know, which we cannot do this. We could not do today's show without the support of Vendor Village out there. So this survey will also help them as well, make sure that their services they offer you are in line with what you actually need.
I have two last requests. One is we'll send out an email to, we partner with the Dream Foundation, and they make events happen for terminally ill adults. If you would put your property, you can email them, let them know you found out about them through Thanks for Visiting, and you just write to them, let them know that you would be willing to offer your property if your location would ever be a part of someone's dream. We had some hosts in Arizona offer up their property this year for the Super Bowl to make a wish come true. And trust me, it doesn't matter where your location is. People have dreams of seeing maybe your place wherever it is. So please, if you could donate, and they might never call you, they might call you tomorrow, but if you could write to them, Sarah and I would appreciate that. Last but not least, make my dream come true. I want to take the TFV show on the road and podcast with hosts in their properties across the country. If Sarah and I were to do that, can we come spend the night with you? Who would let us spend the night? Who would let us stay? See, Sarah? Not that many people. What? Literally last week, she was like, can we just slow down a little bit? Can we have some more me time on the weekends? And then she's like, do you want to travel across America and do 50 stays in 50 days? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Cody. First of all, amazing Encore AV team. Can you put up back on the screen real quick the photo of our sponsors? We really need you guys to this is not possible. Your connections that you've made with each other are not possible without our sponsors. So please, every single one of them, just can we have a round of applause for them showing up with us today? And really quickly, I know we were talking about, we haven't done our podcast giveaway. Okay, actually, I got you on this one. Okay. So the podcast giveaway, people have been DMing us and also messaging Colleen if they need more time to write a thoughtful review because you've got so much going on. So we're going to give you more time to enter that. So if you follow us on Apple, leave us a review, screenshot it, send it to us. We'll enter in a gift for a one-on-one with myself and Annette. And also, don't be alarmed. Your review does not show up right away. Yeah, Apple kind of reads through it and then they pop it up later. But just email us, let us know you left us a review. We trust you. And follow us because our podcast producer will kill us if we don't have those. Also, AV team, if you don't mind, can you put up there our HBMM offer? It does end at 5:30 today. If you've got questions for us, you can go out to our booth. But that will include your one-on-one call, welcome call, and implementation day, and Bill Allen's 500K challenge that he offered. And you're listing on it. And you're listing on it. And they can hang out with us. And I have one more thing. Okay. Ashley, can you come on stage, please? Oh, good job. Yeah. While she's making her way up here, we have Kirk, Cody, and Andrew, our amazing photographer, videographer, and podcast producer. They help us all the time. We just want to say thanks, guys. We appreciate you. Yeah, all of our silly reels that we make, it's that guy right there. He has to put up with us. Bless you. Andrew's our wingman too. Cody, love you. Ashley, I don't even want to tell, I don't even know how much money our attendees are going to make from you introducing to them location rentals. Who went on PeerSpace last night? Who researched PeerSpace last night? Oh, dang. Who listed on PeerSpace last night? Anybody take serious action? All right, there we go. Ashley, thank you so much for being a champion of Thanks for Visiting. Thank you so much for being a rock star female business owner. And thank you so much for guiding our attendees the past 2.5 days through this content. Thank you.
Thank you guys for inviting me. You know, when these two reached out and asked me not only to speak and present on something I am so passionate about, so excited to teach, but also to be the MC, I was like, you want me?
You want me to do it? But it's been really because I take such pride and so much privilege in being able to, speak to a room full of so many passionate, driven, hardworking, very talented, very successful entrepreneurs. I take it as such a high honor, and I always want to do a really good job. And so when they asked me, I was like, absolutely, absolutely, I would love to. The Thanks for Visiting community is top tier. These guys are the real deal, and their community reflects that. So I thank you all for letting me guide you this week and introducing all these other speakers to share the stage with so many talented entrepreneurs that are really just leaders in their field and masters of their craft, you guys included. I hope you learned a lot. I hope I was able to give a ton of value and add to your lives and businesses. So thank you so much for having me and being such a great audience and such a great group. And thank you too for having me to teach and to kind of be the party starter when I wanted to.
Speaking of parties, why I forget all the details. We don't have an unlimited tab here, everybody, so maybe like one drink, but we are going to have, you have to bring your card, but we are going to have an unofficial after party at Brothers. It's just maybe 1.5 blocks away, so if you're staying another night, if you're from Columbus and you want to come hang out, but we're going to have a little cocktail hour here, but unofficially, if people want to head over there and all continue to network, Sarah and I will be making our way there too after this. But we want to do our group photo, please, if you guys don't mind. So what we're going to do, Kirk, you want to help me? I'm going to have everybody stand up and kind of come to the middle. Is that what we want to do? All right, thank you.
Ashley, you're going to come in here with us. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and don't fall back. And what should we do, Kirk? Get down. Okay. Down on the floor.
You can take the stairs. Any sponsors who are out there that want to come in there, we'd love that.
Tell us what to do, Andrew.
Congratulations.
No. I said Spotify. I said, no, we don't care.
Was it okay? Oh, damn, that's impressive. Thank you, Andrew. You guys crushed it. Thank you.
It's okay. Amazing.
Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing time. Turn all of the lights on over every boy and every girl.